the last draft we will see, and we get to understand what our semi-final matchups will be. For G2, we've got Taz and Snacks joining us. On the side of Na'Vi, we've got Blade and Alexi, as they just battled against Pain. For Eternal Fire, we've got Maja and Fabre. And then on Spirit, Donk and Magix. No coach, no in-game leader. Coach isn't here anyway, but that's just what we get.
Nice.
We're ready for it, and we're ready to see how it all goes. But Magix, how you feeling to be back on another draft? You enjoy standing up here?
No.
I knew you were going to say that.
Enjoying it.
No one's enjoying it?
Yeah.
It's all part of the show. It's all part of the fun.
Oh, okay. Then everyone is enjoying it.
There you go. Now you understand it. Taz, you've been first picked over and over again. You expecting it to happen?
Sorry?
Are you expecting to be picked first?
We will see. We will see. I don't know.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Alexi and Blade, a little bit tired right now.
I'm a bit tired, yeah.
Yeah? A bit nervous after how you played against Pain?
I mean, I'm just glad we're here, right?
Yes, I would
Go
be
next.
after that. Maja,
Yes, sir.
how good did that win feel today?
Yeah, it was a good win. Vitality is a really strong team, and as Al French also, it was an important match for me also, and we are very happy as a team. Yeah.
Fabre, how important was it for the team as a whole?
It was an important match and very happy.
Yeah, especially getting that number 3 seed in there. All right, well, the stage is set. Let's get the draft started. And so how this works now is that Eternal Fire will get to pick first because they managed to take down Vitality and grab their seed. And Maja, you decide exactly how this semi-final is going to go. You have it all the power in your hands. You did tell me it depends on the veto, yeah?
Yes.
So how much did you have a look at this? What were you looking at outside of the veto? What other variables did you look at here?
Like, to be honest, it was for the last match. It depends of the last match of Pain and Navi. To be honest, we had some minutes to talk after Navi won against Pain.
Yep.
So we have to pick against 3 big teams.
Yeah.
To be honest, they are really strong teams. So, but we have our pick, and hopefully we can show good Counter-Strike tomorrow and win this match.
And you certainly did show good Counter-Strike today, and I think everyone's excited to see what you can do against another team like that.
Thank you.
Especially the bounty you might be able to grab as well. Important money for your VRS.
Yeah, money is important, but like I think point of for us, point of Valve is more important.
Yeah.
But money is also important
It
for the
factors
Valve.
in the VRS.
It's
Yeah,
facts,
exactly,
that's why,
exactly. Okay, Maja,
Yes.
who is Eternal Fire picking?
So after a long discussion with my teammates and my coach Fabre,
Hey.
yes, gentlemen,
We know.
we will pick G2.
G2.
Jumbo.
And we will pick Spirit.
You have no choice, but yes, you can pick him if you want, Blade. That's what you want to go with for it. So, picking G2.
Yes.
Was it just the factor of what you said about with the map pool? Was it maybe also what you saw in their games?
Like, to be honest, like I said, there's very 3 strong teams. Like, it's not because we feel like 4.
Oh, 4, respect.
Thank you, but like we picked G2 because Spirit is in good form with Navi. The history is not on our side like in Vitality.
Okay.
And so we're gonna try our chance with G2, but this is a really strong team, and let's see. We need to be focused and be concentrated 100%.
It's a bit harder to prep for G2 though, right? With the new players coming in, the changes?
Yeah, obviously, and the match is tomorrow, so let's see how
Prep time starts tonight.
Let's see, let's go.
Okay. Taz, Snacks, you were expecting this, right? Not surprised at all?
I would say we expected that Eternal Fire will pick us. I think that they see Spirit and Navi as stronger opponent, and like last time, we need to prove them wrong.
Yeah, and you have been proving everyone wrong so far.
Hopefully it will continue.
That's what you want to see and get your way to the grand final. For Spirit, you end up with Na'Vi. This will be maybe a real test for you, do you think?
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
Just okay?
Yeah.
You haven't been tested so far, have you?
No, we were tested.
You were tested?
Yeah.
By who?
The coach.
Fnatic.
Before the
By
coach.
everyone who
Yeah,
have
I guess
tested.
the train map, you could say so, right? For you guys, going up against Spirit, is it worrying because of what happened in the Pain game, or is that an easy one to brush aside?
Damn.
What does Andre have to say?
I don't know, like, we usually don't worry when we play, especially before the game. Like, we played a lot of teams previous season. We know our strengths, we know our weaknesses. So the answer is no, we are not worried.
That is a good sign. You don't want to be worried for it. Well, we have our games. We know what the semi-finals are going to be tomorrow. So that is the draft concluded.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Semi-final Saturday has landed. Now only 4 teams remain at the Blast Bounty Season 1 LAN Finals. My name is Freya Spears. As always, I've got Pimp and Maui here to guide us through what is going to be an excellent day of games. We've had a great tournament so far.
No doubt about that. To see it come to a Final Four and seeing it shape up in this way may be a little bit surprising. Maybe we wanted some of the other rosters to start a little hotter, but I'm glad we've got the teams we do.
Yeah, me too. I think we have some of the best teams in the world taking on the stage today, so I'm very, very excited to get going.
Should we talk about one of the biggest surprises that came out of yesterday?
Yeah.
That was Eternal Fire taking down Vitality in a 2-map affair, no less. That was pretty wild.
One thing is winning, another one is doing it in the fashion they did. You know, they owned Vitality. They beat them fair and square. They were the better team. 13-9, 13-11. Sure, you could argue Vitality could have won the second map, forced it into a third, but I think the overall sentiment was that Eternal Fire were the better team yesterday. Whereas for Vitality, off to a bit of a rocky start with Robs. Growing pain perhaps, but EF yesterday by far the better team.
And the second game of the night, that was, I would argue, a much more competitive affair, maybe a surprisingly competitive affair. That was Na'Vi taking on the side of Pain. Na'Vi just about stealing that one, but it took OT and it took all 3 maps.
That was a beautiful game of Counter-Strike through and through. The way that Pain decided to play with the tactics, laboring Na'Vi, pushing them to their limits, and then also, unfortunately, it was Na'Vi to take it at the very end of it all, but I think that we're all just gonna look a little bit closer at Pain for the rest of the season.
Certainly, they put up a valiant effort nonetheless, but they do get eliminated in the quarterfinals. But I think we can head on over to Blast TV to get our Bounty Simulator up once again, because things obviously got very interesting last night with the final draft show to be selecting our semi-finals. Now, we're going to be diving into the EF G2 matchup first of all, but let's talk about the stakes that are on the Na'Vi Spirit match, because they've both got the highest bounty, and if we heard Donk correctly, he's happy to wager everything. So I'm expecting there to be a lot of cash on the line.
I mean, even Alexi B said that he'd be open to it, you know, so I think that one is going to be interesting. I hope they're both going to wager everything. I hope they're going to go all in so we get that matchup where everything is at stake. Let's be honest, Na'Vi and Spirit, by being in the semi-final, by being the teams they are, they already have enough VIS points, so they can allow themselves to gamble a little bit tonight.
Okay, so imagine Na'Vi do indeed win that matchup when Spirit have put everything on the line. That's going to be a lot of money and subsequently a lot of VRS points, Maui, going their way.
You could see that, actually, if that takes place, then Spirit are just kind of left empty-handed. Sure, they get some points for the finish in the tournament and for beating the teams that they did, but it would skyrocket Na'Vi to having a $132,000 bounty. Like, to kick off the season?
Crazy. That's crazy money. Just to reiterate, if you do wager and then you subsequently lose that, the enemy team will win half going to their bounty and half going into their bank, just in case anybody had any discrepancy at home. I think we should dive into our fantasy teams, though, because
why?
Jacob, you're struggling a little bit. You're in a struggle.
What are you doing, Pimp? Oh, wait, weren't you
You're
trying
meant to
to
be an expert.
Weren't you trying to talk trash about everybody's picking Donk? Everybody's picking Donk. I'm gonna pick Zywoo. How's Zywoo doing today? How's he doing today, Pimp? Silence? That's what we're getting?
I mean, he's not here, so I guess he's just doing an impression of Zywoo. How's your team faring, Maui Snake? You're feeling pretty good up there.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people that decided to use sense, reason, logic, something you should do while constructing a fantasy team.
Wow, look at me. I picked Donk like everyone else in the world. What a smart guy I am. You know. Have an original thought for once, will you?
Oh my gosh, man.
Well, we're going to be getting some original matchups going down. Nonetheless, as we reiterated, it's semi-finals on the line today. Na'Vi versus Spirit going down later. G2 versus Eternal Fire obviously up first. Not only playing for a hell of a lot of money, not only playing for those super valuable VRS points, but I think one of the most beautiful trophies we have seen in Counter-Strike. I'm loving this chrome, cobalt blue. That would be a nice addition to your mantelpiece, right?
I mean, playing Counter-Strike, that's what you play for. You want to lift the trophies, and you especially want to lift the trophies that are as beautiful as the one behind me.
And G2 firmly going to have their eyes set on the prize. They see themselves cementing their spot in the semi-finals after taking down BetBoom team, only losing 5 rounds over the course of 2 maps. Obviously, massive caveat, 2 standards coming in for the side of BetBoom. m0NESY was really standing tall in that matchup, but I would argue that they're going to be facing tougher opposition today. As we already touched upon, Maui, Eternal Fire managing to tame Vitality in only 2 maps. New addition Jota as well. We got to see some signs from him.
Jota has really actually set Eternal Fire on the right foot because so many teams have brought in different pieces. Elige for FaZe, Robs for Vitality. We think of those as the blockbusters, but it's actually Eternal Fire using their shrewd sense of what is needed on their team and just addressing it head on, and not just signing a big name, but signing one that may be a little bit more of a diamond in the rough, a guy that was trudging his way through Sangol, showing that in online competition he had a lot to offer in the anchor roles. And they're going to say that this is them looking at the future of Turkish Counter-Strike and actually giving it a chance for once.
Yeah, I mean, his performance yesterday was great from Jota. He had an impact on the game, and I think that's what we wanted from him. We saw the online portions of the game where EF obviously played well, but it was more down to Santaros having some fantastic showing, not necessarily Jota. Whereas yesterday, when EF had to beat Vitality in the 2-0 fashion they did, it needed everyone to step up at times in the game. Medja had a good showing. Jota had some important moments as well. So for the first time, we got to see him have impact within EF, and hopefully we get to see more of that.
There's just one thing that I want to say about Jota is that yesterday he played really well, but it was off the back of really great pistol starts. In fact, he had some serious impact in, I think, 3 of the 4 pistol rounds that they played against Vitality. Obviously, with that one dually round he got there, all of those make it feel, it's so much easier, Pimp, when you're just loading up into a server. You have an incredible round right like that. He had a 1v2 here actually on Mirage also. So both rounds on Mirage pistol, he was doing fantastic work. Like, I want to see if he actually is in a bit of a hole though to start. Like, I want to see if he starts off the game 0 and 2, can he fight back against a force like G2? Because it's a lot easier to carry momentum than just build it out of nowhere.
You speak speak of G2, and one of the main storylines for 2024 when Nico was still part of G2 were that they were the best pistol round team in the entire world. So if Jota wants to find impact today, he has to do it against the best.
Jota also had some interesting words in the recent HLTV interview about his brother Xantares. He said he doesn't need to do anything when Xantares is on fire. I just survive on the site. When they come out A, I just survive, give 2 or 3 seconds, allow Xantares to do his best work. And we have quite literally seen that.
I mean, honestly, the synergy between Jota and Xantares is something that I was worried about when they were playing against Vitality. I mean, I think they struck a great chord immediately. The synergy looks like it's there. And between Calyx and Xantares, I'm liking a lot more what I'm seeing from Jota. He understands what he needs to do in the macro better. He's faster on rotations than Calyx was. He's not as flashy of a killer necessarily, like Calyx was this headshot machine, but I just find Jota to be so much more reliable on the sites because he doesn't overstep. He understands what he needs to do when he's tethering between a rotator and himself as the anchor. And on top of that, I just think that he's way more dynamic on T sides too. He's so much more active.
And I think it's one of the most underrated aspects when you speak of players and roster moves as well. One thing is, what player are you bringing in? You know, what can you one-to-one replace Calyx with? But in terms of what does he deliver to the team and how does he elevate the players around him? You speak of that synergy between the two. If Jota is willing to admit from the get-go that his main purpose is to make sure Xantares is performing at the absolute highest level, if his main purpose is to make sure that whenever Xantares comes into the duel, he needs the best surroundings, the best circumstances possible, you already go a long way. So not only does Jota come in and perhaps deliver the same output as Calyx, but if he's elevating the players around him, that's a net win right there. And I think that's what he's done so far.
Those were live images of Xantares right there, you know, getting some practice in just behind us. Is it confirmed that we've got Xantares in the building, Maui?
I think so. I think it's safe to say that. What he demonstrated last year especially showed that he is a force on land, that the online Tares and just kind of the Xantares high...
It's not the same ring to it, does it?
Exactly. Land Tares is definitely the beast that we thought he was from online. I'm glad to see that he's just got the right opportunities on a team that's strong enough to suit his abilities, because in the past, the reason we called him online is because he did it well with Big, and he did it well with Turkish rosters that just didn't really get that deep into too many tournaments. So we never had that sample size. Now we do, and we're seeing him consistently put up numbers against the best riflers, best oppers in the world. And if they had just gone deeper into a few more tournaments last year, he'd be a top 10 player in the world.
Yeah, the head-to-head versus Nico was obviously disgusting online. The head-to-head versus Saiwu, once again, was looking great yesterday. So Xantares is definitely a known quantity. I guess a player that we share some questions about is Woxic, obviously the AWPer for the team, but he was doing it a little bit differently yesterday, Jacob.
I mean, he had an impact with the AWP yesterday as well, but he is a player that is, you know, he's always a bit of a question mark. I feel like he's the one player that can elevate himself and perhaps play a tiny bit better, a tiny bit more consistent. The dream of having Woxic back from his mouse days and having him back to be a star AWPer that can dominate games, dictate games, I think those days are long gone. He's still a good player, he's still an impactful player, and yesterday we got to see it with the rifles as well, and I think that's where he developed a little bit. We are all well aware that his AWPing skill are not as good as they were back in the days, but his rifling is arguably a little bit better than it used to be back in the day. This is a great example, stuck on the A-bomb side with an AK-47, and it's not necessarily him getting a triple kill in this instance, it's more so how instant he is with it. Instant headshot. He doesn't give the opponent a single chance to get that kill. In for the second duel, another instant headshot. The guy coming out to trade for maps, instant headshot as well. If he can pull off that a little bit more consistently for the future and help out Xantares and the boys, it becomes very scary to have a guy like Woxic on your team.
One thing that I've also loved about Woxic's career trajectory is that at times the reason that Woxic's stock dropped so heavily was cited due to motivation issues. Like when he joined Cloud9, I mean, there wasn't really a lot of praise heaped onto that team, and part of the criticism was that Woxic wasn't really following strats that well. He kept peeking mid on Inferno over and over again until they lost the game. I feel like he's found, again, a roster that he believes in, and I feel like there's a maturity in the way that he's carrying himself. I know that Harry and I had a conversation before this, and he can tell the story, and I'd love for him to do it on the cast today, but about seeing just how Woxic, even in a loss, like, he takes it seriously. Like, he's gonna practice the nades. He has the repertoire available. He's more of a supportive player as opposed to just calling his own number every single time, flicking between 4 different angles and hoping for the best off of his mechanics. He now fits into a system, and that's why his numbers are actually quite consistent throughout the last year.
But then how does that compare to the AWPer that we're going to be seeing on the other side of the server, and the second best player in the world to come out of 2024, by the way?
See, that's the issue. I think there's a lot of similarities in the two teams in terms of raw fire firepower, and you can make the case that Santaros is perhaps the best rifler on the server. When it comes to the best AWPer on the server, there's no doubt that m0NESY is... He's a tier above the guy in front of him right here. I know m0NESY, maybe he didn't end 2024 in the best fashion, but overall he had a fantastic year. To put Saivu down to the third best player, to even contest Dunk. We even had a conversation, Maui, leading into the major. We weren't sure whether m0NESY or Dunk was the best player of 2024. That's how good m0NESY were, because we all agree that Dunk was exceptional. Now, going toe-to-toe against Voxic, it seems like an unfair duel, and it may be, no doubt m0NESY will have more impact with the AWP, but people need to remind themselves that, yeah, you have a couple of duels in the game where AWP goes up against AWP, but most of your kills comes against the riflers, and that's where I want to see m0NESY shine. Speaking of Voxic as well and his rifling abilities, make no mistake, m0NESY, he can do it all, whether it's with pistols, as he's warming up with right now, the rifles or the AWP, this man is a monster.
I just want to remind people, or maybe shed some light on this one fact, though, about Voxic in this head-to-head. It's that even though people think that you're either a top 20 player in the world or bust, HLTV does release who they think is 21 through 30th, and Voxic was on that list. He was their 29th best player of last year. He is still one of the top 10 AWPers in the world, according to them, and in my books, too, he is as well. So, yes, they are levels apart, but that's just because m0NESY is on the S tier. I would still consider Voxic like one of the best AWPers out there. So it's just that he's against the best. That's the only problem. If there were anyone else, maybe Saivu as well, I'd say Voxic has a fair shot.
Out of interest, because you do your own top 20, right? Where would you have put Voxic? I presume outside the 20.
Yes, I had Voxic around 25th, roughly. Yeah. So I still saw a lot of value in what he brought last year. And again, yeah, some of it is due to the rifle. And that's one of the ways that he's leveled up his game too. So I hope that we're able to see just all facets of his game today, and we're not don't just think it's like 2018 Voxic. He's going to flick between a billion people.
Yes.
He's so good at just getting one kill, peeling off, letting his riflers do the rest of the work.
Let's talk about the new rifler on the side of G2. That is, of course, Heavy God. I'm curious to know, Maui, what did you actually know about this guy before he came into G2?
I knew that Heavy God was one of the best people to work with. From what I watched from him on OG, watching him then transform into this other player on Cloud9, I had the chance to talk to him a couple times, and he had nothing bad to say about any people he ever worked with. He was able to fit into a variety of roles. When he was on OG, he was an anchor. When he was on Cloud9, he was a rotator. He was a space taker, a lurker. Like, he did absolutely everything. I even heard that on an older team, he was an IGL at one point. So,
wow.
I mean, the story of this guy and his versatility knows no bounds at this point, and maybe we'll see him switch into that role at one point or another, but all in all, Heavy God has just been such a rock-solid anchor, and I still think this guy's going to be a top 20 player this year. Just watch out.
I mean, the positive quotes continue for this new squad in G2. He had some words to say about, the whole situation with Snax and Taz. Obviously, people are, quite vocal about maybe sometimes their displeasure, I guess, in them still having these roles, but he's reassuring the people at home.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has to. What would you expect from Heavy God coming into the team? If he went out there and said anything else, that would be a big story in itself. What I noticed in that interview is the quote you have in front of you right now, where he's speaking to the fact that it's not just about Snax. Snax are not in the positions within G2 playing these anchor roles that he can constantly be the vocal player, which means Snax rely on guys like m0NESY, like Hunter, like Mouth for that matter to step up, maybe even Heavy God himself having been an in-game leader. So as much as this critique surrounding Taz and Snax is a little bit unnuanced at times, I think there's still something to it, because Snax is simply not in a position within that team to be the main voice at all times, which means he needs help from the teammates.
I do take Heavy God's word on a lot of different things, but I'm going to add a caveat here. He did praise Keto on OG as an IGL. Like, he's going to say good things about all of his teammates, okay? So as much as I like Heavy God, he's just a super positive guy. So eventually, let's just say it like this. If I came on this desk and said, all 10 players in the server are great at their jobs, and everybody's always going to do great, and everybody in the world is fantastic, don't my words begin to lose a little bit of meaning? That's all I'll say.
I think that's a fair assessment. You'd agree, Jacob?
I would very much agree, and I think that's a great exercise for everyone reading interviews, whether you see them on stage, whether you see them on HLTV, whether you read it on Twitter. Translate them to what you think they're meaning behind the words, because sometimes it's just words and they mean absolutely nothing.
We did hear some, I guess, reassuring words coming out of Hunter in the winners interview just yesterday with Banks, saying, in terms of this vocal equation, he's stepping up a little bit more. I think that's something that I like to hear, because he's one of the more experienced players now on this team, right?
From the interview that Heavy God gave, from what I've been seeing in the webcams as these teams are playing, Hunter is practically the CT IGL. Snax can be the T-side IGL, and he probably still is the head honcho captain of the team. But in terms of coming up with mid-round ideas, in terms of trying to structure what's going on, Heavy God remarks on it in the interview, in terms of where Hunter is positioned on the maps, he's still in a lot of the rotator spots. He's not taking up anchor roles. He's getting to see the broader picture of what's happening in the micro moments, and so that's why he's able to chime in, and he's needed. Like, Malbs is still new to some of these roles. Monacy's still a younger voice too, so it's good to see Hunter pick up that slack.
And I just want people at home to understand why that is. Snax is situated B-side on Mirage. He's, you know, as disconnected from the game as absolutely possible. So as an in-game leader, that's obviously something you take into consideration. That's why you see certain in-game leaders play connector on Mirage, because they want to be in the middle of everything. Maybe they're not as good at getting the kills. Maybe they lack a bit of firepower to be in that position, but then it adds up elsewhere. Where Snax be anchoring on Mirage, what is he supposed to call? When is he supposed to call a retake for middle or retake on A and then pushing ramp on A when he sees absolutely nothing? So it's not a critique of Snax. It's more so to say that if not Hunter, then someone else had to do it.
Yes. You know what we can call up though, Jacob?
Who?
The picks and bans. Are you expecting any big surprises, Maui, in this one?
Not exactly. We're already getting the Ancient ban immediately out of Eternal Fire. G2 have been banning Train for themselves. I think the picks have some options here. So for me, Eternal Fire, I think they should probably go with a map like Anubis. I think that's where they showed a lot of strength yesterday versus Vitality. But they've shown some other maps to be strong too. And yep, they go with the tried and tested
Makes
Anubis.
sense.
G2, on the other hand, they've liked Inferno, they've liked Dust, they've even liked Mirage. So any of those three, but I would probably say Inferno, but okay. They just want to keep things simple, Pimp.
I was just about to say, Dust 2 has been the main pick for G2 ever since Heavy God came into the lineup. Again, small sample size, makes sense. They look good on the map, they look solid. A map where Monacy gets all the freedom in the entire world to play out the way he wants to. I think it's very smart right here if you're EF to get rid of Mirage. It's not a third deciding map you want against a team like G2, which leaves a couple of options right here. Now, if you're G2, you can go two ways. I think Inferno is a great example of a map that they've liked to play as a third design.
Surely.
I think it should be Inferno. Oh, wow. They're going for Nuke.
Interesting.
They're going for Nuke. Wow.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
Darn, I mean, they got something up their sleeves. Okay,
Yeah?
I actually think that deserves a lot of guts and some praise on the side of G2.
You want to hear my thought on that? I think when Snax came into G2, didn't Snax like not ever play Inferno for a long time? He had to catch up all the time. I think part of the reason why G2 forced Snax to play Inferno was because G2 were good at the map. Now Nico is gone. Nico was good at it. Nico was a big voice within that team. He wanted to play Inferno because he felt he could do the difference on Banana time and time again. Now that it's Snax teams, he also gets to set his footprint on the veto. So I think this is Snax saying, I'm more comfortable calling and being the in-game lead on Nuke than I am on Inferno. We're going this route.
Very interesting assessment. I like the logic behind that. Let's see, though, where our talent's predictions are lying coming into this series. I've heard down the grapevine we are going for some underdogs today, finally. Oh, wow. Okay.
I went for two underdogs.
Wow.
I mean, who is the underdog in the first match, really? Like, how are you assessing this?
Man, I think that because of what G2 did in the previous year, it's really hard to say they're not the favorites, but it's such a slim margin.
It is.
And the teamwork from Eternal Fire is where I went with them. I just feel like they're a more cohesive unit.
Today, I trust the firepower. I trust the firepower of G2. I agree
How'd that work
with
Vitality?
Well, Vitality didn't have any firepower because Saiwu is not my goat anymore for some reason. So that was a rough one.
Wow, you heard it here first. Well, it's time to see if the firepower does indeed deliver in our first semi-final. We're going to head things to a quick break. When we come back, G2 versus Eternal Fire, semi-finals of Blast Bounty Season 1.
It's our first Blast event on LAN. And we are excited and we prepared good, so hopefully we will take one of them down.
With a back turn, he does grab his kill. They're going to spill out the hut together. Wycania is not missing a beat as he finds all three, nearing on 30 kills for the young gun.
We are higher seed in this tournament. Usually we are getting picked.
Game on. Oh my god. Oh, heavy out. Let's go!
So of course it's more pressure on us.
Hunter from the back of car. Hunter keeps it clean. G2 proved to all in Copenhagen, the step up is strong.
We've reached the first semi-final, and the bounties continue to grow for our teams. Looking at that, for Eternal Fire right now, over 66,000 on their head. And then for the likes of G2, 77,500. It's a lot of money to play with, a lot of money in one match. Snacks, you guys have been going all in and wanting to spend that money. Am I getting the same for you again? Are you going to give us a big bet? Okay, I'm going to take that as you are going all in, just to confirm.
Of course.
Yes, good. Okay, that's good. Madja, you've been trying to save this, but you have a huge bank saved up right now. You can even give me a little wager if you want, just something. Minimum 5,000. Come on.
Guys, I'm annoying person, but I'm gonna go safe again.
Oh.
Team decision, not mine. But unfortunately, we're gonna go safe and let's see.
We as well.
You're changing?
Yeah, I'm changing.
Okay, so they both just want to play it safe. There's going to be no wager, but there is going to be a great match. Eternal Fire taking on G2.
No wager, unfortunately, this time around, but we do get the head-to-head between G2 and Eternal Fire. We're going to be beginning on Anubis, G2 deciding to pick the T side of things.
I just want to say something, because I feel like the community right now are rattling behind EF, all the experts are rattling behind EF as well. If EF are the favorites, if EF is as good as they look like, if EF is as good as everyone thinks, why is it that EF is constantly denying to wager a little bit? Why is it they don't believe in themselves when they're going up against a team like G2? We do know the answer to that, but let's be honest, right? Everyone out there is acting like EF is the main favorite, the top dog. G2 stand no chance. Put your money where your mouth is.
Hey, we'd like it for the show, Pimp, but because VRS rankings, all this boring stuff includes how much prize money you win, they got to keep it close to their chest. And on top of that, we all know G2, they got sponsors out the ass. They got so many sponsors. I think their entire jersey's covered with them. But on the other time, Eternal Fire, humble organization, very humble fan base, I must say.
But you got to choose your opponent, Maui. You got to choose your opponent. Surely that's the influence you need to go, I'm feeling safe.
Madger just has too much respect for his opponents, okay? Last time around, when it was down to vitality and spirit, he said it was Muhammad Ali versus Mike Tyson. He's just considering this one as George Foreman, okay? Like, it's not getting any easier.
Yeah, let's talk about the matchup that we do have at hand, the map we do have at hand, rather. Anubis, how is this going to be faring for the side of G2, T side, Start? Who are we looking out for?
Well, I mean, always look out for m0NESY, especially on the T side. One of the things G2 did so well in their Anubis game in this tournament was m0NESY was giving an AK hero. He was basically being set up every single round. Now, I'm curious to see what EF have planned for G2. We know that EF went in against Vitality with a clear game plan of trying to punish FlameC, trying to punish Rubs, the fact that Vitality had changed CT side positions. Now, how do you punish G2? Where do you find the weak link within G2? Do you target Snacks? Do you target Heavy Guard, who's now being integrated into the lineup? Or do you play your own game? Because it felt like big part of the reason as why EF was so good on Anubis was that they had a clear game plan to punish the FlameC rotation, punish the Rubs rotation. Is that going to be the same versus G2?
That's one thing I am a bit curious about. We didn't really even get to see too much of the new CT side because they dominated BetBoom so badly. They only played 3 CT rounds, and at that point, you don't even really have to show your positions all too carefully. We think we know that Heavy God's going to be on that A anchor side as far as I'm aware, but I'm not sure if he's even really someone that you want to test. That's where it's kind of scary here. But One thing that's worrying for me about this pick is that Madger did have so many impactful kills towards E-Box, towards Canals in their T side versus Vitality. I think this is going to be a much harder task for him individually.
Yeah, you'd agree with that sentiment?
I would agree with that sentiment. I think it's going to be hard for EF to replicate that kind of performance. I also do trust Taz and the boys from G2 have prepared. We did see EF play yesterday, very fresh. There's only so much you can change from game to game in terms of how you take control, how you run your default, and how you approach the game in its essence. Also, let's not forget that Anubis is a map that G2 have always liked to play. It's a map where all the players feel comfortable, and it's a map where m0NESY usually does his best in terms of turning around rounds, making insane clutches, and you name it. The more I think about it, and I hate to say this because I really burnt my fingers yesterday, the more I think about this matchup, I think G2 will win. And with this map pool, with Anubis coming up as well, I think G2 will win 2-0.
It was a question I was going to pose to you guys about the head-to-head that we were talking about in this. You say m0NESY, you know, we're used to seeing him having a field day on Anubis. How then does it look for Woxic when we're looking at that all head-to-head?
He could take him down sometimes. I'm not going to count him out completely, honestly. I feel like Woxic's setup on this map is actually pretty cheeky at times. It's not just going for ridiculous peaks. Like, again, this is a Woxic that has evolved his game a bit. He's not going to just swing out mid or anything too ridiculous or try to hold too many angles. He's got clear fallback plans. He's going to be peeking down canals sometimes. He's going to be peeking towards middle. They'll set him up with a boost sometimes, even towards the B side of things. Like, he's got a lot of options, and unless m0NESY is posted on all those angles, you might catch Hunter. You might catch Snacks walking into your angle. So we'll see if that's possible.
We will see if it's possible. I agree with you. I wouldn't count out Woxic. I think Woxic has done himself enough and has earned enough credit and has made a bit of a comeback as an individual to a level where we can count on him to have some sort of impact. But I think m0NESY is, when I think of it, you know, Anubis, the clutching ability, the fact that whenever you're in a 2v4, you never know about m0NESY. I think he has the potential to turn around every single round. So even if EF have the game plan, have a good idea of how to get the 5v4s, m0NESY can always change the tide of the game if he feels like it.
Well, it's time to see which team will indeed come up clutch. Our first semi-final of Blast Bounty Season 1.
Oh yes, it's a good Saturday for a semi-final, and boy are we in for a treat. We've got a red-hot Eternal Fire on one side of the board. This is a Xantares showing up in stellar form. In the games we've seen him play, 12-5 over Zaiwu, 13-4 over Nico. Thus far, 1 star has not been enough to stop Xantares.
Yeah, and while we've had answers for Eternal Fire in the new year, for G2, we pose questions. Can this roster land on the right foot? They're leading under question, but the firepower undeniable. Will LAN debut be the answer for G2? Got number 2 player in the world gracing the server today. And he's got his merry men around him as well. Maubs and Heavy God, keep our eyes open. Heavy God's debut on LAN against BB was monstrous the other day. They're going to go contact A main, Woxic with the spot, Wicardia with the smoke.
And so already a bit of a middle finger thrown the way of G2. Eternal Fire locked them out with that smoke in the pistol round, and that's going to force them to look elsewhere. Now they left the back door open here with Hunter floating around outside of B. So it looks like they're going to try link up with him, try and join up for this B split. In doing so, they're going to play right into the front man of Eternal Fire. Xantares here with the dual Berettas. You want this guy starting strong, but that's not the opening he was hoping for. Going to try double dip this. Xantares gets out with 1, but that's the end of the line. It's going to fall to Jota, who is getting run at through main, through dark, trying to buy some time, but ammo's running low. So here's the backstab now arriving. It's considered, it's held. Heavy God tapping out Wicadia, leaves G2 in the post plant a man up.
Great to see Heavy God not just go autopilot and run for the stick. With how slow that hit was and how much time was bought by Eternal Fire, he remains aware of the flank timing. He goes for 1 more. Picking Woxic and Spawn forces the save. Nothing Magic can do. Kit, Flash, gotta get out. G2 land it on the pistol round.
Now, Eternal Fire suffering from success there, right? The smoke works so well that G2 don't play into the heavy A-side lean. And a strong start from Heavy God. I mean, that bodes well for this series to get exciting.
And no save. Confident start for G2. They don't jump the gun. They avoid the stack. And that spawn was not even up for consideration. I'm very excited to see Heavy God here today, right? Because we saw that debut looked amazing against BetBoom, but this is a different level of competition. The best team off the ranking that G2 have played with this new roster. And it's not just the ranking, it's the form we've seen Eternal Fire in all tournament long. And you talked about that head-to-head against some of the best players in the world. Doing it against Iwu, doing it against Nico in the online stage. And Eternal Fire are leveling up every single game. Can G2's firepower squad be the way to stop them? We've got a break on the smoke, they're going to go charging in.
Oh God, Wycadia, smoke spam connects, and he's going back in for more. I can't believe he's still alive. G2 have not been able to punish this. That's gone disastrously, and this force buy up for Eternal Fire just might stick the landing. Once again, they're hoping the back door can be opened up. m0NESY goes looking for something down in dark. Smoked off, and looked like he was going to call their bluff there for a moment, but decides against it. That bomb is still coming back around.
It's a super losable right now for Eternal Fire.
Looks like they want to rejoin Snax. He hasn't given away this position outside of A. Snax is going to come creeping in here. Xantares with the spot. It's all to hopefully tee up Wycadia, who still has not played his hand from out behind Fountain. He starts to move now.
They bought it.
They've been down on this fake fallback out of G2. And those few footsteps heard is enough for Eternal Fire to move out of position here. It's only Xantares left to deal with this A hit.
Only? Do you know who we're talking about? It's Xantares, and they're not ready for it. No one's really dedicated to Heaven right now. He can just deny the plant like that. They had the wrong side covered. 13 seconds. Xantares almost finds m0NESY, and the bomb will get down in time. Eternal Fire's flanked too late to this one. m0NESY, can he get in a new position? He's absolutely in trouble here on low health as they charge in with MP9s. Eternal Fire reveal their position, and they've got to go quick.
It's a lot of info for G2 to play around. They've taken post plants now, concealed from main. This actually becomes really tricky for Eternal Fire, but getting past Snax, that is a huge helping hand. It's the low HP m0NESY left up in this one. They've made it into the side, but someone's going to get on that bomb. Blindsided is Jota, and Woxic can't stick this. Needs the kill, gonna get it, but this is real close, and there just isn't time for the defuse. All the damage comes out, but m0NESY will clutch up, delivering that second round to G2.
Some things never change, right? Just thankful m0NESY is such a safe pair of hands, such a reliable piece. Snax really puts him in a difficult position there by over-peaking before they even get on that bomb. When his teammate's calling, he's low. m0NESY, reliable, in middle, stalls it out just long enough. And now, you know, you look at that and you go, that hunt in that pistol round where they killed Magic with a kit actually had impact, because with a kit there, Woxic could win. G2, they still convert it. Eternal Fire with that 1 AK saved. It's all they've got.
Woxic's rifling has actually been pretty good at this tournament. Seen him have some nice sequences on the rifle, so he's got the hero gun here after saving it in that last round. And there's armor split among the rest of the team, so anything Woxic can get here can snowball out of control, right? You can start arming your teammates.
Heavy God doing his Nerds impression with the MP7. Not the most common gun, but very underused, very underrated. Feels like a price point more than anything. They take A main. G2 setting up for a split in this round. We do have the AK in the right place.
They are going to go walking right into this rifle. That's exactly what Woxic wants. Oh, he's just leaving.
He'll be back quick enough.
Close, Matcha. That's damn close. 5 HP left on Malbs. But that will be the difference maker as they're already past Woxic, moving in through camera. 2 players make it in. And so it was all hinging on this rifle being allowed to get involved, and they've done a great job of keeping it out of the picture. Now G2 learn where that AK is. They've got no reason to fight it. Hunter just smokes them off. And so the round's going to follow. G2 back to their feet here versus the hero gun.
Yeah, 2 dinks that they can't convert. That's a devastating way to lose a round, but Yeah, Eternal Fire just move out of position. The whole map is quiet. You would think, with how quiet the map was, that G2 is setting up for a B hit, right? You wouldn't expect a contact mid late round with no nades, no molly, no window smoke. So G2 just catch them off guard, walk straight into middle, and get that nice conversion. They're in control right now, but it's T-side Anubis. We've seen plenty of 9-3 comebacks in the Bounty so far, on this map especially. They've done the bare minimum to kick off on the right foot, but gun round out now for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, the other thing here is on Anubis, Eternal Fire have a lot of ideas for these opening moves, and they like to play them a lot when those guns come out. So expect to see some moving parts behind this CT side. Going to be interesting to see if G2 can deal with that. You know, the only other time we've seen Anubis come up for Eternal Fire was in that Vitality game the other day, and they started T side. So we didn't get that look of a whole CT half out of Eternal Fire. It's not really panned out here on the opening, though. Malbs MD clashing with Xantares over in middle. And that's quite the man to find. If you can force Xantares to start slow, that is a huge key to victory removed for Eternal Fire. And so he won't even get to play the first rifle round. We're left looking down the ranks. Woxy, second highest rated player for Eternal Fire. This is the type of round where he's got to do some heavy lifting on that AWP.
A lot of info for Magic, but they don't respect that Molotov. It takes a long time to get it down. They chase him. This B hit can just come in if they want through the smoke. They go together, and when Jota's trying to back up, he can't make up his mind. Fight or die, it will be the latter. Ikadia on a save, and G2 with a 5 alive round. There's a brutal beginning. You may look at this game and go, Eternal Fire, they're red hot, they're in form. Xantares, maybe the best rifler in the server right now, but the depth of G2 when it comes to individual talent, that's the most exciting part of this roster. It always has been. Even with the departure of Nico, they found great additions, with Malbs taking his roles, with Heavy God looking very strong as an anchor on CT sides. And Hunter being a very vocal player that Des talked about as well. You can even hear him there in the cams. So G2, don't underestimate this team because of how difficult they can make games for themselves. 4-0 beginning, a clean gun round.
Yeah, and a rough start for Eternal Fire, right? We said they were going to look to make some moves. Losing Xantares straight away, certainly kind of worst case scenario for Eternal Fire. And it means that that first rifle round doesn't get anything done. One of the things we've been praising this Eternal Fire squad on their run through is how synergized things were looking from the get-go. But early days here, things are feeling a little bit rustier. That first rifle round just looking ugly. So hoping they can turn that one around. G2 not starting slow. They've got Monacy with this AWP in the right place in this round. He's ready for the push out through main. And if Eternal Fire do round this corner, Monacy will be rewarded an opener.
They do a lot of these. If G2 have done their homework, they know that Eternal Fire love the A main stacks, have a lot of setups, especially when Woxic's got an AWP out. We've seen already a couple of these in the mid round. Eternal Fire don't like how quiet it's gotten. They regroup for a mid re-clear. G2 getting ever closer, but firepower alone. AKB pistol, it's not going to be a conversation. Malbs and Snacks open this round and close it just as quick.
Yeah, even though there's good timings on, this move out of Jota, he's done a good job trying to get some forward position here on the push. Wait, they've come back to him. There was a chance.
It's fine.
That was Xantares there. Maybe. Kind of reminds me of Drop Down back in the Cobble days.
True. Him and Calyx kind of were the gods of that map. The most feared. The soldiers from space. But But right now, it's all G2. I do like how you brought up that dominant win over Vitality and how it was off the back of a T side. Because remember, that was a 9-3 first half for Eternal Fire. That got a little skew it, Harry. It got a little scary as Vitality pulled it back when they hit T side. You know, for the longest time, we always, if you pick your side, you always pick CT. But finally, you know, the last 12 months, we started to see teams realize, like, okay, T-side Anubis just is the place to begin. You set the precedent. You can have a dominant first half. And so most teams have been just locking in T-side every time on Anubis. G2, no exception. They know the power of this. On fire now are G2 at 5-0. And m0NESY picked early, caught off by an off angle from Jota. There's even cover at the back of the site. That may suck the wind out of this play for G2. Or not.
They're actually going to take this space. The flash is wrecked. Hunter, though, he's blind for a fresh eternity. Imagine peeks out for a free kill. Heavy God, has that added any intrigue to this? He's been brought down very low in the head-to-head versus Maja. Snax donning the AWP as well as he looks for a way in towards this B site, but nothing's being given. Smoke gonna fade. Might have a chance to catch Woxic and make this one interesting after all. Woxic is looking the wrong way.
Oh dear.
This is a 2v4 that G2 have pulled back into a 2v2.
And this flank time is still really good because Heavy God took a long while to come back from that water. He might actually catch them both in middle. Heavy God hits hard. And Eternal Fire crumble under the weight. That timing looked like it was going to do him very wrong. If he was a second sooner, maybe. But G2 right now are running wild over this map.
I mean, G2 have had some very, very good timings on these defaults, even in the rounds where you've had, you know, Eternal Fire grouping for like the mid-re-aggro. It feels like G2 are always catching them right as they move out into these vulnerable positions there. That 4v2 goes awry with a few, you know, missed timings, an awkward fight for Maja that felt inconsequential, right? When this kill comes in, you don't think the round is in jeopardy, but then you lose Woxic. Heavy God hits this wild timing to catch the double mid push. Everything's aligning right now for G2, and I think this feels frustrating if you're Eternal Fire because you're doing all the same moves and you're being proactive in the mid rounds here, and every time it feels like it's to your detriment.
Yeah, it does feel like G2 have a good read on what Eternal Fire are doing, right? Even just avoiding these A stacks, going for the contact mids, knowing this position is often left open for Eternal Fire, especially on these low econ rounds. It will be Xantara's here. But smoke spam is terrifying. One shot going the right way and you're gone. Especially if you're trying to take that fight on with an MP9. Xantara's puffs his chest up, but will slink back in through Temple.
I mean, the truth of the matter is this for Eternal Fire. They are not going to win this series with Xantara's having anything resembling even just an average performance. You know, he is to be the best player. He is to be the guy standing above it all. He's opened every single series looking phenomenal for Eternal Fire. Yeah. They can't have him go quiet now. They need him if they want to win this semi-final.
On the flip side, G2, we haven't even had to talk about m0NESY. He has not been the guy, but he is looking for that opening kill in this round, and G2 are allowing him space to do so. While Eternal Fire stack this A site, m0NESY awaits a pick. He'll give it. 40 seconds is enough time to find a double trade, and Heavy God's got another multi-kill. 1 health of difference, more than enough for G2 to walk it over the line. This is a brutal knockout from G2, playing very, very just well-spaced, very slow, very contact. They are not throwing much at Eternal Fire. They are just looking for gunfights as a pack, and they are trading out extremely efficiently. Eternal Fire cannot break in.
And there's a good degree of pace behind these rounds as well, right? Even though it's not like these bombastic sight hits, it's kind of taking a lot of room early and then holding that space and waiting to catch the reactions. That's the perfect way to play up against this Eternal Fire squad. G2 are in their heads.
There you go, it's third guy. That's such a great little comm there as well. They know exactly what they're up against. Eternal Fire, love these stacks. You see that player in the A site, you know it's a heavy setup. So G2 don't get a pick and run in. They wait for the trades. And I mean, when you get mid that free, it's anticipation from G2. Well measured. Now going for con control. m0NESY looking for the quick pick. Maja might meet his maker. Smoke is good. Eternal Fire. Don't know, but they're getting boxed into this B site right now.
Well, you can see Eternal Fire have become a little bit more scared about doing some of these moves in the mid round, right? It's a lot more static here in the 2-1-2. They've at least won a key fight down here towards Dark. Heavy God finally made mortal. His second death of the game here in round 8. It's dished out to him by the captain of Eternal Fire. But it's in this sort of moment you haven't had a sort of, you know, super great scenario like this outside of the 4v2 that they threw away. You haven't had a spot where you've taken a clean advantage and it's gone untraded. So 5v4, this is where Eternal Fire have got to lock in and find their first round. It's an awkward skirmish over here at main. The G2 still aren't feeling the pressure yet, right? This bomb is in T-stairs. They're going to have to pick that up on m0NESY, and he's going to look to rejoin the rest of G2 as they hit this B site. Malbs leads the way. AK in at the front, contact taken, Hunter, wide swing, and Jota's dead. They know that Match is here. He's already got a kill to his name. They've got him trapped down in Dark. Are they able to find him? Hunter is. B site opened. And m0NESY on that rotate on that AWP. It's another one of these 2vx's out of G2. Missed shot for m0NESY, but the bomb makes it over.
One bullet.
One shot and it counts. Wakadia on the wide swing. He stopped the plant. They've got to get the kill. Can he win this to tie it? Dancing behind the pillar. Wakadia waste that clock away. And so no 2v4 today, G2 by the skin of their teeth. Eternal Fire get on the board.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. He uses last bullet on the deep player that can't pressure the plant. And I think, you know, you can look at that and go, why didn't Hunter just stick the bomb safe? m0NESY probably made the call, let's chase him. He only has a Glock. He wants a player by his side. He doesn't want to be tasked to cover if Wakadia rushes the plant. He doesn't have the weapon for that. So an understandable chase for G2, but not the time to do it. Wakadia hides in plain sight and picks up Eternal Fire's first round. That's one way to do it. It's not the cleanest, not the prettiest, but it has to be enough here to get Eternal Fire activated in this game. If G2 respond with a swift round, that's going to snuff out any hope you had for EF on this map.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those rounds where, sure, you lose it, but you're still happy that you were able to turn around a 2v4 to that position, right? For the second time now in this game. Oh, the flash is good! Xantares gets out with 2 and never even spotted m0NESY.
He'll take it.
Xantares only sees movement. m0NESY standing still kept him alive and at least allowed that trade.
Wakady's pushed through A main as well. It's a super dangerous move that did get punished by Vitality from time to time, but this time it's right. G2 are trying to move in to this B site and they get backstabbed, front stabbed everywhere. Eternal Fire throw punches. m0NESY, don't make this interesting, but that's a headshot and a re-peek you might come to regret.
Yeah, don't get ahead of yourselves here, boys. This is m0NESY. This guy's quick. Oh, this guy's really quick. m0NESY onto something now. 2 kills left in it. On his way to a 1v5 ace clutch. m0NESY hits some blinders, needs to offer up 2 more, and look at how much safer Eternal Fire are playing now. They're playing a trade. They've given m0NESY open runway back into this. Low on health, short. When you look at the shots this guy's hit, something might be building here. m0NESY on the reroute through middle. He believes in his ability to clutch this round. The defense is split up. Madge is playing this all alone. m0NESY tries to bait the peak. Those extra few seconds wasted Will they come back to haunt him as now Matcha is real close up in the heavens, ready to swing this. One bullet stops m0NESY's clutch in its tracks. For a moment there, everyone on Eternal Fire was sweating. They thought they'd let the flash back into the game.
Dude, that third shot, that third kill behind him, when it felt like he was already past the wall. Sure, nice double for Xantares, but load that clip back up. I gotta see it. m0NESY. An insurmountable task for most, and even he makes it interesting. I can't believe Matcha just swings out heaven like that.
I can't believe he got Wycadia. Oh, he's so good. He's so good, it's absurd.
We're you know, born too early to explore the Earth. Or born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to explore the universe. Born just in time to watch m0NESY.
You're telling me he's the second best? Like, look at this from his POV. What is that? It's insane.
But he lost.
He did lose. But if the shots he hit are anything to go by, m0NESY is certainly feeling himself in this series.
When's he not, man? When's he not feeling himself? m0NESY on the money, and Eternal Fire saved themselves from economical devastation by winning that round. Yes, again, it comes close, but close still counts.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Like, for Eternal Fire, you don't love that all of these rounds you've put on the board have come so close, but it doesn't take many rounds on this CT side to make the difference in the long run. You know, if you get towards the end of this half and you find 3 really close rounds in a row, sure, you probably feel like maybe it could have been more out of the game, but that's still enough for you to come back in the series.
Absolutely.
So for G2 now, it's all about holding on to this strong start, right? They were undefeated to open up this map. They were destroying Eternal Fire. It didn't feel like there was a way back into this for them. But that can all change so quickly. Wycadia certainly feeling a bit more spurred on and inspired with some of these A main pushes. Takes away some key control, and with 45 seconds left here, G2, they haven't often had to worry as that clock ticks down. There's always a game plan, there's always the end goal. It looks like this time it's going to be the A split. But usually they've found something at this point in the round. And this time it's all been dark.
Usually there's 3A. Nothing of the sort. Now call it 1. Just Woxic. He's got to swivel back and forth between these positions as they chase him down. Look to trade this kill. Woxic holds on. Poetry in motion. Oscar's wild. 3 kills in the sight, and maybe the finishing blow. Hunter comes over the top, and Woxic can't find it. Could this be a clutch to give G2 more room?
Oh, he stops the plant, needs to win the fights now. Gotta lock in, and Jota secures that key trade. Wide swing and hunting down the planter. Woxic's 3-piece not in vain. It comes down to the wire, but they don't give Hunter the room nor the respect to play out that clutch.
Oh, okay. Sees m0NESY come through with a 3-piece like that. He says, watch this. That's impact off the AWP. And Eternal Fire may be hanging on by a thread, but they are still here. 2 MP9s, pulling back from a 7-0 deficit, looking for 5. And dare I say it, 5 is fantastic. 5 is perfect for a CT half on this map. That's enough to get it going.
Yeah, these last few rounds as well have been a great, look at how your counterpart on the other side popping off spurs you to want to do better. Woxic and m0NESY both nearly clashing down in dark as they both look for the opener. G2 might have had full control over this game to open up, but that could change in a real big way if Eternal Fire win this round. They're having to do it with less, right? Only a handful of rifles, Woxic on the AWP, but it's SMGs on Madra and Wycadia. G2 is still the ones in the driver's seat. But make no mistake about it, your feeling at the end of this half changes entirely if Eternal Fire managed to find 5 rounds.
Got more nades. Can Magic get them in time? That Molly buys a few more seconds as G2 were ready to explode out B main. 3 CTs in the site, not much room to move. They've got to trade these kills efficiently.
Matcha opens, smoke spam connects. That MP9 already on the board with 1. Zantara is super blind, back of the site. Not able to catch his bearings, but it has kept Jota still in this. Oh. Second MP9 finds its footing as well, and so it's left on a Hunter in this 1v3. Trying to salvage this T-side for G2, a strong T-side as it began. Now rests on the wings of Hunter. Swings it wide, but the full rotate arrives for Eternal Fire as they are starting to take control over Anubis.
That may have felt very claustrophobic for Eternal Fire. Molly on Glyph, smoke backside. They're playing Sight Pillar Ivy, but still they're able to find all the smoke spams, all the connecting shots, blinded, and just enough. It's actually their cleanest round yet. Listen to him go. For 5 in a row. This is G2 on a MAC-10. Monacy, no AWP. Back to middle, perhaps.
I mean, the fact they win that last round cleanly is such a big deal for Eternal Fire. You were dead on. All their rounds up until now have been really scrappy. That would have left round 12 on like a level playing field where both teams are coming into it with a little bit less. For the first time in the entirety of this game, Eternal Fire have the better buy. And it's right as they could be onto that 5-round CT side. So G2 working with limitations now. This is not something they've had to worry about across the series yet.
In the Molotov? Oh my God, no one even bails him out. He is on his own with no smoke on that fire. Heavy got 100-0 on Woxic. They come filling through the camera. Everyone here. That's an ugly spray. It's not going to get better for Eternal Fire. 2v3 and a round they must attempt, but block towards heaven. And eyes on for Monacy. This should be a G2 8th.
Oh, that's an awkward fight to give away. They don't get the info that 2 players are moving in through heaven either. They still don't know where Madja is with only Jota spotted, so everyone's looking over their shoulder. Heavy God's taken away some of that pressure by occupying main, but now he's been smoked off. That leaves Hunter fighting alone.
Good position.
Heavy God's making a move. Wants to try and support Hunter as he takes this first bit of contact.
Oh,
but there's the lineup. Madja and Jota come through swinging. And so finally one of these man disadvantage rounds comes up for Eternal Fire, and it sees them through to 5 straight to close out this first half. streaks on streaks to open up this semi-final. G2 start Anubis with 7 rounds straight on the T side, but Eternal Fire takes them a long while to get going. They found 5 rounds of their own down the tail end of that first half. Now they move on to the T side. They've given themselves a really strong path to fight from here after a slow start from star of Eternal Fire, Xantares. New heroes have emerged with Wycadia and Woxic both having their moments in the limelight. For G2, it's an array of stars here stepping up to the forefront of this game. Heavy God put on a great first half, but he is the first to fall in the pistol round. Xantares, he's been doing his best work on the T sides of Anubis here. And so there is still hope to get Xantares switched online before this first map draws to a close.
Monacy's got no armor. He had to drop those jewelries, so he's in trouble as Snacks who closes the distance with a flash, gets peeked before it pops. This is going very wrong for G2 as Maja and Xantares explode into this site. Hunter has to hit every single one, and it's not meant to be. Malbs through the smoke, catches the bomb, can't take the kill, and Eternal Fire fight together and wait for the flank. Malbs may have read this one.
Jota ran for a moment in middle. Malbs is aware, but...
Oh, he saw him. He looked frustrated there, Malbs. Pistol, he doesn't get to play into.
Fair enough, you know, in the same way we were saying, it's kind of been an array of stars showing up for G2. Malbs has not really been a part of that, right? When we look at who's doing the heavy lifting right now, it's Hunter, Heavy God, and Monacy doing a lot of the legwork so far in this map. You haven't had to talk about Malbs all too much. So you see that frustration setting in to open up this second half. They know that that pistol round is a huge leg up for Eternal Fire.
Damn, Malbs really has taken all of Nico's roles. Check that desk, somebody.
Oh, it's kind of an ugly exchange there over towards long. Eternal Fire got the exact peak they were hoping for, but weren't able to find anything from it.
G2 could absolutely break the trajectory of this game and where it feels like it's bound to end up by winning this force buy. 3 strong on the B side. Smoke traded again. Magic goes through. Oh, this nade could be good as well. They're both tucked. They have to go forward to avoid that damage, and in doing so, take even more. Forget the force. Hunter's Dig against the world. It's not going to do a thing. Eternal Fire stick the landing, and now they match G2 start to the game. 7 in a row for Eternal Fire. It's a very different match now.
Almost certainly. I mean, the one way that, you know, you could have questioned this Eternal Fire squad, the one thing we haven't really seen them tested in thus far is their ability to remain resilient, right? And have to, like, pull these comebacks off. They haven't dropped a map so far. They've had these huge performances usually to open out of Xantares, and so that's already, like, kickstarted the series off in great ways for them. So you haven't had to really see if they've got that resilience factor yet. But they had to demonstrate it here. 7-0 in the hole. To tie it up at 7-all is no small feat, especially when that comeback has to start on your CT side.
Yeah, don't envy G2's position here. In a spot of bother on the hardest half in Counter-Strike against a red-hot Eternal Fire. And it's been a team game. It's not been an individual hulking effort. Everyone's had their moments. Woxic held down well in a couple of rounds on the Orb. Wycadia's had some important openers. Jota on the close. It's not been the Xantares show, although there is time. And the T side, no better place for it.
I mean, it's crazy to think, but this whole streak of rounds started with that 1v2 out of Wycadia on the B site where he wins it to time. And since that point, they haven't dropped the ball once, have Eternal Fire. They've certainly tried to. Big B lean, A lean rather for G2. 4 players here with only Malbs left alone on the B side of the map. Might be another frustrating moment here, unless you can never write off a Malbs. The Eagle might be quiet in this game, but this guy loves the D. Just a one and done. And so that B site falters. Malbs is the only line of defense, can't get out with anything more than the 1 kill onto Madja. And so that lead teed up for Eternal Fire. They lock in an 8th. Now eclipsing G2's 7-0 start.
Wow. G2 meanwhile were trying to get aggressive on A, but I think they put their own smoke down and then attempted to go through it. The gray screen doesn't make life easy for Heavy God. And they realize this one's too far gone, so Snax save his armor. G2 look for exits. But unless Snax is the bank, whether we're going to see Monacy's up in the next round is still up for debate.
Terrorists win.
Incredible resilience for Eternal Fire in this match. A team that haven't bet on themselves, they haven't put their bank on the line in any of these wager games, while teams like Spirit and G2 have been willing to all in no matter the opponent. But right now, they're letting the gameplay do the talking.
Yeah. I think as well, when you look at like how the season ended for Eternal Fire, it was only once they started to put a lot of pressure on themselves that things started to get hard. And so I like the idea, the philosophy, you know, it's a new roster, you got Jota in here now. Let's not add any extra pressure. Let's just play to win the damn series.
Snax swinging middle. I mean, the desk talked about how in-game leaders love to play those information positions in the middle of the map, often rotator spots so they can get involved, they can get a lot of info. Well, Snax just plunged into darkness, swings the mid-smoke, gets spammed through by Xantares. Oh, I love the reset as well. They can leave Xantares here and go back for a 4-1. Honestly, they don't have to go A to Wycadia. B on main is seemingly the better option in these kind of plays, especially with that camera smoke down. G2 making a huge,
this is a
heroic gamble. This will pay off.
Oh, Snax doesn't know it yet, but it's cool to go and stack the B site. Might save G2's CT half. At least give them more of a fighting chance here.
It's 3 strong, and they don't have to worry about mid.
Honestly, with that AWP in the right place, homed in on main, but that smoke obscures vision. Malbs is teeing up this flash. On the back of that, they can look to swing out and take some of these fights. It's if Eternal Fire ready for the heavy stack on this side of the map. Malbs deals with the first man in. Magic knocked out. Xantares with the follow-through. They know that Malbs is trapped in, but Monacy's AWP is providing overwatch. Wycadia is just too far away, only just arriving now through dark. Looking to make his move. They still haven't been able to deal with Malbs. And with this AWP covering, they can't find him. It's going to fall to Watsik with Monacy on the angle. There's no getting back into that. A well-timed stack, a well-timed call out of Snax and the rest of G2. And finally, this streak of Eternal Fire is broken.
Beautiful play for Malbs there. That's his best round yet. Very, very jiggly, very annoying, putting pressure on, meaning Eternal Fire can't scale or think about that bomb just yet. He lets the smokes fade. Even has that Nico flash over the pillar.
Nice, guys. Let's fucking... Nice,
and I love that his team back up as well. When that CT smoke fades, they don't sit there and try and trade Malbs. They let him play on his own. They know they can win the round off of objective by playing passive, stopping that bomb cross. G2, first round in a long time. Can they read the repetition? Will it be a flash in the pan? Monacy in middle. Oh my god, he just got one tap through the door. They know Snax is here. Wow, what?
And Monacy did his best to make sure Snax's death was not in vain. You've seen Watsik with a highlight moment in this exact same position on the AWP. Let's see if Monacy can give us one now. Wondered if that last would be a flash in the pan, but if Monacy can get cooking, G2 aren't complaining. Third shot sails past. Xantares still making noise out in middle, and this is a lot of info for Eternal Fire. They've got the rotates bogged down in mid.
Huge.
And so Waxik's trying to make the run into an empty B site, but look at G2 moving, trying to get ahead of this, trying to outposition Eternal Fire. They are already here knocking on the door of B. Waxik's got to commit to that plant, which means Wycadia has to hold this all alone, only for a moment. A sliver of a second could have given a G2 route back into this retake. Instead, it falls 2v2, and they've got to slow it right down. They wait for m0NESY to move in. Closing the gap on the creep up from spawn. Woxic has been so stubborn about this angle. He is expecting the temple swing. He's been holding for it, and there's the reward. It's only m0NESY left to beat. First shot lands. This clash, and Woxic comes out ahead.
Oh, he's done it again. A huge impact round from the safe pair of hands of Woxic. No longer the rampant repeaker of Eternal Fire. Reliable instead. He sits on the site. He lets them come to him. But man, Hunter, I don't know why he decides to go for that rotation. He gets the important mid kill on Xantares, but then he goes for position over pace, and he goes all the way around CT instead of taking his timing through Temple. He could have stopped them getting out B. He didn't need to. But the fact that he's not aware they can be in the site after walking up CT is so strange.
Oh, wait, this could get weird. Mid-push, Woxic caught. Bombs here as well. Jota can't afford to go down.
Just saved the round with that double.
I mean, Jota is the fresh face in the Eternal Fire jersey coming in to replace Calix. I think thus far he's done a more than serviceable job. I think the real test was going to be as we got into these playoffs, as we got into the quarterfinals, the semis. Was he going to struggle in this high-pressure environment versus the best teams? But holds his composure there. You occasionally get these moments where the kind of true skill of Jota gets to shine through, and it's always nice. He's carried himself well at his first tournament with Eternal Fire. That is a very important double to keep this round going, to stop that mid-push getting weird. And so as Eternal Fire group for the B here, they've got this one in the palm of their hands.
Oh dear, it could get bloody, and it does. The massacre in middle from Wycadia stops that eco from finishing what it started. Eternal Fire's T-side building now. And the pressure very much on the leadership of G2 on how to solve this annoying default that Eternal Fire have been using all tournament. Some very patient T-sides. And Anubis benefiting that a lot. Taz trying to tell them to gamble. It's not a bad call. Certainly better than walking into these setups that G2 have already seen. And the first round G2 found on the CT side was off the back of a blind stack on that B-bomb side. The issue with gambling is, well, sometimes the house wins.
The timeout just tried to talk the game plan through, and Xantares was looking to bring a real quick pace down into dark, but not able to win that out. That would have stifled the G2 game plan. Malbs is actually making a combat move here, pushing through their smoke. Catches Matcha, back turn. That is a heads-up play from Malbs.
No gamble needed now. All about the trade out. 5v3.
I mean, the coin toss smoke push is about as gambling as you can get.
That's a good point. I mean, there's method to the madness. He's playing along the far wall when he goes through that smoke. He's just very fortunate Eternal Fire also wanted to challenge him through it. Smoke can come down. There's no AWP to go for the entry. They're sending the rifles in first. Oh, great take.
It's down, but the spam is high damage. Hunter softens them up. And Woxic shortly after. It's all smoke spam for G2. And a lovely set of openings out of Malbs and MD.
And they got a free AWP when G2's money was crippled, so... Just gets better for G2, just gives them that chance to survive this map. great B hold for Mabs and Hunter. Final timeout for G2, even off the back of the one round, because they know they can't get reset again. It happened last time. If they get broken against 11, it feels as good as done, at least set up for overtime for Eternal Fire. I would love to see a set call in this round, right? Completely change the pace of this game. It's a high-risk, high-reward move to go for something more poppy. But G2 have not been using a lot of early util. You can see they store it in middle. They don't necessarily get all their mollies out at the start of the round. They know they have to save it for the late. They use one Molotov, 2 Molotovs only at the start of this round. Could have been an option. Eternal Fire back to old reliable. But Dark has not worked for them. Malbs has been a nuisance in this position. Anyone's game now.
I've just been given a few hints as to what's happened down here in Dark. So they deploy that util there to try and displace the Darkhold. He will get the real estate. Malbs, this is a good response. Flashed into main, no one there to cover. And Modessy's able to get the bearings down on Dark in time. That all connects. Back 10. Whoa. Out in the open, it's only Madja left standing. Trades up onto the AK, but the captain of Eternal Fire, this was not an easy round with Malbs MD. Still the thorn in the side of Eternal Fire. He keeps disrupting these B hits, and that's a big problem.
All Modesty there, excellent move. He sends his team out B main, and that allows him to not only get a 5v4 and figure out that's a B hit, he can then play the best angle on that B side, which is wide in front of the site to peek down con with the AWP. It's such a nice position, but you've got to have B main control to do it. So while they're scrapping in B main, he gets that kill. There's no way they can get out Dark. Eternal Fire have died in this position on this half. This was their game to win. And Malbs and Monacy have made the lower tunnels of B their grave.
B pop now, but that nade to open already softened up all of Eternal Fire. Things go from bad to worse. Ready to receive Word G2, and over these last few rounds, Eternal Fire have become obsessed with breaking down the defense over here at B. If you caught their matchup yesterday versus Vitality, the Mirage ended in much the same way, with Madja calling consistent B hits time and time again till it eventually broke through. The problem now is Eternal Fire have conceded this lead.
Yeah, it's clearly a game plan like that they've done some prep into, right? Madja's got this position. He's traded through the smoke a few times. He's made some nice individual moves, but if I'm looking at the G2 defense and I'm thinking, where's the hole? I'm thinking Snacks in middle, right? Like, send Xantara's in for his key entries in mid. Find the objective bottom performer of this roster, the weak link individually, and also exactly where Eternal Fire were abusing Vitality in that game. It was all Xantara's getting multi-kills in middle. Even G2 did it first half because they know Eternal Fire like to triple stack sites and play 3A, and you could see that in the comms from Monacy. It was just contact mid plays on gun rounds. So I would love to see a little bit more mid control in this game for Eternal Fire. They've really lived and died by Dark, and really they've just died by it. There's still hope, but G2 now control the game and have shown a stellar defense of their bomb sites. And now if you're G2, you almost want to think they wouldn't go back to B. Not in the way they have been. It feels too obvious that they'll change it up.
Thinking to repeat B. Or, wait. What can I say?
Oh, he knew the camera was on him. He didn't want to give it all away. I didn't hear the start. Did he say they were going to repeat B or not? Or he wants to re-peak B?
Yeah, it was either re-peak B or repeat B.
Yeah. He didn't want to say it in front of the camera. Honestly, smart guy. He knows we're listening in.
Got the Dastan mouth covering from Monacy, bro.
No, he was cool like that. All timeouts burned in this game. To me, it's all on the adaptation for Eternal Fire. Where are they going to go? How are they going to do it? Do they release Xantara's? Because right now it feels like he's chained up, and partly his own doing, but playing into these B hits has just not worked.
I think as well, you know, there's only so many times you can have all the real estate where you feel like you're in the power position to make the play. I think that's why Magic keeps going back to it.
Yeah, they keep
he keeps getting dark, gets the control he wants to do the play, so it feels like it should come through. But G2 demonstrated in that last round that they have very good reactions.
Honestly, look at that. Wide face in middle with no smoke down.
The start of this round, it's feeling like another one of these B hits. They're going to have Xantares try and sell a bit more of a lurk first.
Hey, if he can get the entry, that would certainly set them up. You wouldn't expect Xantares lurking on the other side of the map, but it's m0NESY poised.
They've tried to allude to the idea that they're playing for the space, but m0NESY has instantly been able to call, yeah, they're not here. No one has made it through A.
He missed the smoke as well. That's why m0NESY can see over without even a boost required. So I wonder what this does, though. Heavy God's still the anchor here, and m0NESY is yet to rotate. So for a moment, sure, Util's being cycled, but G2 for the first time only have 2B. Is this going to be the way in for Eternal Fire? Is one key entry going to start this roll?
Oh, there's real anticipation hanging in the air. G2, are they ready to receive this? There's that volley of Util. G2 have seen this before. Whenever they've had these mollies fly in, it's always ended in a B play. But there's still no rotates out of the CTs. They don't buy it. They don't believe that Magic would call another one of these B hits. So they set up to play retake. You still have guys fighting in the site. Snax has made his way over, but locked out by the smokes. Stepping for Eternal Fire, but they will make the crossing happen. Getting that bomb in, 5v5. Wycadia tips the scales in Eternal Fire's favor.
Yeah, but Malbs picks him back up, smashes it against the wall. It's the B main flank we've got to worry about. Wycadia hits a headshot, and that might be the save call for G2. 2v4, pushed out of their own bomb site. They really weren't buying that, Harry. You said it perfectly. Every time we see this util set, we see the contact like that. But G2 thought surely this was a different round.
All right, I want to see Madger on these player cams. I want to look at him because I can't believe his second series in a row where he has lived and died on one call and just counted on Eternal Fire breaking through eventually.
Well, they've done it.
Yesterday versus Vitality, I want to say they ran like 7 B rushes in a row till it eventually worked out. And here, a number of B hits. Magic can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah, brute force. He's also been in this tournament crucial with some of his entry kills. Not so much in this map, but he's been at the forefront of 5 of them. And he's still positive there as well. It finally worked out. God, this is a tense game right now. Money on the line. G2 got a little bit more to play with after that save.
Yeah, look, you finally broke through, but Eternal Fire, the pressure is far from off. You know, they still have to start chaining some rounds together again, and finally, you feel like they have reached the limit on how often they can go B.
m0NESY's reinforcing A yet again.
And this is where the mind games start to play into it, right? G2, aware of this fact as well. They've lent far heavier over towards A at the start of this round. m0NESY and Heavy God. Snax even covering from camera, available to rotate in. And a miss smoke for Eternal Fire. A weird collection of smokes down in middle. Full blind, m0NESY strikes first, and Wycadia, the man that was such a difference maker in that previous round, is the first to fall for Eternal Fire.
They wanted to bail. They wanted to go for the B hit with Madra in middle, but smoke down. Mal's timings on his smokes have been just key in this CT side. It's part of why he's gotten away with so much impact in this position. This is a desperate call, but it's Anubis T-side, man. It can absolutely work. Eternal Fire just group back for this same play on the B site.
We've been saying all game, if Eternal Fire want to win this, they need Xantares. Wycadia has been doing a great job of filling those shoes, but he was the first to fall. This is the round where Xantares has to find his impact. Trying to get out through dark, will nail that first kill. That's given them the runway. Jota's there to follow up and send packing. Is the temple rotate of Snax. They once more break apart this B hold. m0NESY and the AWP gonna see if anything is presented, if anything is offered up to bring G2 back into this retake. Xantares out on an island, all on the angle, out behind the pillar. But he steals himself away. He does not play his hand early. Xantares waits for the info, for the footsteps, and look to take it all away. A lot of damage done. And that surely is enough to tee up Eternal Fire to get on to map point as only m0NESY remains. heading for the hills. Will Eternal Fire let him escape? No, they will not. Magic chases it down as Eternal Fire move onto map point.
They get away with it again and again and again. They throw their head at the wall until it finally comes breaking open. Eternal Fire on this B site in a 4v5. And these last couple of rounds, G2 just aren't buying it, and you really can't blame them for not buying it. It feels so insane they do that again. These 2 rounds, the G2 have only had 2 defenders. They've given it up. They've lost control. They've taken the entries. And now Eternal Fire from 0-7 down in this map, looking to win it out in regulation. There's no kit for G2, no retake setup in this round. They've got to play triple B. Sure, m0NESY has his orb.
Okay, if Match has been going B all game, only to now change it in round 24, that's insane. Like, the bomb is up on top of Rugs.
Yeah, against the MP9. The difference is they wanted to do this round, last round, but they got picked by m0NESY. They wanted to avoid the orb. Now they're going to do it into almost no util. There's 1 smoke, there's Snacks with 7 kills, and there's Heavy God with an MP9. If this is how the way it comes crumbling down, you got to feel for G2. Heavy God, can he save them? Omnipresent in this A main, gets 1, but the split is in.
Snacks try to hold the line, pressured in through main. A 3v3 post-plot is how this one ends. And time is of the essence for G2. m0NESY still a long ways away, and you don't know if they can afford these seconds spent waiting for m0NESY. Now's the time for him to live up to the nickname. This is going to be flashy from that G2 AWP in the retake. Xantares on a commanding line, tapped out by m0NESY. That gets the ball rolling, but G2 can't slow down for even a moment. A lot of time ticked off this bomb already. Woxic, missed shot to open. m0NESY AWP also sails past. That might have been the best chance to win this, as Woxic and Magic playing in tandem look to walk it over the line. Eternal Fire just have 1 kill left to finish off. Hunter might find them all, but no kit punishes G2. Eternal Fire, back-to-back B hits, end it all in a wild, all-in A play to take Anubis.
What began as a 7-0 start for G2 ends up 13-11 in Eternal Fire's favor. Sure, it took them a couple of moments to ignite into their own chosen ground of Anubis, but when they did, Jacob, I've got renewed faith in this Eternal Fire after that second half.
Yeah, there was a very hectic game of Counter-Strike, a game that had different phases to it. You know, as you said, G2 off to a good start, Eternal Fire firing back, then G2 coming back, and then Eternal Fire coming back. Like, none of them didn't really get a good grasp of the game as a majority of it, but overall, it was a game where 2 teams just fought it out, you know, and at the end of the day, we got to give credit to EF for winning a game where Xantares didn't necessarily play well either. So it's one of those that got to feel very comfortable for EF.
Yeah, that was more like an eternal seesaw. I mean, it was just up and down, and who's winning left and right. I mean, so many streaks in that one.
Yes.
Such a great start from G2, but overall, at the end, Eternal Fire, man, that T-side, it was a really interesting game plan. I'm not even sure if I really agree with it, but at the end of the day, it worked.
Let's go back to G2's T side, because that's what started off this map so hot for them. We've got a couple of examples of just how they were able to manipulate the side of Eternal Fire on their defensive half.
Yeah, it starts out, you know, well with them winning the pistol, and then it gets very dicey in the second round. You see them doing, they want to go through the smoke. They kind of hesitate a little bit. For some reason, Matcha is pushing. Snacks gets a free kill. Wycadia does the same thing after Snacks, you know, kind of fakes him out by the sound a little bit, and G2 recover in a very tough round. Again, they're down in a 3v2 right here. m0NESY and the boy is going to get this kill. We're talking 1 more hit with the MP9 right here. m0NESY losing that duel to Xantares, it would have been game over. But given that there's no kit, m0NESY is going to win this round. So it was a bit of a messy start to it, but G2 stabilized from round 2 and onwards.
I would say that the first half, or the first 7 rounds, I will admit, Snacks' push and pull on the map was pretty good. Even in man deficit situations, winning out on a 2v4 round, like, they understood how Eternal Fire was going to react to everything and all the picks that G2 were able to find in that. So props to them in that. Obviously, it didn't really keep up. Eternal Fire made the adjustments that they needed to. But honestly, like, the way that they got some kills in middle, they were able to just group up. Like, this isn't the prettiest thing you're seeing on the radar. Like, this is a 5-man death ball, but they're understanding if they just move together, if they just trade, if they keep things simple, it's gonna work. Like, you got more firepower in the server. I do agree with what you said, Pimp, in the pregame.
You agree? For once? This is crazy, uncharted territory. Let's dive into round number 6, because you kind of touched on it earlier, right? There were some man deficit situations that G2 was still able to be switching in their favor. This is just another example of that.
Right, I mean, we saw that on round number 2, even though they're jumping through a smoke, it's not working out in their favor. They get kind of pinned right here on this B-side attack in a 2-on-4 situation. Hunter is unable to find anything, but this is what I'm talking about with the push and pull. Like Heavy God and Snacks, they wait out a smoke right here. Snacks is able to take down Woxic with his nade out, and they're just punishing. They're playing to punish completely. Snacks is still making his presence known, and Heavy God rotating all the way back from his A-lurk just catches a beautiful timing on the last 2 members. And this is what I mean. Like, when it actually became sort of a hectic mid-round, I actually think in the first 7 rounds, G2 clearly showed better composure.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think G2, up until this point in the game, looked somewhat decent, looked like they were believing in even the man deficit, but that changed pretty quick.
Yeah, it changed literally in the next round, didn't it, Jacob? We got round number 8. This is the first round that Eternal Fire managed to put on the board, and the moment we start getting to see them, getting a little bit into gear and looking a lot hotter.
Yeah, and it's good to see that they were able to do it again. Hunter and Monacy is almost bringing it back. It's a 1v2 at the end of it, and you look at the time right here, no time to plant the bomb. They go for the kill. They kind of miss where he's at, and Hunter is it 600 millisecond, I believe, away from getting that kill. We're talking half a second from them winning the round. You have the stat here in front of you in the lower third, and to be completely honest, had G2 won this round, I think that would have been the death punch for EF. It was such a close game in many of these rounds, but G2 seemingly won every single one of them. The problem for G2 was from this moment and onwards, everything fell apart. You see the round history below you right here, and that's my issue with G2. They were playing so well up until this point, but they seem so fragile. It took this one round where they may be tilting a little bit, where they felt we should have won this, and from that moment onwards, G2 were not playing anymore.
And then we get to see, Woxic warming up into things. He was somebody that we were, understandably so, putting under the microscope when you have Monacy on the other side of it. Round 10, I think, is a great example of him really coming alive.
And even though Eternal Fire survived some of those rounds by the skin of their teeth, you could see that all you need is a spark for sometimes the flame of Woxic to just erupt, because this is the round that kind of makes us feel like we're back in 2018. The multi-frag potential, the rapid-fire capability of Woxic, like, this is what he used to be incredible at. I feel like he lost some of this actually in CS2, so it's nice to see him roll it back for a pivotal moment as he's anchoring this bomb site.
It's such an important moment in the game. 7-2. The round before this, very close as well. There's no money in the bank whatsoever within EF, so for Woxic to take up this duel, get a triple kill, and put up a fight against Monacy, who obviously also had a great game, it was good to see Woxic have impact. Maybe not throughout the entire game, but at the most important moment for EF, when they needed him the most to get back into it, Woxic showed up.
And we did get to see a direct head-to-head between him and Monacy going down in that second half in round 17, right?
We did, and for honestly, Monacy did look like the better player overall for this game. He looked like he was making better moves and just trying to make as dynamic as possible. I'm almost a little surprised that we didn't see a little bit more, but yeah, Monacy, it's like the same thing. We're watching a replay. Both of these guys saying, what you can do, I can do better. Monacy's holding down his bomb site in his fashion. Like, this is, in some ways, like, you don't need an op to be so impactful on Anubis, but like on some of these bomb site holds, especially on A, it's so crazy. And Monacy tries to get into this one, but Woxic shuts him down right there. Like, sure, he won the head-to-head overall, but Woxic just had some pivotal kills onto Monacy too.
Would you agree that Monacy looked like the better AWPer still coming out of this map?
Without a doubt. I think Monacy had great impact throughout the entire game. I think he kept them alive. He was very mobile as well. You could almost see every single round out of CT spawn, he would take up a new position, even in the middle of the rounds. Monacy's never going to just hold one angle for the entirety of the round. If he doesn't find anything middle, he's going to try read the game, he's listening to the communication, and then he will transpire and go into a new scenario, into a new round, and try to find impact where the impact is at. He's not a player that is waiting for the game to come to him, he creates it.
Yeah, I mean, if it weren't for a couple individuals on G2 like Monacy popping off in the way that they did, this could have been completely lopsided. Obviously, there was a little bit more to it in this game. Like, I'm not actually even just saying, usually the story of a G2 win or a close game is just individuals do well, calling bad, move on next game. Not exactly the case here. Like, that 7-round streak at the beginning was because there was a good understanding of what to do and stuff. So yeah, we want to highlight the stars of G2, and as we always do, but I will say, like, that was a good idea of, like, the mental map Snacks had on that T side was pretty strong.
There was a little bit of a lag in Malbs really coming alive in this one, right? Obviously on the CT side with his site anchoring hold, that was something that he was getting a little bit risky with, right? And it managed to flip a few rounds in the favor of G2. Ultimately, not enough to net them the win though.
This is why I'm a little bit scared with Madra's game planning, because I said in the pregame, He was tackling Flames yesterday in this position. It was his first day in an official playing E-Box. Today we got a battle-hardened Mobs, and yes, he's kind of newer to it too because he swapped into the role, but like, this is what he did on M8, you know? Like, he was very good at this position, just kind of dominating the space with antics, with great aim, great first bullet accuracy, and that's why I was like, ooh, Madger, you're like calling to go B over and over again, and you're feeding this hot hand of Mobs. That was where it was just getting terrifying, honestly. And I mean, Mobs really shut down the initial idea from Eternal Fire. I'm almost surprised that they ever went B again after those first couple ones.
Can I pose a question to you? Because you obviously mentioned a really good point there. It's not like Mobs is completely new to this position, but he did have to take a decent amount of months out of it. How difficult is it then, in your mind, to kind of reintegrate into a position, yeah, you've known, but the metas are obviously changed. People are approaching it a little bit differently.
I actually don't think the E-Box meta has changed that much from watching like Spinks and Donk play it. I feel like they just kind of brawl. They brawl, cycle utility, they try to throw out a jiggle, not get caught by an opper, and then as soon as you cycle utility, you probably have to push A main or go for a double swing E-Box. It's kind of the same flow chart that it's been. Nobody's really reinventing the wheel completely with that position, so I think Mobs is perfectly fine with it. And the thing is, even if he makes one wrong step, his aim bails him out half the time.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very good point. So what was the reason then that Eternal Fire were able to seal up what was, you know, quite a brawly, quite a back and forth second half?
To be completely honest, I think Eternal Fire, they played a consistent game throughout. I think they kept their level from start to finish, whereas G2, they were a little bit more roller coaster-ish in the level they showcased. The first 7 rounds was fantastic. Then they had a bit of a mid-game crisis. Came back, some good stacks, some good calling coming in from Task, perhaps, Snacks, etc. I do want to say it, and I hate to point it out for one player, but Snacks, he was 7 and 4, I believe, in round 6 in this game, and he finished with 8 kills. That means 1 kill in 18 rounds. If you're literally gonna play an entire game of Anubis, 4v5, there's no way you're going to win. And again, don't get me wrong, I don't like to point out one player, but 1 kill in 18 rounds is simply not good enough. In terms of the output Snacks had on the server, he was a major reason as to why G2 couldn't hold up.
I also think that for G2, they kind of got a little too high on themselves because they called one good stack on the CT side, and then after they started holding B a couple times, they started calling for some mid and A stacks, and Madger just kept going B. So like they kind of like almost mind gamed themselves. Like everything was working so well, and they said there's no way they call B a 4th time, and Madger was like, I will call B.
They did it yesterday against Vitality as well.
I know he's done similar game plans in 2 consecutive days, and that's why I'm kind of like, it didn't really work until it did work. So I don't really, it's a weird mind game that he's been playing with opposing IGLs. Apex yesterday, Snacks today.
Well, Eternal Fire now set 1-0 up in this semi-final, but hope on the horizon for the side of G2. That was, of course, Eternal Fire's map pick of Anubis. Dust 2 awaits as G2's choice after the break.
fighting from behind. Eternal Fire do manage to take their map pick, but just about there. I'm going to start with the beginning of the map. It seemed like you guys didn't have any control. What adjustment needed to happen there? What was so hard?
I think they played really well the first 7 rounds. I think it was 7-0, then we did 7-5, then we take pause, and our plan was to start freebie a lot this game, but we didn't success. I think we had a good plan, and after that we just talk and just adapt our game with what they do, and I think it pay off. We play more passively, more with utility, and we success to be to get 5 rounds. That's very important on City side. And then on T side, I say to my teammates, guys, don't worry, we're gonna win this. Like trust me. And with a good pistol, we did a good comeback. It was a very close match, and it's not over. We have Dust 2 left and Nuke. Let's try to show good control. But today we feel like we are not in the best shape, but we're still fighting mentally, and this is very important. Yeah. And I'm very proud of my teammates, and that's all.
When you say you're just not in the best shape, is there something you can tell them, or something you guys can try and do in between the maps to make sure Dust 2 can go your way?
Like it's about firepower a little. Okay. I feel like the firepower of the team is a little low from yesterday or compared to practice extra. So it's happened. It's something real. Like it can, and that's why we need to be better in team play, in utility usage. Like when you don't have IM, you need to be successful in other things. And we're gonna talk now, and we're gonna play Dust 2. And thank you for all the messages.
Very candid insight there from Major, being very honest and saying, you know, we don't feel like we're in our best shape coming into today.
No, and I like the fact that he acknowledged the fact that he needs to beat G2 in different ways than raw firepower. I think everyone would agree that in terms of firepower, G2 is the better team. I would even go as far as saying, after watching Anubis as well, Eternal Fire didn't play nearly up to their best, and they still won the game. And to me, that's a testimony to how well they're playing at the moment. You had Santaris, who didn't have the best of his best game. A couple of rounds where he couldn't get it done. Overall, lacked a bit of impact compared to how good he's been. Yet the rest of the team is still structured enough, still good enough in order to get it over the finish line. I'm more disappointed in G2 not being able to win Anubis than I am in EF winning, because I think EF, despite playing at 70-80%, they still were able to win a map. That in itself, to me, is a testimony to the class that ES is possessing right now.
Yeah, Dust 2, obviously the map pick of G2 coming into this, not an uncharted territory for Eternal Fire by any stretch. They've chosen to start on the T side of things, so what should we be looking out for?
Well, I feel like one guy that I'm just going to keep the microscope on is, of course, Heavy God. I mean, he's the new addition to the roster, taking up the long angle, given that he's going to be starting on the CT side. Kind of a curious spot for him, but one thing I'm going to say about him is that, you know, we've seen him dominate in online play leading up to this. I feel like what happened with BetBoom was just so little of a challenge that there was no real adversity that he actually faced in that matchup, and so everything went so swimmingly. Well, now they're finally got their backs against the wall. I want to see if he's going to be able to prove it on LAN. The studio environment, not the same as a crowd roaring at you necessarily, but one where you should still be able to hold your nerve, be able to show what you've been proving to everybody over the course of the last year, and what better way to do it than actually bring the series back for your team.
I'm curious to see how EF is going to respond to that. As Major said, he got to find different ways in order to win this game, and Dust 2, firepower-wise, perhaps can match him in terms of team play. Maybe they can. A fun little stat as well. Eternal Fire has played 7 maps in 2025 so far. They won all 7 maps. They haven't lost a single map so far in any of the games, in any of the series. And the more I watched him, you know, it's as he said, they're not playing at their best at all times. They're not always playing at 100%, yet they still find a way to win. I love that about a team. So I'm not even sure anymore whether or not EF is going to lose a map in this series. It could be 8th in a row.
That's actually pretty wild. Talk to me a little bit about Xantares, because I don't think we got to see, you know, the high heights on that first map of Anubis. What is he known for when we come onto Dust 2?
I mean, he's known to kill, basically. He's known to be aggressive. I like the way he's playing, both on the T side, but also on the CT side. Again, as much as we want to make it about the team play of EF, EF is just a much better team when Xantares are finding these openings and when he's being aggressive. Also because he installs a bit of fear in the opponents. The way he's playing, especially on the CT side, I've seen him time and time again be very mobile and in your face. So he's trying to disrupt their position before they get to the execute. Can he be successful with that against G2? As we saw on Anubis, they're fragile. It takes a couple of rounds and then G2 will fall apart.
I think it is about time to be diving into this one. A chance for G2 to be bouncing back on Dust 2.
Yeah, and it's a pretty tall order, I think, for Eternal Fire heading into this one. G2's Dust 2 has been going to strength as the bounty's gone on. The most one-sided games we saw have been the most recent they played, right? Bet Boom, they destroyed them. Big, yeah, they picked that one up pretty handily, and then the closest game was the very first game they played. But this G2 Dust 2 has been getting stronger and stronger as the tournament's gone on. And they certainly bore the heat on that first map. Eternal Fire, even heard it from Madra in the interview, not feeling like their best selves. It was still enough to pick up the dub on map 1.
Well, can they warm up and shut it down with a 4th 2-0 series to start the year? That's the hope for Eternal Fire. G2, without a doubt, more proven on this map. Streaky team. They had a fantastic start on Anubis, but it all came crumbling down. Eternal Fire at least get that T-side beginning. Akin to Anubis, a very comfortable place to be. They force the smoke out of the B-bomb site, they put some pressure, and they climb up catwalk into A. Heavy God. New addition. And a lot of responsibility.
Malbs does have a flash to try and help Heavy God out, but taking one of the domes straight away, that's far from ideal. Heavy God still getting out with one, but that's not going to be enough. The site will be taken. Eternal Fire get themselves the plant, and they've learnt about m0NESY over at Long. This is a good position for m0NESY. He can slow down a little bit. Let the rest of his teammates close on in through CT.
Oh, flash as well. Oh, it could have been perfect. m0NESY ducks. He dodges it very well. They're scaling up, and Xantares hasn't seen a player yet. Can Woxic finish any of these low-health players? No, he cannot. Hunter with a double, and Madra a long way away. The stick's already happening. 10 seconds. m0NESY just needs a single bullet. This should be done. This should be finished. There should be way. Oh!
Leaves it to chance.
Woo!
But fortune favors m0NESY there. And so a retake where a matter of a few points of health make all the difference. Woxic unable to finish off any of those players that were closing the gap. And then this follow-up shot from Hunter, a thing of beauty.
Oh, if he stayed on Catman, it's probably his round, right? Everyone's low. He just wants to play the unorthodox post-plant. Couldn't finish m0NESY when he had the chance. Eternal Fire still get by almost as good. It's lacking the nades. But you don't need nades when you got entries, and Xantares looks to wake into the second map after a bit of an underwhelming opener. It was Wycadia, the firepower piece of Eternal Fire. Can Xantares return to his winning ways? m0NESY getting the spot off. He sees a lot of players.
Nice call. Yeah, that's a lovely double out of m0NESY. It's already G2 in a strong position as this retake starts before that bomb is planted. Malbs just taking heads off. And that leaves it only on Woxic. It's a beautiful A-site hold versus the Force Buy. It's not even close here. Nothing worth celebrating for Eternal Fire. I think for someone like Xantares, he just needs that one round to come online, but he's often, you know, he's the guy who likes to be towards the front of the pack, likes to try and be the space taker. But that's leaving him the first to fall so often here, as he just can't seem to get to that same level we've seen from him across the rest of the tournament. Most impressive certainly in the Vitality game, where he opened that with a 2.2 rating on Anubis. Which is just insane. Nearly 30 kills deep, while the next nearest guy had 14.
Ouch.
So that's the level of carry you can get at Xantares with how he's been playing.
Can, not will.
Yeah, I mean, it felt as good as a certainty though, right? Because it felt like you were kind of waiting for that one game where he gets a little bit quieter all throughout every series Eternal Fire have played, and it feels like he hasn't really slowed down. So to a degree, it felt like you were going to get that today. But that's not at all what's happened. G2 are primed to get off to another strong start. Wycadia's scout has added a bit of intrigue on this.
They just don't need to fight this, really. You know, it's all they have on this round, so Let the pistols come to you. Malbs should be fine in this position. Waits till they commit, until they're in the open. They're uncomfortable. They're up for the taking, and Malbs takes 2 to the grave. 4 in the end. Energy looks good for G2, despite dropping the ball in the first map, but it wouldn't be G2 unless they made it entertaining.
I have first one, guys. I will run.
Content with the content. But they'll need to do it across Dust 2 and Nuke. You know, the Desk were a little... Oh, wait. No, the Desk were a little surprised that they didn't go with Inferno, right? Maybe a Snacks thing, wanting to move away from the map. But I also think Eternal Fire have really proven themselves on Inferno last year. It was their go-to when they made their run at EPL. Even in the Copenhagen major, actually had some legit wins on it. So with Nico gone, and with Eternal Fire liking that third map, I can't really blame G2 for going for something a little more, or just anything else really. I can't blame them for moving away from that as a decider in the series. This one definitely should be G2's. You could make that same case for Anubis with the 7-0 start.
Oh, Heavy God. Pressured as they make their way up through long, but he's not one to crumble. Heavy God.
Nice.
Locking in the long side buys time for Malbs MD to move over. Bomb out in no man's land and Eternal Fire. This has got a very serious deja vu to Anubis with the first rifle round immediately falling apart.
They're hoping so.
They went 7-0 down there to start, and so this one will just be the save for Xantares and Maja. As G2 continue to rack up rounds on the CT side. Something that is a bit of an X factor here. Malbs got warmed up down the second half of that Anubis game. He's certainly brought that same ferocity here to open up Dust 2. And when you look at, you know, the spots he's in, the angles, and how he gets to fight inside of this A site, it feels so right for him. It's a lot of those finicky headshot angles that Malbs is all about.
Yeah, where even though you're the CT, you're often the initiator. You get to choose whether you want to commit to catwalk or whether you want to play on ramp, default. You're taking the swings into them. It's all right-eye peaks. It's all made for Malbs. So it's a good point. It's going to be lethal on the CT side.
On the back of that save, Eternal Fire have put more money in. Buying up around it. They know this Woxy Corp is occupying middle, and so G2 aren't keen on giving fights over here.
Kind of just forces the B hit though. Look at their nades. They have just one full set and some scraps. So into B they go. Hunter in a strong position. Snacks even going to be able to block for him.
If you're G2, you know you need to stop this, because if you don't, Eternal Fire are going to hit this site 7 times in a row to the end of this first half.
Oh, the flash.
So it's important that you're able to deny this first real attempt at the B rush. Hunter goes unchecked, but only gets out with one. They've heard Snacks firing off at the back of the site, but he still holds his ground. Snacks will not let Eternal Fire break through for free. His teammates are a ways away. They're bogged down in middle right now fighting Xantares, so Snacks is still alone in this. Can he beat G2's one-man army? Overran. As Eternal Fire deal with him, it gives a lot of room to Xantares, denying these rotates out through middle. The hope for G2 might hinge on Heavy God.
They don't know. They can guess, they can hold it. They don't know for sure. Oh, now it might not matter at all. Heavy God just playing late, swinging in. He's not going to go patient. He's going to get aggressive. The flash will deny him any presence, and he should save this one. So Eternal Fire breakthrough on the B site, a good sign to get in this game early. Poor Hunter lets them all in and then just takes his shot, but it's a third guy out who clears him. So he can only go 1-for-1. You would also bet your money on, you know, of Snacks in any position. It's Snacks behind a smoke, playing to delay, but he runs out of ammo in that fight very awkwardly. Xantares' lurk out middle is a good look for someone who we need to recover.
Yeah, I think that's a very confidence-boosting round because it's not like he had a lot of support there. He's left to his own devices. It's relying on Xantares playing on his own intuition and reads of when he can get away with the mid-aggression. And so he is a real defining part of the round, but he's operating entirely on his lonesome. And so just something to feel like you've kind of caught your bearings in the game with a round like that can be very important. Let's see if that gets Xantares switched online. Ooh. First clash of those AWPers down in middle. m0NESY comes out looking better off.
Throws the smoke behind him, peeks in front of it, just tries to catch Woxic, who runs down middle thinking he's got room. m0NESY with some tricks. Keeping them guessing. He's got no nade for this mid smoke though, so Eternal Fire get that cat control.
I just have this unshakable feeling they want to go B again.
Yeah, can you blame them? You're going into Heavy got a Malbs on A, or Snacks on B. It's m0NESY here as well. Pulled back from his mid pick, looking to help out on this defense.
Molotov is nice for Snacks, but it only buys you a few more seconds, and CT Molly as well. Eternal Fire can still look to play through it.
It's not going to go
Timing
out.
would be everything, and with Snacks not throwing that out now, he might never get the chance to.
Oh, that's
m0NESY having to turn. Shot misses. Snacks can't hold on, and the B site once more crumbles under the weight of this Eternal Fire hit. Magic lurk out through middle. That's not a fight he had to give away. On numbers alone, I think G2 would have looked to save here, but now they leveled the playing field. A 3v3. Woxic's desperate to try and tip the scales back the other way, but Malbs will find him. This could get out of hand now. Jota and YKD are left up in this. Some semblance of a crossfire between the two of them. One man watching tunnels, Jota holding for the cross into the doors. Had to hit that first. YKD is not able to spring into action though. And Jota, all his attention, he's tunnel visioned right now, but he should have had vision on the tunnel as that swing out late secures the round for G2. An overpeak from Magic in middle, and one that he won't soon forget as it gives G2 a route back into that retake.
Oh, I mean, Magic knows exactly what he's done there. It doesn't help that everyone is low in that post plant as well. He's trying to hunt this close player, but he's got such a quick reaction. If Magic does anything else, if he tucks anywhere else, his team can play off him. They can swing window on his contact. He can let them in, he can backstab. That really felt like the worst possible fight. Disaster, especially with how easy the B site falls. Like we said it, like the second m0NESY misses his shot, it's over. Like you lose B, there's your room for error. You have to hit every single one. And so G2 are given a round back in, a round they have no business in. Can they make the most of that and keep the boot on the neck of Eternal Fire?
Oh, it's another B spawn.
Yeah, it shouldn't. I mean, you're not going to B rush, surely. That's crazy. Double AWP as well. Oof. There's something. They forgot the bomb. There's always one. There's always one, Harry. It's not that hard. Pick it up. Leave it outside the site. That helps nobody.
Yeah, they are all moving away from it too.
And then when we hit like 40 seconds, someone's going to go, God damn it, I got to go back. I guess it's me, huh? Well, they tagged Snacks. That's something. And he is alone.
Only armed with the AWP.
And he's also showing his whole body in this position. It's a
One
really
shot would
risky-
end his round.
Yeah, he's not playing a headshot angle on plat. I mean, you can get molly, but this is dangerous.
Snacks. Good for the first. That's Xantares trying to create some space for Eternal Fire. Snacks puts a stop to him. They learn about this second AWP now as well, but it looks like they want to follow through, and it's a clean tap to find Snacks. Here's the rotates arriving. Malbs MD. Good for the trade. Keeps G2 in this round, and now they are very much in the picture. 2 quick kills from Malbs.
He's good.
Eternal Fire, scared about crossing. Worried about the doors, worried about these repeaks. That's lent a bit of time to m0NESY to get posted. If they go looking for Malbs, that m0NESY AWP was meant to be the defining factor. Malbs is just that quick that m0NESY's never even needed. And now it's only Woxic, full blind, all Malbs, all this guy. Keen on the rotate, third man over at B, and a beautiful sequence put forward from Malbs. It's not a quiet start for him anymore.
No. How did he know Madge was in the door? That's like the perfect pre-aim, pre-fire. Strafe's not a step too far. And they set him up for the fourth as well with a flash through that just nails Eternal Fire. My oh my. They may get into the B site, but they don't get any further. Can't even cross past that doorway. And so even the weakness, the gap, the thing Madge wants to exploit in this map is off the table right now.
And I think, you know, this is, we opened up this series talking about how good Xantares has been, how his absence on the first map was felt, but it's impressive that Eternal Fire won without him. Here on Dust 2, they desperately need that man to be getting them openers. It's not been Woxic on the AWP thus far. He's landed a few tags in the mid-fight, but never that opener. Eternal Fire haven't been able to grab that opening kill yet in this entire T side. Xantares 0-3 right now in opening fights. So you're just losing a serious piece of the puzzle here. You never have that 5v4 to start to swarm a bomb site and take space. You're always playing from the back foot. Timing on the reload could be really awkward for Hunter. It hangs Snacks out to dry and he's not able to make up for it. They get through with an opening kill provided from Wycadia.
Can't throw this.
And so this is the one you've got to win out now. Xantares even ready for the spawn wrap. Heavy God's done this so many times in the retake of this B site, but Xantares ready for it. Can't believe how ready Heavy God was as well.
True.
Still, it's a clean one picked up for Xantares, and with it, a second round adorns the board for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, the only way you stop Malbs is by smoking him and blocking him completely. Probably for the best. Wycadia spams him on the way out. And that's actually going to have consequences if Eternal Fire can do similar to what they did in that first map, come back, especially if they can get some eco rounds in there for G2. Could be something still in this game for Eternal Fire. It's not too late to save. Good call on that pop timing. They hear Hunter spamming, and as soon as he's low on ammo, they charge it, knowing they have him during a reload. Does just leave Snacks, as you said, stuck in the open. It's an annoying round to lose. What's that, 4 in a row on the B site? Maybe 5?
It's been a lot of them. Taz covering his mouth just to say, guys, they're going B is certainly a ballsy move, but a timeout called in from G2.
Oh dear.
They felt the mistake once already of letting Eternal Fire back in. It was 7-0 on Anubis to open up. And that half ended 7-5. That ended up being all Eternal Fire needed. So they don't want this to be the start of anything for Eternal Fire. I'm keeping a real close eye on Wycadia as well, because he's often that second star of this team, up there alongside Xantares.
Let's go.
If in Xantares' absence, Wycadia is able to step up and fill those boots, that is very impressive. He's been managing it thus far. Once more, it's another opening death for Xantares, running it down through mid.
That's a crazy move to make when you're having the game you are. Just free pick for Hunter swinging in middle. m0NESY is pushed back by the Molotov. And Eternal Fire get the catwalk control. They're looking for something different now. An A split. Heavy God has a fantastic position. I fear that they won't clear this at this point in the game. And this could be the round on this multi-kill. Eternal Fire creep through.
Shooter's the new boy, though. He's more jittery. Maybe he does check this. Back turned! And there's the double up for Heavy God. Missed shot for Woxic. That MP9 goes hunting. Not able to find him, sure, but it's a 1v5 attempt for Woxic here with only 45 seconds left, top mid taken. There should be no world back into this for Woxic.
Heavy gets that cross off with minimal util usage, so it's just not something you're going to expect, but it's just due to him having the gun that he does. Excellent double kill, wins the round, and Woxic is boxed in. Center mass. G2. Not going to give this comeback away so easily. Fought himself from hitting the table there. Long rush. No one's home.
Yeah, they have great spacing on this at least. Getting all the way out through the long doors. Heavy God was late to long side, and in the meantime, G2 played triple middle. This means G2 will have all the info. Hunter's even making sure of that, pushing in through lower tunnels. He's going to confirm that there's no one over towards B. And so at this point, G2 know exactly where Eternal Fire are. Is that going to make it any easier to stop, though, as all 5 players grouped over on the long side anxiously wait behind this smoke?
Creeping across. Is Heavy going to get flashed in? It looks like it. Monacy's teeing something up, but Jota catches him on the edge of the smoke as it fades. Monacy now needs to hit something magical. He is the only defender at this bomb site. Even Mouth's getting pushed out by Molotovs. Hunters come up through the smoke, but they know it, so they just chase him down while they have the cover of the fire. Eternal Fire looking for a third here. I think G2 might know this is too far gone. Planting in the open, that confident that G2 are not coming for this round. Money makes the outcome clear. And G2 have the rounds to concede. This is perfectly fine. Eternal Fire, okay, they get lucky on spawns, and they make the most of it.
I mean, getting out with a flawless round this late in the game is nice. Eternal Fire. Shooting for 5 rounds again. It's been a bit back and forth over the last couple, so the save was important for G2. Taz didn't look happy, so he wants his time to get involved here. Both these squads being very liberal with the pauses.
Yeah,
and I mean,
true.
I think it speaks to how close this series has felt.
Yeah.
Had them all burned on Anubis, looking to do the same on Dust 2. So that initial huge lead for G2, these are the defining moments that decide whether or not that closes up at all, or if they're able to run away with this CT half.
I will drop you Nikita here.
Safe to say 5 is not optimal on the T side of Dust 2, but it's all Eternal Fire can muster. It is their best case scenario.
Oh, are they going to go back to long again? This is so wild. They get past Hunter, Jota and Xantares. Lights out openings. And so it might have been a triple stack there for G2. They might have had the read, the resources in the right place, but it still might not come to matter as Eternal Fire pulverize their way through that triple long hold. Monacy with the AWP. Has support, Snacks here as well. Learn about the short wrap, and Monacy's in a box. Has to try and get out of there with this AWP, as it's the only thing G2 are going to have heading into round 12.
And again, they're hunting. They're hunting before he's saving. They're in the B bomb site. Monacy is in a box, and Eternal Fire are trying to once again come back in this matchup. Jota absolutely proving his worth in a hyper important game right now. He's had a lot of key entries alongside Xantares. Him and Xantares going in 1 and 2. Again, back-to-back rounds. It's those two with the entries. Jota trades Xantares when Malb swings out long. He's had some great shots in this game. Just what Eternal Fire needs.
And finally, Woxic's been trying his hand at that opening fight all game long, and in round 12, he'll get it.
Oh, they want to go so badly, but it is blocked. And there's more where that came from with Malbs and lower. Mollied, flashed. Good luck. Oh dear. Xantares just ain't feeling it. That much is so clear.
Oh, Arcadia's traded places with Snacks in the smoke.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, you don't even know who this is going to benefit yet. If Arcadia walks into B and calls it's clear and that bomb tries to come back, it's not. Spawn is corrupted. Are they going to use him? I think he's aware he's hit a timing here. As he's going out, he's wondering, where are they? Why is there no one B? And so it feels like maybe he started to piece this together. He's instead wrapping into the Spawn, but an awkward miss. Arcadia dead. A fight that felt as good as guaranteed goes the way of Malbs. And now there's still this third man lost in the backline that they don't know about. Monacy's scout from range. They go running right in to Monacy on this baby scout, and he's making it all work. Just Jota left standing. But here's that long wrap arriving, ready to backstab. It Snacks. Light damage done. There's been some big whiffs here. It's given Jota a chance. He knows where both players are. They've crept through the smoke in CT. Jota, there is a world open to a B plant if he goes right now, but Malbs hunts him down, and G2 save an 8-round CT side thanks to some awkward missed shots out of Eternal Fire. Well, the doctor is in. Malbs MD is the cure to G2. He's put up a phenomenal first half here, topping the charts of the G2 scoreboard, 18-5. Some awkward whiffs in that final round of play seal the deal on a strong half for G2, leaving them in a commanding position and a promise of taking this one the distance onto that third and final map of Noob.
Guys, we had insane city half. Good reads, good reactions, proactive, brave. That's how we need to play. Good fucking shit.
Xantares has had a rough series, a rough map here, and safe to say will be a requirement. If Eternal Fire are going to pull this one back, more likely it feels like that nuke decider. G2 a pistol round puts them right there on the edge of success. Got Maja and Woxic stopping this cat play. Keep it simple for G2. Smoke flash, execute.
CT smoke lobbed in. They know the only angle here to worry about is the headshot box and ramp, so as they go in, Woxic, it will be known about. Swinging wide, they're already on the angle. Maja cooking up responses out behind the car, but he's living on borrowed time, and Hunter will secure that lone. Plant now going down for G2. Snacks aggressive over on the catwalk as Xantares into Snacks' crosshair. Dual Berettas of Wycadia haven't been able to pick up this trade, and so G2 dominant look in the pistol. And some inspirational words from Heavy God to send them into this second half.
Yeah, picking something up from the polls there. Inspiring. And despite Maja's nice double, that car ain't that big. That ain't a Hummer. You can't hide out. It's only Snacks who gets away with that. G2 with a pistol, put it in their pocket, and rocket all the way to a third map in this series, unless Eternal Fire pull out one of the best CT halves we've seen all tournament. Explosion out long. We've got MP9s, we've got scouts. These rounds are interesting. Double scout, CT side, dust 2. It's just whether G2 give them the chance to go for those picks. If they just stick it to a long hit and run up on the left side, it may be a bit more difficult. They give m0NESY the room to breathe.
Oh, there's a bit of temptation to go for the info swing. You're lucky to be alive there. And so instantly try to deny m0NESY this opening pick. They won't give him the fight yet. They're waiting for the scouts to take the long-range fight down at long. While m0NESY's captured a lot of their attention, the rest of G2 have their eyes set on the catwalk.
I really like this anti-eco play. It's a really nice call for G2 to get m0NESY set up to keep pressure on, and then they go back to check the flank and still have a quick split.
Yeah, and everyone here was in position to fight long side, so bit out on an island as the short hits coming through. Woxic scout. Whoa! Woxic's on a tear! And single-handedly, a scout has kept Eternal Fire in this, but can a scout take it all away? m0NESY 1v4 as this begins. Bomb down over at catwalk, though. He's got a lengthy route in to go and get that back. He's going to need to outmatch Woxic's 3K with a 4K of his own. And even seeing players here, but then not being given the fight wastes precious time that m0NESY simply does not have. They pushed up on short. That lands for m0NESY. Oh my God.
Chill.
Surely not, though. Here's the fast backstab, lands the dink. Maja just able to deny that clutch.
God, you're always sweating just a little bit. You're always puckered. You're always, oh, you're worried. Why are you worried for 15 seconds? But m0NESY just has that effect. Great shots for Woxic, able to get far more done than he has any right in the site. And yeah, sure, there's 4 players there, but I would have loved a little bit more util for G2. Backside molly, CT molly, anything to put some pressure on. The call is nice. I actually don't think the call is awful. It's just excellent shots for Woxic, and they all get scrambled on who they're fighting. Now they go to Maja's playbook, the B hits, the contact through the tunnels. No one dumping their mag through this smoke.
Makes me nervous that it's Wycadia up close. He's going to be lost in this lurk smoke, playing over the top of it. It's Maja meant to cover on this Galil.
That's nice, using the USP so he can still get the gun out in time. Oh, what? Okay, flusher.
Oh, Match is connected too. One man's made it past, but they don't know about Wycadia, who's just playing the long game. Leaves Match in a fight. Wycadia chops down the rest of the pack. And that one, that bait and switch, works wonders for Eternal Fire.
That's cheeky for Badger. I mean, we saw the exact opposite. What happens when you dump your mag through that smoke and then they explode on the contact? Sure, the kill helps, but even without it, Wakadi can also call, hey, you've hit someone. You've got damage. I know they're coming through that smoke. Guns out, B's defended, Bosh. Eternal Fire, one step in the right direction.
This gap is well and truly closing. Right when you were ready to write off Eternal Fire, when it felt like this was just too gargantuan of a task with especially Malbs' game put forward to open and no one willing to match that for the Eternal Fire side.
Still want to see a gun round from G2, like a gun on gun, right? Like it's hard to believe in a comeback just off the back of winning the Force buy. G2 do have room to move. Not in the long doors. This one's a little tight.
Oh no, Monacy had an idea here, but he's been spotted. They're going to try and pressure Jota. Everyone's blind, no one can see a thing. Woxic Molly, and this push on the M4 lays waste to it. Xantares even coming in at the end to lend a helping hand. Got to get kills wherever he can with the game that he's having.
The fact that Eternal Fire are this competitive when it's not been a one-man army. Oh, he missed the molly and it actually worked. It's not been a one-man army for Xantares this entire tournament, but he has been playing incredibly well. And the fact that Eternal Fire are neck and neck with G2 on Dust 2, a map up in the series with Xantares struggling, is a lot of credit to the rest of the squad, to the leadership of Major as well on the T sides.
I also think it's just really cool to see someone like Jota up here alongside the likes of Wycadia and Woxic keeping this game alive, right? Because up until now, I think Jota's whole thing has just been, yeah, just don't be problematic and we can do the rest. You know, don't cause us any issues, play it safe, and everything's fine. But here, where a bit more of that responsibility has fallen to him after the quiet game from Xantares, Jota has certainly answered the call.
Yeah.
And he will be this point of contact over at long. He's about to get tested in a big way as Jota regains control over the M4, but not well enough to nail that second. It's still a lot of damage to slow the roll of this long play.
It's not easy for Woxic. He's getting hung out to dry right now. Xantares does cover his back for one, but he is still stuck in the middle of two players. Woxic connects a second. Pistols out to finish what Jota begun, and it's Monacy on long who may nail the headshot, but the clutch has just begun.
Even many of these get close, but this might be another one that's silenced at that final hurdle for Monacy. Hot on his heels with the mid-wrap, they put a stop to another one of these Monacy clutches. Always doing enough to make it interesting, but not doing enough to win the round.
I mean, he's put in all these impossible positions.
You know, this felt like it had to happen, because right now in this game, for Eternal Fire heading into this second half, it was all held together the entire game. The few rounds they had were held together by Wycadia and Jota, and those are the least experienced too. And obviously Wycadia has been in this squad now for a long while, gained a lot of experience, played at the major with this team, but Jota, new to this level, up there alongside him. It was the three veterans of Turkish Counter-Strike that was struggling. Woxic now coming alive, having this second win late in this map, could make all the difference in the long run.
Needs it now. Needs to nail them. Woxic finds another from the site. And again, it's a clutch that's just a bit far gone for G2. No smoke for the cross. Requires a whiff. Eternal Fire on fire, 5 in a row. This is not the side they're supposed to be doing their best work on G2's home map. But when there's a will, there's a way. And Eternal Fire have shocked and surprised every stage of the bounty. Owning Falcons in an overtime fair. Demolishing Vitality on LAN with a new roster. and not just coming back from 7-0 down on Anubis, but now doing a similar thing here on the second.
And if this squad's able to keep showing they can make these comebacks happen, they can remain resilient, and they can play under the pressure. That was where this Eternal Fire project had struggled in the past.
Yeah.
So that is a keen evolution of this team as now they look to tie this game up at 9-all. G2 are the ones seeking out answers. Alps was 19-5 coming into this second half.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So gonna need an uptick from Malbs MD, maybe a big Monacy highlight. Hell, bring Heavy God into the picture. Something's gotta give here if G2 want to break back through.
Yeah, Monacy at the forefront. Oh, did he get that spot? I don't think he did. Wycadia at the back of Plat. Monacy still hasn't caught him, but just a little head as Monacy plucks it out. Okay, mid-smoke spam, takes down the leader. That causes one off.
Yeah, and then they get re-smoked in the tunnels. Great timing on that for Maja. That would have bought time for Xantares to make his way over, and so suddenly, you know, it's like you never got that B pick. G2 might start looking for holes elsewhere, or they're just going to respect this smoke, wait it out, and then commit to B. You've got Hunter lobbing in mid-util. So that's at least locked out players from watching on this A side of the map. It's still only Maja here.
Oh, he can't save it now. He's given away his position. Felt the pain of the mid to be coming. Didn't want to just sit in the open. And with that pick from Monacy, with two of them, in fact, G2 red carpet to this B bomb site. They break the 5-round streak just like that. A reassuring round to remind us of the firepower of G2. But it can't all be on the shoulders of the AWP.
I think this could prime us for a fun kind of cat and mouse game between Woxic and Monacy as this one drags on. If that AWP's going to keep being influential for the G2 half, it's going to fall to Woxic to start making some of his plays. And he does have some openers here on Dust 2. Seen him like to try his hand at the cat fight.
I don't want him fighting mid-CT like peeking suicide, because that is suicide against Monacy.
I think we can do like this, that we're gonna send you out long. If they're not gonna fight long, just go towards B again, boys, okay?
Ooh. Run it back, baby.
Snacks with a page out of Maja's strap book. Let's just go B, but again.
Good call. Definitely a good call.
Yeah,
the A splits have not been happening.
Now, last round it has helped out a lot, though, catching Wycadia in at back plat. He's... Oh, that's a wild opener out of Heavy God. Barreling through the long doors. He's immediately caused a big problem for Eternal Fire. And as they chomp down on that opening pick, as they start to scramble bodies back over towards A, that B site is left open. Heavy God has done his job in this round. And Eternal Fire have fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker.
They need to re-clear this as soon as possible. If they actually want to play this round, I mean, it might just be a save as soon as the B util comes in. G2 is still contact. Eternal Fire don't know. The whole map is quiet. This feels predictable, and, well, they find out the hard way. Maja still interested in putting some pressure on this B bomb site, but I don't know about this one, Chief. It might just have to be to give up for Eternal Fire. Try and run it back in the next. It's so annoying because they have money, but positionally, it was just not going to happen. Very basic call, but when you got the firepower behind it to find a 5v4, it looks easy for G2.
What makes that opener so impressive for Heavy God is, you know, he's doing that all on his lonesome. It's not like you have the usual massive support system to go and take this long control.
Crazy
a
shot.
Corner smoke lobbed in, handful of flashes, and then everyone else was heading B-ward bound, so he had to find that opening. G2 back to their winning ways.
Nuke would just be so exciting between these teams right now, I think. Malbs is such an exciting player to watch on that map, and also if there were a time, I'm still hanging on to it, that Xantares could recover. I'm thinking Nuke Yard on the T side. His cross is to Secret. The fakes through the smoke on the main split. These are the things Eternal Fire make it very entertaining. No more timeouts now.
Yeah, and Dust 2 thus far, right? We've talked about it for Eternal Fire. You've been leaning heavily on Jota and Wycadia. Woxic starting to throw his name into it as this is raged on, but if there ever was a time, Xantares, it's now. Now they need you. The rest of the gang have kept you in this game long enough.
I did get a little bit scared for G2 now in this game with a huge CT comeback, but as long as they just don't overcomplicate this one, feels like they have the players to finish the job.
It's going to be a clash at long. Xantares hit the spawn. No, they've slowed it down on the side of G2.
m0NESY is showing the awkward B. That will put the fear in, even if he doesn't get a pick. This isn't that long A play. You see he's firing off. He's making them think it's not this late long pop. Jota gets in cover in time. I don't think they know.
Didn't see him get here, but it won't go unchecked. Malbs keeps his wits about him, and Heavy God gets back to his success out the long doors. Woxic on this AWP. He's had some head-turning moments in this series so far. But if they never give him the fights, that AWP will never get going. And they up and leave the long doors. Leave a couple of folks there. I mean, if you're G2 here, I don't think you need to overcomplicate this. Just go grouped. And so they will recommit to long. Woxic, right place. But so many Molotovs, so much util to make life hard for him.
There it is.
This will not be an easy path for Woxic. Missed Molly. Oh God. Thankfully, there are more still in tow for G2. They'll start to come out now, but it's allowed Woxic the chance to reposition. Heavy God will make up for it. And so they don't get punished by that missed Molotov. Woxic knocked out of the round. Eternal Fire still showing interest, but someone's got to go huge, and with Wycadia falling, Magia mobbed up. G2 approach map point, and the promise of Nuke as the third.
Can't blame Woxic for dropping the smoke. He's not expecting the molly to miss, but he picked m0NESY, who actually missed the Molotov in the first place. That could have just been Woxic re-peeking on a highlight reel on the long side. Instead, he really has no options with the smoke down, so bit of a disastrous round. And a frustrating one, it seems, as G2 poise themselves to end this map. Finally, a late game recovery for Eternal Fire, put down from the force of long control. G2 once again send it out. They get into pit with no problem.
These are some of the opening moves we were talking about Woxic likes to make, right? Finally tries his hand at the wide cat swing, and it's one hell of a reward. You find snacks for free down in Suicide. That's a opener secured and no chance to trade it. G2, there might be a few more twists and turns in this one unless they've got an answer in this 3v5.
Oh yeah, re-smoke's good. Oh,
try and get across, but Xantares still has this gap. Still has this hole to try and fight through. Hunter making moves, making plays, and Malbs there alongside him. A 3v5 with 3 still standing. G2's plant secured, and Hunter is pressing that advantage. Clean tap on the last man. Only Wycadia left. They got to line up for him here. Wycadia's still in with a chance if he can get past Malbs MD. And so Hunter now the man to beat. The aggression tapered off as he falls back onto the ramp. A phenomenal sequence from Hunter brought this 3v5 back. But can he find that killing blow to get rid of Eternal Fire? Yes, he can. Nuke beckons G2 in as Hunter's prowess shines to send them to a third.
G2 biting back, and the score, as Harry aptly said, will be settled on the deciding map of Nuke. Super stylish coming out of Malbs and m0NESY on this map, and a great ending from Hunter to send us to that third.
Yeah, I felt like G2 didn't lose belief in themselves after what was a rough loss on Anubis coming into the second map. You could see again, and I hate to say it because I don't want to simplify too much, but the firepower coming out from the G2 boys. There were so many playmakers in that game. Unfortunately for EF, again, not really warmed up into the game. I think they didn't play at their absolute best on Anubis, was Major also said coming into it. They couldn't really get it going here in Dust 2, so it still leaves a lot of question marks, I think, attached to EF so far for the night, but G2 remains alive, and so does the game.
EF came in once again with a fairly one-note game plan. Just hammer B as much as they possibly can, try to find as much mileage as they can. But on the other hand, G2, so much in terms of talent, in terms of Heavy God, in terms of mobs. And when these guys were on the defense, they obviously started strong. But even on the T side too, I feel like when Snack said, hey, find me an entry, these guys were able to do it.
Yeah, it was super impressive. Touches upon the firepower aspect that you obviously we don't want to simplify it just down to that, as you have said, Jacob. But yeah, Heavy God, great start alongside Mouse, considering he had a tough first map as well.
Exactly, and that's the bounce back I love to see, especially from a relatively new guy to this little Heavy God. It's a big opportunity for him to go into G2, play for a team of this caliber, and also come into this LAN environment where you're under pressure. You're one map away from being eliminated. You're one map away from going home, and that's when you step it up and show that you got a bit of character. You said the B round simulator. I think we should jump straight into it, because that's exactly what happened. And it's been 3 games in a row now. Against Vitality, they did it. On Anubis, they did it. And Dust 2, they did it. The first couple of rounds, Maui, it didn't really work out. Not because of the B defense from G2 was strong, but because of the retake scenarios coming in from G2. And I think that's where we got to give credit to Matcha. Maybe people would say, why do you keep calling the B rush into it? But look at this, a 4v3. They're supposed to win this round, but somehow, some way, they throw away these very winnable scenarios in the retakes.
You could boil it down to a couple different things, but I feel like what was so striking about seeing Eternal Fire lose these post plants on B is that Madger made such a point to talk to James Banks between maps and said, we need to make sure we realize we don't have the most firepower right now. We need to play as a team. We need to play good CS. And unfortunately, he himself threw one of these ones. He had this like mid lurk where he just kind of walked into CT spawn, gave up a free entry. Then his teammates are starting to peek just doors by themselves. And it's like, these are untradeable deaths. You have to play off the crossfires in the bomb site if you want to be able to hold your own against G2, or they're just going to take those fights every time.
Jacob, I want to pose a question to you. Do you think EF were trying to attack the B site to take advantage of Snacks obviously playing there, or to avoid Manassi, who was over on the other side of the map? What do you think was weighed up in that equation?
I think it's a good question. I think it's a bit of both, to be honest. I think it's something they wanted to test to begin with. Yeah, we can point fingers towards Snacks, once again having a horrible game from an individual standpoint, but Hunter didn't really do much more than him. And I think that's been the case for G2 on their Dust 2 as a whole. We know it's a map they like to pick. We know it's a map they love to play. And I think the only weakness they have on Dust 2 sometimes is the B bomb side. I think Hunter stepped up a little bit, in certain occasions, and he was helping out. But I gotta say, that duo between Hunter and Snacks, we need just a little bit more. And I think that's what Mattia also located, coming into the game, that could be a weak point.
Hunter came alive on the T side, but I have to agree. The CT side for him wasn't really anything that they needed. And if it weren't for the heroics of people like Malbs, Heavy God, Monassi on the rotates, this is probably a landslide first half for Eternal Fire. They probably win 4 rounds in a row as soon as that first gun round hit. And then it's a completely different story. They probably are already out of here 2-0, honestly.
I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah, let's talk about that kind of duo of firepower in Malbs and Manassi. Last round of the first half, they were just pulling off some magic here, and it's lovely to see.
It is good to see, and that's what they do, right? It's a tough round for them to get it going again, and throughout the entire game, there was the story of it. Malbs having a great showing. Manassi always scary, especially with a scout as well.
I mean, this shot he gets right here, I don't even know if he resets his movement accuracy. He definitely taps it. That felt like a snap tap jiggle peek to me. Like, honestly, like that's how quick he is with it. Like, that's more of a praise to his mechanics. I don't actually think he's doing any foul play right there. Like, it looks like he's full strafing with the scout, snap taps right, and then just somehow hits the counter strafe timing perfectly. Like, yeah, that's why we rate him incredibly highly. And honestly, in the conversations about Donk versus Monassi, there are cases that Monassi is better than Donk at a handful of things.
Harry touched upon it during the commentary. Obviously, we saw that what we thought was going to be a bit of a recovery, a bit of a resurgence from Eternal Fire. Then round 21 happens for the side of G2. What's the story here?
Well, it's Malbs, and I want to give him an awful lot of credit. They didn't spot him, but look at how instant he is. Getting the first kill right here. Santeros trying to come in and make the refrag. There's no bad thing to say about that. It's just a genius entry coming in from Malbs, and he's also the closer in this specific round. They failed the first Molotov. They forced
this shot from Heavy God. This shot from Heavy God.
That's a good shot. It's a massive shot, and then Malbs will close it out. Now, that's where I kind of want to steer the conversation as well. For Malbs to have such an impactful game, I think people look at the scoreboard, they think to themselves, yeah, he had a lot of kills throughout the game, but the retakes on towards that B bomb side in the first half, that was worth its own weight in gold. And then the T side entering coming in from Malbs, which is what we know he's always been able to do for G2. It's world class, it's at a level where I'm willing to say Malbs is playing world class Counter-Strike, and especially considering that he was nowhere to be found on Anubis.
I have to say that G2, they are winning these Dust 2 games. They won against Big, they won against Eternal Fire, But even with these victories, I do feel like Heavy God needs to switch places with Snacks.
Okay.
So put Snacks at long A, make him a little bit more dynamic, and just sit Heavy God on that B site because he will get you more kills, he will stay alive longer, he might even just stop the play outright because you can't rely on winning this many B retakes. Like, that is not sustainable. I don't care how high caliber the players you have on your roster are. Like, those are sometimes just gifts from the opposing team, like Madger peeking, Woxic peeking in a way they're not supposed to. But if they play tight, airtight CS like a Vitality probably would, you're just not getting back in, and you are still losing that bomb site.
Yeah, any words you want to add on the whole Snacks conversation? Because it's not a conversation that we're bringing up, you know, just to jump on the hype train. Obviously, we've seen everything on
the hype
socials.
train. I started the hype train.
You were the original hipster of the Snacks hate train.
I said as soon as they made the move that this is unacceptable from them, okay? And so, like, we'll see how this series plays out before I just, like, rev it back up again. I know Pimp will have some choice words too, depending on the outcome of the series, but...
Go on, you want to tease them?
Let's do a bit of a teaser, because we still have a third deciding map coming up, and they could still win the game. That's not going to change what I think about him, what you think about him, what you think about the scenario. I also want people at home to understand the context of the situation. Shuhei is now on the market, you know, and as much as you like Snacks, whether you're Polish, a fan of his, or a G2 fan, you want G2 to have the best possible team, to be the most competitive team. Now, with Shuhei out there looming in the shadows, Snacks got to show us something on the server. And someone can fact check me, but if I'm not wrong, Snacks have 5 kills in the last 42 rounds he's played in this game. 5 kills in 42 rounds. That is unacceptable, and I don't even know how to phrase it, and I don't know if we can find a way to find out if that's the worst individual output any player has ever had at a tier 1 LAN event, but 5 kills in 42 rounds, and we just saw from some of these replays that they were attacking him. They were coming to him. It's not like he's been exposed or he's not part of the game.
He's not retaking B.
No.
He's holding it.
He's
holding it, yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, and I don't know what it is, because Snacks used to be a decent player. He used to be a good guy that could have individual output on the server, but I don't know if he lost confidence, if he's already aware that Shuhei is maybe coming into G2, but it seems like a Snacks that is nowhere to be found, which makes me impressed by G2. They just won a map 4v5.
Yeah, do you have a timer, you know, on your watch of clock ticking for Snacks' time in G2, or is that already expired?
I mean, winning solves all problem, and if they were to win this event, can you afford to go in and be like, Snacks, you out, bring in Shuhei?
But can you afford to lose the prospect? That's the issue.
That's my main thing, you know, regardless of what you think of Snacks, regardless of what you do with the information that he has 5 kills in 42 rounds or whatever it may be, I think it's not about Snacks anymore. It's about the capacity you can bring in Shuhei. So it's something we got to keep an eye on. Again, we still have a third deciding map. I'm not saying kick Snacks or get out of the server. All I'm saying is the pressure's on him right now, so we got to keep an eye on it.
Any final thoughts you want to add to the conversation, Maui?
I mean, I'm starting to try to just have a more well-rounded view of Snacks, trying to see, is the calling good? I'm giving him
moments where the calling was good in this game.
I'm trying to give him fair shots in that capacity, but everybody told me he will be a better fragger than Hooksy. Statistically, he's worse now. Like, these maps, what he's showing here, like, Hooksy wouldn't even do this badly, okay? So that's out to all the Snacks lovers. That's out to Richard Lewis. Like, all you guys said he was going to be a better fragger. Like, I don't see it. Where do you see it? Do you guys see it somewhere?
Well, I do see we have a third map awaiting on the horizon, but not before we jump things to a quick break. When we're back, Eternal Fire versus G2, the final map is going down on Nuke.
After a close one on Anubis, G2 fight back on Dust 2 and their pick. A good start there for sure. Maybe a bit of a worrying sign at the beginning of your T side, but did you feel like you kind of had control overall?
I think that Terrifier is a very good team, so obviously there will be rounds that will look scary and there will be close rounds, so I mean, you never have full control against a good team.
Looking at the next map, right, you decided to ban Inferno, Nuke be the deciding map coming into it. Can you give me the understanding of why? I know Snax has never been too happy with Inferno. Is this just a change? Is this what you wanted for Eternal Fire?
No, it's not because Snax is not happy about Inferno. It's just it's early in the season and it's good to play our Nuke. We are confident on Nuke and let's see what happens.
I'm looking forward to seeing it, man. G2 gonna see if they can get this done and close it out on Nuke. Let's wait and see.
Loving that question posed from James Banks, because it was something that we were questioning coming into things. G2 had the last ban. They basically had the choice of going from Inferno or Nuke. They choose to ban at Inferno, which was kind of a staple of the G2 map pool of old. But we've got Nuke. Why do you think that is?
I mean, I think Tess didn't really answer the question as clear as he could. Maybe he agrees, you know, with Snax and the boys. Obviously he does, that they look good on Nuke. You know, it's a map they're more comfortable on. I'm pretty sure had Nico still been on the lineup, we would have seen Inferno come out now as well. And you know, that's sometimes how you evolve as a team. You lose a great prospect, you lose a great catalyst behind your Inferno performances in Nico, and then you move on to a different map in the third deciding one here, being Nuke. So I don't blame G2 for doing it, but as you said, it's very interesting that they're moving a bit away from Inferno.
And we haven't even seen them play Nuke. That's the weird thing about this. Mobs was
based on practice as well, right?
Yeah, it's just based on practice. And everybody says, oh, practice is going well. ZywOo's a highlight machine. It's like, do it in a server. Do it in a studio at least, okay? Give me something to grab, okay? I'm concerned still about Snax on this map, obviously, because Eternal Fire have a wealth of plays, and Snax, A anchor, like, you are just gonna get bombarded by utility. Like, it was not easy for him on B Dust 2. I would argue that's easier to defend than A on Nuke, honestly.
I feel like I'm on a Simpsons episode. Bombardment. Sorry, though. I just had to do that. We don't know what side they'll be starting off on. The knife will decide that. But I'm curious to pose a question to you. Obviously, Malbs moving into Nico's positions on this particular map. Is there a chance that Heavy God maybe could be taking Snax's position? Is that something you hope for?
So, I didn't consider that, actually.
Okay.
I didn't consider Snax moving to ramp, but then Heavy God would then go to A, and then Malbs would go outside. The one concern I pose with Malbs taking up the position of Nico on this one and being the outside yard rifler, he has played ramp for like 6 years. He's been a ramp dedicated guy, even though he's been a star on so many other maps. He's liked ramp for a long time, and so I am really curious what they're hearing or seeing with Malbs if he takes up that position that makes this such a comfort pick, or why they even wanted to choose it above Inferno.
To me, that's one of the biggest questions heading into this Nuke game, and one of the things I'm the most excited to see. How are G2 lining up on that side? Because I agree with you, Malbs has been a ramp player for forever, and he's a strong ramp player, a very prerogative ramp player as well. He likes to be a little bit aggressive, a little bit offensive in that. You could see him and Santaris clashing heads, you know, towards ramp. Is he going to move outside? Is you going to change, you know, Snax's position? That will be 3 positional changes on one map. Is that too much to do too soon, or are they going to stick with what works? That's a big question mark for G2.
We will have to wait until the second half to see how that pans out. Eternal Fire did choose to be starting on that CT side of things. So how does that shape up the G2 T side?
I mean, that's where we have all of our questions, isn't it? Because on the T side of Nuke, you obviously have to control all of your players, see if you can create any sort of space towards outside, cause a rotation, you know, hit a weaker bomb site, and that's where most of the issues have been drawn with Snax. So I will say that if they have a great T side here, and it doesn't look like it's just Mobs getting 20 kills or something like that, if it actually looks well structured, I might have to renounce some of the criticism for Snax. This is the beginning of the redemption arc for Snax. If they are willingly choosing Nuke, if they are on the T side, if they actually have a successful T side, get 9 rounds, and the kill distribution is relatively spread out, I might have to say he's becoming a better IGL.
What are you reading as the likely outcome of this whole scenario, though? Do you think Eternal Fire have the power in their hands, or is this going with G2?
I mean, I've been siding with G2 from the beginning of this match, but I will say that EF have looked better and better to me. EF haven't played at 100% so far in this series. If they do that, I think EF can win it, but I'm going to stick with G2.
Well, it is time to be diving into Nuke to decide who will head on forwards to the Blast Bounty Grand Final.
A G2 debut on Nuke to decide who is going to that grand final to face the winner of Spirit and Na'Vi later on. This is a semi for Blast Bounty. We've got $144,000 on the line in this game, and we've got a red-hot G2 off the back of their winning map, trying to come back from 0-1 against Eternal Fire. Snacks redemption arc, question mark? It's time to find out.
Yeah, they've had a revolving door of stars to make this one happen. Malbs with a slow start to the series more than made up for it on Dust 2. Monacy with some lights out moments, and it's good to see that that's kept up into the pistol round. A clean tap to open onto Xantares. Top sight is already gone. Eternal Fire, before they could even realize it, this pistol round was over. It's a 2v5, graces your screen. It's Woxic and Maja worlds apart with no route back into this. So G2 back to their winning ways, start strong to open up this deciding map.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about firepower, even though you would expect Heavy God in that conversation, I think Hunter's actually had an extremely reliable series. He has been an important piece of this G2 squad. He closed out the last map with that big clutch, and he's had 2 solid maps. You know, with the caveat of Heavy God's positions have seemingly limited him being an anchor and being stuck, for example, in Anubis A main for the first map, or with all those B hits for Maja. So keep that in mind. But I think Hunter's been really reliable in this game today, and it's going to be needed on a map like Nuke.
I mean, you know, he spent over 5 years in the shadow of Nico, so nice to see him stretch his legs.
And to be fair, towards the end of Nico's time in G2, we know he was very vocal, making a lot of calls, making a lot of moves. Hunter's actually now feeling that. You can even hear on the cams how much input he is having on these T sides as well. So I think that's an important second voice for this G2 team that they maybe need. Creeping through the smokes outside, they're going to make it to secret with 4 players.
Nice, the Woxic was able to extract any value from this, right? Able to land just 1 tag on them crossing. Xantares, first man on the scene down at lower. He's gonna have to earn that reactivation. We kept asking for it, but it's never arrived. And, well, it's not gonna start anytime soon. Final bullet from Malbs, fadeaway shot. And Xantares is dead at the lower site along with it. Eternal Fire might be scrambling bodies in. But Woxic's already out there. Jota left all on his lonesome. Plays the trigger discipline. But it's just that 1 kill. A parting gift from Eternal Fire. As G2 do stick the landing versus this 4 spy. Malbs MD. Not one you want to mess around with right now. He's looking real hot.
Look at this one. Pre-fire. Stops, and then Xantares just walks in. So, yeah, this is a great map to watch Malbs on. I feel you. Very interested to see, as the desk were talking about the second half, the seated positions of G2, where they're going to be playing, who's on ramp. That's all for a later date. But now Eternal Fire just bring pistols to the party. G2 try and blow out the birthday candles outside. Not moving behind these smokes, waiting for a reaction, maybe a pop through them. Shooting at ghosts right now.
Oh, Xantares. All right, turns around just in time. Malbs was about to get the drop on him. That's now an AK picked up out in the yard, but can Xantares make this any more interesting? He's getting boxed in around garage, out in secret, still sat on top of main. Xantares, it's a target-rich environment here. As G2 keep him trapped behind Unbreakable. Has to be exactly that, does Xantares. Takes a lot of damage in that skirmish to Monacy. Tees up Snacks for a quick trade, and now they know where Jota resides. They walk it past him. Jota's making a move right now, trying to come in on this backstab. They are watching this. They've got eyes on, and so Hunter keeps him boxed in.
Snacks is like knife out, just, yeah, they won't peek. We're fine. Let's go. Oh, reliable Hunter stops that from getting too weird. Decent eco, but it's all about the guns now for Eternal Fire. Got to start things off strong, because every single map they've been down 7-0, 6-0. They've been fighting from behind.
I think it's even more important because right now when you kind of look at the old guard of this Eternal Fire roster, Woxic has been a more dependable piece, you could say, and CT Orb, that's where he's going to be able to do his best work, right? So you really want to find some impact early on here, especially as you've done it all you can to bring that Orb out straight away.
Upper pop being poised. So Nade's going outside first. But it will be into A for G2 after the smokes. No one's buying it. Xantares is lower, but there's still a couple players on this top side to hold down. Meanwhile, double ramp as well. The util's going to make it clear what's going on, but the flashes, anything but.
Adja full blind. Easy opener. Monacy's Molotov does enough. Heavy God, even with a spam. And so that top side hit pulls up, and it does not miss the mark for G2.
Clean.
They're even hunting now down the vent. They chase Xantares. Snacks.
Go on.
Used to love playing around in these vents back in the day. Gets up to mischief as he finds Xantares attempting the retreat.
Oh, and I love this as well. They're going for everything. Boost up to get into CT and hunt that AWP.
I really like how they're playing this early, going for these knockout blows. They don't want Eternal Fire to save anything. They don't want these back-to-back gun rounds early on to start the game. They want it to be punishing. They want this to hurt. They want to keep Eternal Fire on the back foot. Woxic's Orb, the only thing looking to come out of this last round. Can he hold on to it as G2 send man after man to chase it down? Woxic will put a stop to the hunt. So that AWP is saved forward.
Yeah, I like the calling though. It's similar to kind of the end of Dust 2 when G2 finally broke in on the T side. It was just pretty basic, pretty simple, right? They do a smoke wall on the two anti-ecos. First go around, they wait, they do a smoke wall, then they pop A, which is a clean backside molly, couple of flashes out the hut. Really basic, lets your stars shine. No one gets confused by it. G2, keep it clean. Let's see if Eternal Fire injects some energy into this game with an MP9 buy. Can get aggressive with these. Don't have any quick drop vent, but Wycadia, it's an option. Instead, Xantares goes down secret.
Woxic's worried he's missed the timing here because Xantares didn't keep gaining ground on the push through that B site. He's worried about that small gap in timing as he was repositioning that players might have made it down. And so he never tried re-peeking out through the heavens. Meaning that AWP missed multiple chances to get involved out in the yard.
4 secret.
Xantares also dropped his smoke very, very early once that info got cut off. So this is on a timer, and a timer that's soon going to run out for Xantares eventually. He will have to take these fights here. Little jump spot in at the double doors. G2 see that, they respond with util. Try to catch Heavy God back in the lobby. It looked good for Jota. It takes Matches swinging him wide. That's something. Wycadia making it down the vent. Somehow gets out with a one and done. It looked like he missed the timing, so he's done well to make up for it.
If you feel like you're walking into a trap, maybe you are. Do G2 trust their gut? They've got no escape route. They don't go up the vent. They go and plant in the smoke. No denial. Not even an attempt. The wrong side of the site. Xantares runs round and they drop in the vent into Hunter. Woxic's hit his, but it's too late for this one. No kit. Smokes in his face. And G2 lock it in. Woxic has to run a long way away. So he needs to start going now. He's scared of upper lurks. They already killed Heavy God. That was really weird parting for Xantares, no? His double door open at the same time because he drops in back sight, open to the single door, the one player who can cover.
Yeah, he's just looked a bit out of it today. Like, he was so decisive, so sharp in all these other games. But that's not the Xantares we've had during crunch time, not in the semi-final, where it really matters. G2 keep finding ways to make this guy's day worse. And an early timeout called in for Eternal Fire. They've got to try and fix in these next few seconds. They haven't been able to do in the last hour. This is looking very well drilled for G2, even in the moments where they've been dealt a rough hand, like in that one you were highlighting it. Losing Heavy God in lobby meant they had to commit into the stack. They've been able to brave those moments. In the rounds where it's been guns v guns, it's been some just straight up heads up calling, grouped Counter-Strike out of G2.
Yeah, smokes and shift behind them as well, so not even information that Eternal Fire can really work with until it hit late in the round. And the same as the previous two maps, the 5-0 lead for G2 at minimum. Just, oh my god, he got wallbanged down to 15 and he never fired off. He waited for the kill to appear. Woxic will end his life swiftly after, but the gall to not pull the trigger on that shot for m0NESY pays off. Going to go for this main split now. Malb's in a great position, eyes on the door. We need this Malb swing right now. There's no one backside though, they're out of position.
Woxic might have to do something wild on the vents here. Maja has lent a helping hand, but they don't know where Malbs has gotten to. They never saw him make it in through main as Heavy God now moves in to join up with him. Top side still secured by G2. Malbs watching for the rotate up through the vents. Suddenly you're looking at this lobby lurk for Eternal Fire. That's where the ground has got to be gained. As they make their way in through the heart, Heavy God meets them there. Jota will secure it. It's all eyes on Malbs MD. Woxic dead is the first man in. Ball's now rolling for Malbs. And the element of surprise for the first one. Jota, eyes on, locks him out of the clutch. And so Eternal Fire, they don't let those 6-0, 7-0 leads come through. Their second rifle round works the charm.
Yeah, nice reset for Maja there to go back down the ladder and group with his teammate in lobby. Just allows the trade potential. Wow. And lets them retake a little slower. G2 spend their post-plant fiddling with grenades. Never really get the fight they want. Eternal Fire get in. Back to the yard smokes for G2, surely. m0NESY with nothing to play with goes for a ramp pick.
This is ballsy out of Woxic. He actually hit that. Malbs.
Oh dear.
Oh god, Woxic really hurt on the back of the Molotov, and now they start to pressure ramp in the meantime. Jota needs to get out of there, doesn't want to fall and give up this control. Woxic still living on a knife's edge out in the yard. What? How on earth is he the one to win this? Woxic is giving Eternal Fire a fighting chance. Now it's left to this ramp hit. G2 got this space earlier on. They haven't made contact with Jota yet. But that's all about to change.
It's got to nail the first here. If they find this entry, they get a free plant. There's no one even nearby, inbound for this B side. 5v3 now. Jota nails his shot and even buys a few more seconds here. This allows rotations. They might not be needed. Jota gets a nice try on this B site. And G2 fear that there are enemies at the gate, that the CTs are behind the door. They'll have to stick inside of the smoke. The spam escaped by Hunter. They evade to post-plant positions, and G2, maybe there's a chance.
I mean, these rounds have had a nasty tendency to get close for Eternal Fire. Xantara is going to help this out massively as he deals with Hunter. It's just m0NESY out on an island, while KD are able to hound him down on the cross into control, and control regained as Eternal Fire take 2 in a row. Starting to try find a path back into the CT side after all. Woxic being a big part of it still.
Yeah, this one.
It's very reassuring to see because sometimes you'll see Woxic here on Nuke and he's just getting out-positioned essentially, just getting dodged. We've seen him look frustrated as he tries to make plays but doesn't seem to align with the opponents. He wants to be super involved here. He knows he has to be. And so with that comes some very aggressive lines from the Woxic AWP.
Yeah, he started Heaven, he's picked door, he's crossed red, so standard Woxic stuff, playing aggressive. Now he's going for the ramp entry.
It's clear he knows exactly what he has to do to be involved in this game.
Yeah, especially on CT Nuke, you're going to have a lot of options. We always say you may as well take some of them. Obviously a lot more dangerous on these rounds. G2 cross with pistols. Oh, Xantaras would love to see him hit that jump just to get this information. Because G2 have always crept behind these smokes. Eternal Fire don't know numbers. This round's no exception. They haven't got a lower rotate yet. They're not even considering a lower rotate.
changing
Woxic
now.
finally going down, but with the AWP, you can't really get into secret in time now. You have to play passive from the back of ramp. And so G2, their goal in this round is get a bomb plant. And dare I say, it's a reality. They're not even expecting this much room. I like the swap. Get the rifle in. If Jota wants to anchor, he can.
This is a hell of a move to make, but they've been flying blind for just too long in this round.
Yeah, now they know.
And so he's taken lobby control on a perfect timing here to allow a two-man rotate into lower for Eternal Fire. Zantares even trying to creep forward.
Okay.
But not too far that he strays from the safety of his teammates in at ramp. Smoke down, that's going to allow the bomb to make its way in. Zantares tries to close the gap. He wants to stop this bomb plant. That's wishful thinking as Zantares falls. The goal was to stop the plant. Now it's just to hold on to this round. Wycadia restores normality. They don't know where Snax is. But with kits on all three players, Eternal Fire should have this one in the bag. Just don't overthink it. They hop on that defuse, and Snax is too far away to play in.
Hey, at least he saves that flashbang, Harry. Yeah, you wonder if he's on roof with the flash. He's on roof. You think maybe they're coming up vent. He's going to try to do an A-pop for them. Not sure what the goal was there. Not the end of the world. It's only an eco. G2 get a couple of kills. I mean, at one point, they were 4v3 in that round after this shot. So, luckily enough, Wycadia did take lobby, which allowed Eternal Fire multiple players in the B-bomb site. It's a weird one, but see if G2 can get back to it.
It's felt like a little while now for G2 since you won anything. 3 rounds straight for Eternal Fire, no small feat.
Oh my.
Oh, but big shoes to fill out in the yard. Woxic not here. Zantares has to try and plug these gaps, and he can't. Run through by Hunter. Reposition out in the heavens. Matcha does his best to contain. There's still Hunter, and Jota will shut him down. It is an all-in battle for this yard control. But Jota shifting through positions, shifting through the ranks of G2, leaves this just on m0NESY and Snax.
Just?
First shot lands for m0NESY. You've seen him come close in a bunch of clutches across this series. And it's all building to when he wins that one impossible round to save the day for G2.
Oh, he missed the jump.
Can this be m0NESY's moment? Snax here alongside him, plays in through main, and m0NESY sniped out through the gap. It's gonna have to be Snax with the team on his back here. Bomb there as well. Snax trying to play into the lobby, goes hunting and will find Jota in the back lines. Woxic and Wycadia are split up here. There's a lot of pressure on Wycadia to not give this one away. He is strafing out, looking for this shot in through the door. Him and Snax trading places. Wycadia goes back to the hot angle, now primed in the right place to find Snax as he rounds this corner. Wycadia is a very safe pair of hands for Eternal Fire. He had to hit that shot. If he doesn't, it comes down to a 1v1 with Woxic coming in late.
Whew, a sigh of relief there. I mean, the MVP of the round's got to be Jota, stopping the heaven control. And Heavy God finds a really nice ramp lurk timing off the back of realizing the ramp player had left, but he just hits a drive-by in hell. And again, the timeouts pull in early. Everyone burnt theirs on Dust 2. Nuke requiring a little bit more synergy as well, so expect more of that. This is already building to be a 5-round streak for Eternal Fire. With only loss bonus for G2, they can't buy full. This is a team that makes these rounds look very dangerous, though. So what pomp do they have in mind? Straying close to the door. This could get interesting.
I hear the reload. That's going to be their cue to go. Trying to get past Wycadia, but the smoke blowing open. The bomb just makes it down. Wycadia's giving chase. He's now in behind them. Heavy God turns on a dime to deal with him. Time it doesn't play as they make it in towards lower. Jota here to try and stop this plant. There's still skirmishes out on upper, but Jota is the man in the spotlight right now. Bomb still planted. Heavy God left up in the clutch, and he will find the first. This is far from over yet. The wrap in through Secret was meant to seal the deal. Xantares sniped out as Heavy God gets us believing. 3 kills deep on his way to the ace clutch.
3, 2,
swinging
1.
now. Damage done.
Oh!
Knife pulled, but seconds too late for Heavy God as he gets all 5. But the round belongs to Eternal Fire.
Woxic, man, monster moment, jumps on that bomb fearlessly, and Heavy God was just a shot astray, a slash too short. What a nice try for Heavy God on an eco round he has no business in a 1v4. This guy's a talent, but he's still not going to stop the stick. Eternal Fire on a streak of their own now.
Oh, and they try to come through with aggression here.
None of that.
As the match ties up, Eternal Fire try and change the nature of the game.
He must feel abandoned. Everyone was cycling smokes outside. They're so late to the lobby. You're able to double dip, get an AK, get out for free. Robbery.
I mean, this is some really nice momentum calling from Maja. Trying to change the game up right as Eternal Fire leveled the playing field. It's left him in a 3-on-2, but Jota is wounded. That was the one thing he had to sacrifice from the hut aggression. He is hurting. Support in at the back of the site. Woxic's AWP waits there. Jota takes first contact. He's going to wait for footsteps, going to wait for noise as they sit in this smoke in at the door. Xantares even holding the vent drop. There is no real estate for free for G2. They've got to earn every inch of ground. First kill secured. Are they ready for this Woxic AWP? Sitting back in the hut. Woxic nails the opener. And so now it's m0NESY in another one of these clutches. Clutches that have been so close to coming through for G2 all day.
I like this. This is the path of no resistance, walking right through the main smoke. The last place you expect him. The issue is if no one plays for the A site, it's not going to do m0NESY any favors. All it does is cut off the time. Eternal Fire, sure, they waste their positions as well. Xantares has to stay B because of the vent break. But m0NESY, all he's going to get is a backside plant and a hope and a prayer. Woxic puts a pressure on. He gives him that 1v1, but he will still wait for Xantares before he commits.
Oh, missed shot!
No.
That costs them dearly. m0NESY seems aware. Flick back up into the heavens. Xantares only just arriving, and this day belongs to m0NESY. Finally, one of these clutches comes through, and it's to break the tie game and put G2 back in pole position.
It's about time for m0NESY. 4 out of 5, and the 1v2 clutch to boot. I thought that reroute would really let him down, but it's Woxic's missed shot that cost them all entirely. We were looking at the 5-0 comeback dream for Eternal Fire. G2 at least split the half. They want one more with the broken bye.
I mean, m0NESY pulled a little smirk at the end of that 1v2. He knows that that was all that was needed for G2 to move into this second half with a nice, healthy lead. Looking again for a 7-5 half out of the G2 squad. And m0NESY's done the legwork to get them there. It's the AWP for Eternal Fire. 1 M4 entrusted onto Wycadia. And next to no util to put a stop to this top execute out of G2.
Explosive finish, but they're up against pistols, and the 5-7 comes falling in. Blink of an eye. Eternal Fire erupt with 3 on this top site, and G2's half, it didn't start bad, but it may end in a sour note. 2v5. Hunter on his last legs, and m0NESY catching his breath as he knows this one's all on him.
And he just calms down after the last 1v2, and now they're asking him to do it again. Let's see if the hot hand principle is a real thing. m0NESY out the door, reads this well, but they line up for Xantares. Eternal Fire battle back with nothing but pistols to their name, tying us up deep into map number 3. The semi-final rages on. Both these teams wanting more than anything to secure that bounty and book in the grand final slot tomorrow. All tied up at the end of a back and forth first half. G2 felt like m0NESY's clutched it enough to bring them in to this second half with a big advantage. That has not been the case. Eternal Fire battling back, now move on to the T side as they've kept this competitive in spite of the absence of Xantares, the star from every other series Eternal Fire have played. Looking to get across out in the yard, that's where Malb spots them, and he's got a lot of support here, but falling early on. It's gonna come down to Snax with a clean tap. Dead after the first. Outside control taken for Eternal Fire. This is what they wanted. Now where do they want to end up?
Heaven's a great path into this A site, but they've got the bomb down secret, so Arcadia is just going to fake this to keep players in position. Oh, Heavy got knife out, that's awkward timing. Pressure put on from Arcadia as he drops back down. They're 4-on-2 on the B bomb site. I think the penny's dropping for G2, but vent control is about to be taken. There is no safe route into B anymore. And Arcadia doubles back after dropping out of Heaven.
Oh, they're coming up.
Oh, no.
Oh, God, this could still get weird. They realize now m0NESY's that last point of resistance, but it's indecisive. One man makes it down the vent. m0NESY's going to give chase. They stopped for a moment.
Oh,
m0NESY! Major waits. Major waits for that exact move, and that's a crazy way to have played the pistol for Eternal Fire.
That almost feels like someone told him misinfo, or like he heard something out. I don't know what happened. He realized he could be getting played with in vent. Then he pulled his knife out like he knew. m0NESY's not that kind of guy to make a mistake like that. So that's a very weird round to lose in a winnable 1v2, but hey, Eternal Fire made it more difficult than they had to do. Sure, pistol round, presumably. G2 find the force. And Woxic finds the first. From the eye test, it looks like we have Heavy God on ramp. Malbs' previous position. He's outside in Nico's spot. Snax on top, drops down the vent. I mean, this is a half, not in this round, but once we hit guns, where Xantares is going to be pivotal in this position, as he's often at the forefront of these outside control rounds, and then is the one guy cutting off vent rotate, so Eternal Fire can do exactly this. They love a 4-1 ramp secret play. Gets his kill in this round on the flank, but there's little resistance in terms of weaponry. So Eternal Fire, good for 7.
Does this get weird? No, okay. Well handled, well contained. They just keep battling forward, pressing that numbers advantage to Eternal Fire. And dealing with that force buy means they're about to be sporting a nice lead here to open up this T side. Should read 9-6 before all is said and done. And those guns make a return for G2.
Always force, right? Like, we know this team love to buy on CT side, especially on a map like this or Anubis. It makes perfect sense. It's a very viable decision, but this is the hole it can dig you. 3-round advantage going into the full buy. And this is not an overcommit, because if Jota gets out and sees a stack, they don't have to go, but an entry will drag them forward into A. And easily done. Don't count out a Malbs dig. The Xantares will. Ramp player, I guess, they say, as they find him coming up through Heaven. This is it now for G2. Time to start the engines. Rev that shit.
Yeah, the problem you're going to have is there's no room for mistakes. There's no room for missteps, right? Moving into this CT half now, if you don't find success in this first rifle round, suddenly Eternal Fire is so close to those grand finals. And so there is no margin for error, no room for mistakes. G2, it's got to be picture perfect from the get-go. m0NESY fields his AWP. Kit for Hunter, util for everyone. So this is where the going gets tough, and this is where G2 have got to get going, or else they'll be gone.
m0NESY playing to avoid an early rush, starting on upper. And it looks like he's in the right place right now, unless Eternal Fire returned outside with late smokes. They do backside nades, trying to collapse onto Snax. It's m0NESY patient, unwavering for now, still believing in this A hit. Here's these late smokes. Triple wall down for Eternal Fire. Will it cause any commotion here for G2, or do they stick to their guns? Very scary call to make in the first gun round. No precedent set of the secret control yet. G2 don't know. It will be that upper hit. That's a good nade timing. I feel like now they're ready. The mollies go in. They know it's coming.
Malbs makes them aware just in the nick of time.
Good block.
So now these mollies come out in response to slow it all down.
This has failed.
You have the util to try and pump this one more time, but you got to get back up on T-roof. Even then, it's only a top heart molly. Is that a concession Eternal Fire want to make? This
Hunter's
is
back
so
up.
awkward. Hunter has retaken hut roof. Madja has been given that extra Molotov to lob in, but this is going to come down to the wire. This is so far from
4A.
comfortable, and it's into a G2 stack. That info from Malbs arrives at the perfect time.
Wait.
But is that enough to shore up the defense here for G2?
Yes.
Malbs seems to think so. Quick double from behind the vent, and it's just Woxic left standing. Not for long. G2 will withstand the topside hit, as it all peters out for Eternal Fire on the back of those Molotovs.
That's a pressure call right there for Eternal Fire. They're feeling the pressure of being in the lead in this game. The fact that they just recommit, thinking that G2 aren't going to have the info to go quad A and stack that site. Very heads-up play for G2. They don't get ahead of themselves. m0NESY in the right position, and Malbs with the important info move outside.
Yeah, great stuff from Malbs. You know, this is a career ramp player adjusting to the brutal realities of the yard. But he plays it well, plays it with confidence, and got that info just in time to save G2.
I'm a little scared. If that's Eternal Fire's first gun round, it doesn't fill me with hope. But Xantares, he could. And he might. In this secret control, it's him v Hunter in a very strange off-angle. Hunter, what have you got? Oh, nade out, catches him by surprise. Huge entry kills. Eternal Fire are forced out ramp. No pick to show for this position either. Oh, Eternal Fire are in such an uncomfortable spot right now. Malbs re-clears outside from Secret, and G2 remain double lower.
Yeah, G2 are constantly one step ahead of Eternal Fire here in these first few rounds of this second half. Double stack in at lower, chance for fast rotates as well when they get the info that everyone's coming from ramp. Smokes down to try and cut off these angles, but this won't leave you in a very comfortable post plant, even if you're able to get that bomb down, and that's still a big if. With Heavy God throwing out resistance, a keen double from Jota. Leaves Eternal Fire with a bit of hope here, but very little time. 15 seconds as they cross for this bomb.
Oh, where is
They're looking for it, finally find it, but this wastes time that Eternal Fire just don't have. The pressure was high enough. That bomb plant coming in with seconds to spare. Keen cover from Jota as him and Wycadia try to keep Eternal Fire in this. It's Jota or it's bust. G2 have him iced out down at lower. And they collect themselves for an 8th, moving this ever closer. That lead from the pistol round that Eternal Fire are able to field starts to disintegrate.
Dude, Hunter just so reliable in this series again, but Heavy God, and the amount of MP9 double kills is more than you should be expecting at this point. He's the reason that round gets so interesting by dropping the bomb in dark that wastes all the time that you're talking about. m0NESY getting stressed as well. A nail biter right now. Eternal Fire looking to up the pace on a ramp hit. Heavy God, a smoke that does not need to be respected, but they choose to. That would have been the window. m0NESY was on upper. With the map quiet, maybe he shifts a ramp. These smokes might keep him occupied. Meanwhile, one's faded. Heavy God against the Surge.
He's got m0NESY here. m0NESY's just moved over at the exact right time. Right as Eternal Fire set their eyes on this ramp control. When you spot the AWP there, Xantares fed to it. You don't want to go ramp anymore. You can expect that double hold.
Here we go.
m0NESY and Heavy God position to succeed as m0NESY continues taking these long sidelines on the AWP. Heavy God will get overran. m0NESY followed up onto as he's caught out in the open. That's Woxic now armed with an AWP and what could be a post plant down on this lower site as the bomb crosses in. No one able to stop this.
Okay.
Malbs will just about. Bomb plant denied.
Can't stick it here.
Advantage taken and Jota no position left to plant for. They've got to scrap. They've got to deal with at least one of these G2 players to open up an avenue for this bomb plot. Nothing feels comfortable. Nothing feels cozy about this B site for Eternal Fire. There's the commitment. Jota run at. Woxic's AWP fires off, but they know about him now up on the rafters. 10 seconds left in this for Woxic. He's got to have an ace clutch of his own. Tries his hand at that plant, but G2 do not respect it. They run Woxic down. They know he can't win this. Perfectly played from G2 to deny Woxic in that clutch.
Without a doubt, Malbs running, Hunter saving, so Malbs either gets the kill or he dies, and there's no time to plant. That's perfect for G2. Heavy rotation down lower, even despite some awkward whiffs on ramp, right? Heavy God gets overwhelmed, but m0NESY doesn't expect them jumping through the smoke. And still, G2 just believe it. They drop every player down lower, knowing it's a low econ round, and Eternal Fire aren't going to get too tricky with it. Right, for me, right now, this game, I hate to say it, still feels like it rests on Xantares getting the secret control. It's been the game plan for Eternal Fire whenever they play this map, because they play it a lot, but even last year, amidst all the success, this is not a team that were able to take down top teams on Nuke. We've always said Nuke is where you separate the good from the great, where the best in the world dominate. And Eternal Fire have yet to prove themselves against the best in the world on this map. Is today going to be the tragic story of that continuing? 3 rounds in a row since G2 got guns. Malbs is down here for once. But like, look at how similar all these rounds are for Eternal Fire. It's get Xantares and Secret, never been a question. G2 haven't played to stop this, but then it's just crunch ramp with him. Oh my God, what a shot.
Certainly not a bad way to start, and this time there's no support from that m0NESY AWP. Instead, it's the double lower. Hunter and Malbs set up here. Now focuses his attention back towards this lower site and is going to tap Jota cleanly from the round. Xantares, he snuck by. This could finally be that Xantares moment you've been waiting for. That double kill. Looking to be enough to keep the lead for Eternal Fire. It's only Hunter between them and that goal. Wants to try his hand at it, but Woxic in too strong a position.
Yeah, despite Malb's best efforts, you can see what G2's prep kind of lets them down in a way there. They are so focused on Xantares, on Secret, that he's going to be coming in, that Eternal Fire are able to just run down ramp and stick that bomb immediately. Then Xantares activates, gets behind them. Really awkward timings for G2.
I mean, I would go as far as to say that's like one of the first times in this entire series where Xantares has not only hit his timing, but he's had the results from it. I think so often throughout this, he's been caught in awkward spots, caught by players rotating or shifting around the map. Any multi-kills he's found have felt more accidental than purposeful, and so finally leaves a lasting impact here on this series.
Oh, wow. It's a shot.
This flank saved the lower play for Eternal Fire. and kept them in the lead. If they'd lost that, they were broken with G2 on double digits. Instead, they've done it the other way. G2 now the ones digging deep into those bank accounts down the tail end of this game.
What a match this has been, gotta say. The back and forth affair, the strong starts for G2, petering out, but still clutching out their map pick. And even this one's had the clutches to boot. m0NESY reliable across all 3 maps when he's in the right place. And CT Nuke is the best example of that. They'll aggress through the lobby. They push ramp as Jota turns away. Awkward timing for Eternal Fire. They're caught blindsided by this lobby.
That's the bomb in lobby as well. Mal's going to catch Xantares moving through the yard.
Blindsided.
A bit of aggression was all they needed. Great timing on trading the peaks in lobby. And Eternal Fire blindsided by this call out of G2.
Such a cool idea. They smoke deep ramp, they walk behind it, then the hut push comes in first. That's the tee up, that's just the bait. It doesn't even need to get a kill, even though it does. And then G2 run through their own ramp smoke as it fades, and Eternal Fire just looking the wrong side. That's a cool way to break apart the lobby default. So, nothing comes for free.
I mean, everyone knows there's nothing worse than a round being over in the first, 20 seconds. This has been a very lengthy save for Eternal Fire, as they've just looked to get out holding these guns.
Disastrous way to lose a round, saving your money. Woxix, $50 off being able to drop an AK. You'd almost want him to get another kill, but G2 just aren't budging. They get armed, and they win an eco to draw the game at double digits. This is a match for nearly 150 grand, and that's not even talking about the bank these teams have. A bank Eternal Fire didn't want to wager. And a game that could slip through their fingers.
I mean, this is a game that's been decided by very thin margins. Every map going the distance. Every map feeling close, like 1 or 2 rounds going slightly different would have completely changed the outcome. And for this one, Eternal Fire felt like they did all the heavy lifting when they brought G2 down to eco right at the tail end of this game. And not even that was enough to take it over the line for Eternal Fire. The battle rages on. That spot in the grand final just rounds away for one of these squads.
And this is with new positions for G2 as well, right? This is the first time they've played this map with this roster in an official. So people, getting used to new spots, very difficult rotations. Mal so far hasn't seemingly made a mistake outside. He's played pretty passive, all things considered. He's allowed the cross. He's gone for a lot of smoke breaks. He's not seen anyone on them. This is, again, Eternal Fire creeping down behind the smokes. This time, it's 4 players.
They also kept just a lot of the guns they were able to retrieve at the end of that last round. G2 have kept enough money in the bank that they can buy to the end of this game. Or at least if Eternal Fire win out this next round, they could still cobble something together to offer up resistance.
Hunter gets one and dips out. That's best case scenario here for G2.
Well, it was in that second series that Eternal Fire played versus Falcons where Xantares was demolishing Nico in these exact fights. The Hunter might be ripe for revenge. He sees them crossing, gets the info, makes it in. Xantares gonna be the one to open. Have he got a m0NESY already on the scene, already on location, and that will make things more exciting. Quick kill through the smoke. Bomb now away from Eternal Fire. They changed their mind about the lower commit. Madger's got some space.
No one's here.
Over on the top site, and G2 have left it entirely empty. Rotate through the vent. Eternal Fire gonna make their way up. They leave one man down here at lower.
He's so stuck.
It's about how many can he take to the grave with him. How much damage can one man do? Jota waits till late in the round, swings out now and catches m0NESY. That means he can play into this a little bit later. Gonna have to fly up the vent, and to do that, you've got to get past Malbs back in the lobby. Backstab is in. Magic gonna find him. Malbs back turned, knocked out of play. Bomb being stuck. Snacks, it's not plotted for them. He's sticking this. 2 seconds as Magic hunts him down. Eternal Fire. Keep the heat applied. Never letting off the pressure. Instant response to the full eco win in the one prior. With some crazy trickery of their own.
Dude, Magic takes so much responsibility as an in-game leader on this map. You see him on these important lurks in lobby, and he so often finds these gaps. He did it in the Falcons game as well to eliminate Nico. Now he's trying to do it against G2. Finding that gap in main as they absolutely over-rotate after seeing the bomb in B. You can barely blame G2. But it might cost them everything. A game of minds right now.
I mean, this is where G2, right, they planned for, okay, we could lose this round. We can still bring guns out, but it's far from pretty, and this is all in.
And what let them down at the end of the Anubis, it was a full buy they had with no kit. Again, we see a similar predicament. Sure, this isn't a retake map by any means. You are fighting for your bomb sites, but sometimes it's not down to you. If G2 get thrust into a post plant, time could be their biggest enemy. 1 minute on the clock, and we look like we're getting a top hit. Eternal Fire, guns ready to go. Hunter in the hut, but the main smoke, and they're just going to go. They're not going to give much of a warning, much of a heads up to G2. They're just going to throttle into this site. Xantar is another double entry, late game activation up the vent for m0NESY. Denies the bomb, but can't stop Eternal Fire. They will walk the walk, they will talk the talk, and they will lock in grand final points unless Heavy God has a point to prove.
Bomb has been planted.
Free smoke in his face.
It's got to be a save.
That's going to seal his fate. Heavy God knows he can't attempt this. This M4 is the best thing they're going to have in the next round. The best thing they're going to have to stop Eternal Fire continuing their reign of terror all the way into those grand finals.
And Magic as well.
Magic wants to try and remove it. It's so important that Heavy God is able to survive with this to give them any hope. It's looking like he will. Magic unable to locate this last man. Heavy God, hang on a second. Magic right here. But Heavy God narrowly makes out with that M4.
Dude, I mean, triple entry for Xantares. No better time for that to come through. Got to say, Jota's had a strong series as well. New boy on the block. Fresh to this level. Not much experience at the top. And G2, a desperate final attempt. Heavy God gives Malbs the gun. He knows the impact the Guatemalan can have. Outside aggress, and he might lose it entirely.
Oh no, this is not the place you want that M4 to go missing. There is no retrieving that for G2. The gun they worked hard to hold on to at the end of that last round is the first thing to fall in an irretrievable position. G2 have got to do this a man down and only with pistols. Eternal Fire are 4 kills away from that grand final. That's after a labored series, a back and forth series. Barely picking up the win on Anubis to open, struggling to keep the comeback coming through on Dust 2.
This should be GG, they're going rap. There's no one here. Finally trying to fill this gap. Last second is Snacks, but it's not enough. It's only a pistol. He's got a Molotov. It's not going to go down. Eternal Fire will just creep their way to this B-bomb site.
And for Magic to call a contact walk out through ramp. In the final round of play, in the round that can send you into those finals, it is ballsy, but he feels like he has G2's number. he will continue manipulating lobby, keeping 4 players for G2, wasting time on the top site while Eternal Fire get this bomb down on B.
An incredible run through Blast Bounty for Eternal Fire. From the online stage into LAN play, they take out Falcons, they take out Vitality, and now they are just seconds from eliminating G2 in a semi-final. This is an Eternal Fire who want to go for gold.
Strong post-plant set up here as well. They want this to just be a formality, the final 4 kills that usher them in to that grand final. Eternal Fire move on. They take the bounty from the head of G2. They send Hunter and co packing, just as they did to Nico days prior, and move in to a grand final. It's the winds of change that blow this Eternal Fire into a firestorm that engulfs this grand final.
Eternal Fire certainly shining bright. That was a map that came down to moments of inches, but for the Turkish side, they secured their first grand final appearance since EPL Season 20 all the way back in September. And as Hugo aptly pointed out, Pimp, they have taken down some huge scalps to get here. Well deserved for Eternal Fire.
They sure have. Again, they're showing resilience. Again, they're showing a high level of Counter-Strike. Again, they're showing that despite some of these very close rounds, despite a lot of pressure being applied to Eternal Fire, they keep their calm, they keep their cool. I want to give credit to Matja for great calling here in the later stages of the game as well. It felt like they were one step ahead of G2 throughout the entire game from a team perspective, thus also fan enough to win the game.
Fluxo, Falcons, Vitality, and now G2 falling at the hands of Eternal Fire. Great team play. This team is looking like they're gelling so quickly, man. I am really thoroughly enjoying this Jota upgrade over Calyx. I feel like the off-season move didn't feel too crazy when we were looking at it in the roster mania of what happened, but man, he is instantly slotting in and providing significant impact.
I think we have to be a little bit fair with that as well, because had we spoken about any other team that made a big rush to change, had it been Vitality going into the final, had it been anyone else faced with Elise, we would kind of preface that as saying, you know, great signing, good scouting, well done FaZe for upgrading your team. I feel like we're not giving enough credit to Eternal Fire for integrating Jota this quickly into the lineup. A major final right here for them. That is massive.
And the ultimate birthday present for Majo, who just so happens to be standing by with James Banks.
Yes, the birthday boy got the big win that he would want here, because this was a crazy game, and it's a brand new Eternal Fire going to the grand finals of the first event in 2025 on your birthday. What do you want to say, mate?
Like, I think I made some final, but for my birthday, I want to win it now. So I'm not going to speak a lot. I'm just going to be focused for tomorrow matches, and hopefully we can leave this trophy for my birthday.
It's a birthday weekend, it does count for sure. Now, I want to ask you just how hard this series was for you guys, because on Anubis, you were kind of out of it at the beginning, then you fought your way back in, you were getting the clutches that went your way to help you win that map, then we see Dust 2. It was not the same from you guys, right? You did struggle there, but then here on Nuke, it looked a lot better, you were still fighting there. You guys never gave up, so just talk me through the series.
Yeah, it was a very complicated BO3. Congrats to G2 to make it so hard. Like you said, in 2 maps we did come back. Like I think on City side also on Nuke we started really bad, and then we come back and grinch some runs to make able to make the comeback on T side. And after that, like I always told, like when it's like showtime, I want to say, when it's T side and I have the control, I really trust myself, and I think we play really well in the end of the side of Nuke, and I want to congratulate my teammates because mentally they just don't give up, and they say for your birthday we're gonna give your best, etc. So thank you for them, and thank you everyone and the fun. Yeah.
When we spoke between the maps though, right, you said you could see that the players were not maybe at their sharpest aim-wise, so it needed to work on the team side of things. How did you get it working? How were you able to do these comebacks? What did you say to the guys?
I said, guys, when we have a bad day like this individually, like the firepower, like try to be better on other things, like, but if we can find also the firepower back, it will be good. I say, it's my birthday, please come back, guys. But in the end, I think they play really good Counter-Strike today, G2. It was like small mistake, small details that make the difference today. And thank you to them, and yeah, that's all, James.
Those small details are the beauty of Counter-Strike. My final question is just going to be around Jota, because obviously the new player coming in, we can now for sure see why you picked him, but he makes his first grand final with you guys on the first event. What can you say about this young talent?
is helping a lot mentally the teams. Like when we feel like there is low energy, he's crying a lot. So crying, I mean like
cheering.
Cheering.
Yeah. I'm glad he's not crying.
Not crying. Cheering. He's cheering a lot, and this is a good thing that he have, and we need it. We need that because it was important for us. Our team, when we recruit him, we knew that he has this ability to give some energy to the teams, and I'm glad that today he did it, and I'm glad for him, and I hope he's gonna have a bright future. Yeah.
I definitely think he will, and you guys are going to have a great 2025. Maja and Eternal Fire, they made it through to the grand finals.
34 years young today for Maja and securing the first grand final of Counter-Strike 2 in 2025 at the Blast Bounty Season 1 finals. Huge achievement for them considering how much of a marathon this was against G2. Sure, in the closing moments of Nuke it was clear that Eternal Fire had the upper hand, but they had to battle back on basically every single map. They started in deficit situations, right?
And that goes to show just how much they have faith in the game plan, because frequently they're just kind of seemingly running their head into a wall. They kept attacking the B bomb site, does too, kept attacking the B side of it, Anubis, but they still kept doing it. They still believed that these micro details were going wrong. And I want to say that Maja in some of these mid rounds, excellent job understanding that by doing those plays repeatedly, he has now instilled conditioning that he can work off of. You could see how G2 is going to bite, how they're going to overcompensate for the fact that he's making these kinds of calls, these kinds of reads. So all in all, Maja, not only some solid game planning throughout this series, but on top of it, he played pretty decently himself.
Yeah, you say game planning, and I low-key disagree in the sense that I think Maja and EF got off to a bad start on pretty much every single map. It was more so the adaptations in the middle of the game that we saw from him and his players. We saw it on Nuke as well. You look at that start to G2 going up 5-0, you think the game is over. It's Nuke, it's T-side, they should be able to close it down, and then they adapt throughout the game. Yeah. They did it on Anubis, they did it on the second map, and they were able to do it on Nuke as well. The very last round as well, there's so much pressure on Maja for not making the wrong call, and they just walk into a free ramp, go down to the lower bomb side. The round is never even contested. You're never in doubt that Eve is going to win the game, and for me, that's the big, scalp to Maja. It felt like the longer we got into the game, the more confident he became in his calls, the better he was able to read the game, and we saw the difference in capabilities in that regard. Snax versus Maja in this game, well, guess who won?
Can you tell us who the winner was?
It was Maja.
Yeah,
it was
by a country mile, right?
In terms of individual ability, I mean, he put him to shame, really. I do agree with some of that the game planning, actually, because G2 got off to such great starts repeatedly, even sometimes with their star fraggers not having to pop off, that's probably where I would give them a little bit of some kind of consolation prize here. Yeah.
And guys, sorry, just kind of add to the mix that we didn't see Santaris pop off at any point during this game.
It was kind of crazy, right? Maybe the later stages, like the last few rounds of Nuke, sure he had a lot of impact, but it wasn't the same Santaris we've seen as of late.
No, by no means a bad game by Santaris, but by no means the Santaris that we've seen the past 4 games he's played for EF throughout this season, where he's been a star player. He had moments in this game where he came alive, and especially on the T side in the second half, he had some very crucial moments where he felt like the triple entry in towards the bomb side in round, I believe, 21 or 22, that kind of nailed it for EF in that regard. But when you're able to win, when your absolute star player is not necessarily having the best game, you see the triple entry right here, by the way. It's crazy, it's great, it's high impact, and this is where they win the game. But just to revert back to that point, Santaris didn't pop off at any point, yet EF was still able to win the game as a team. That's a testament to how well they're playing and the system they're building around Santaris and the rest of the boys.
Yeah, shout out to Bacardia as well. I think he was somebody that, had been a little bit quiet for Eternal Fire throughout the duration of Bounty, but coming alive today versus G2.
I mean, he was instrumental in a lot of the pack plays that they were doing. He was frequently finding either opening kills or just getting the trades that were completely necessary. And in terms of trading between these teams, it was a night and day difference. I mean, the T side of Eternal Fire, the pack mentality worked out so much better. For G2, on the other hand, pretty sure if you look at the numbers that they're going to have a sub 20% trading percentage on that T side. And I just think that we could single out individuals for Eternal Fire who all performed well, but really the way that they're able to work off of each other and the communication in key moments, piecing things together, very rarely were they caught off guard. Like, even when an individual on their team overheats, and even Wycadia, who did well for himself, there were moments where he kind of got flustered in a moment, kind of like tried to overperform, overstep. But then everybody else is there to catch it. They're there to just cover everybody else's weaknesses. And I really feel like the way that Madger saw things after map 1, when James Banks got his ear, was able to talk to him a little bit, he recognized maybe the firepower isn't in our favor today. It wasn't. The ratings in total for individuals were better for G2, and frequently throughout these maps, even when there were moments where like G2 had higher kill counts when they were actually behind. Like they were just, Eternal Fire was outplaying them, putting themselves in more advantageous positions, and then G2 just had to save. So it was great in terms of the tactics.
Should we take a look at some of the numbers on the side of EF now? We're moving forward in terms of the money, because they've got almost $106,000 bounty on their head, and they're guaranteed to be walking away with 86,000 as their bank. That's crazy.
I'm gonna say the only regret that Madger has had throughout this tournament so far is not wagering some money. Like, come on, like if you put anything on the line for these 2 games, 1, it would have looked baller. 2, he'd be walking home richer. Okay.
Aura points. We should give him extra for that.
It's massive, and you got to zoom out on the perspective as well. Obviously, they're now in the final. That's what we got to focus on. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that tomorrow. But for the rest of their season as well, the fact that we're now guaranteed to see EF as all the big tier 1 events, they're going to get invited. They'll most likely be at the major already by now, guaranteed all these money, guaranteed all these points. This is the best possible way they could start the season, so they can maybe be a little bit more risky, a little bit more picky with the tournaments, and make sure they peak up for every single one of them instead of playing all of them to catch up.
Yes, no, it's absolutely huge for them for the rest of the circuit. Let's flip the script, though, over to G2. We had, I mean, you guys had a little bit of an event about maybe the in-game leader, snack situation. Now that we do see them exiting in the semifinals, what's your takeaway from this, Jacob?
Okay, so this game in isolation, Snacks didn't have a great game. Let's all agree on that. You know, from an individual standpoint, the output he has on the server simply not good enough. I think it was 45 ADR. You know, he went 5 kills for 40 rounds in the middle of the game. G2 would have won 2-0 tonight had Snacks played just slightly better, simple as it is. I don't want to take anything away from EF, but that's a fact. However, it doesn't change my opinion on Snacks. I think when you have Shuhei out there for the taking, you gotta make that move, regardless of how Snacks would have played today. I don't think he's as bad as someone in the community is making him, nor do I think he's good enough in order to even have a conversation whether or not he should stay when you have the capability of bringing in Shuhei. We talked about Shuhei being a guy that could replace anyone in FaZe as an in-game leader, Vitality, the new generation. If you're G2 and you mix Monacy, Heavy Guard, and Melts with Shuhei, you got a team that on paper should be a world beater.
I have to agree with the fact that I think Shuhei for Snacks would just be a 1-for-1 upgrade. I can't deny that one. That's kind of where I've been for quite some time.
Would your opinion change if Shuhei wasn't, you know, hypothetically on the open market? Obviously, there's maybe buyouts for Maus, but would your opinion of Snacks be any different?
It's quite low. Like my regard for him in terms of as a player on this team is quite low still. I will say that, you know, I have to celebrate some of the victories, the World Final, the Fall Final, where they were able to win. But on top of that, I just feel like without Nico and that second voice on this team, it's lost so much, and it's so hard to recover that without an IGL that takes more of a charge. The game planning, actually, I think you did properly identify it, Pimp. Like, I think the game planning in the beginning was pretty good for them, but then Madger outcalled him in the later stages of practically every half of this entire BO3. So I don't know if Snacks is there to make those kinds of adaptations. And in terms of individual ability, everybody's like, it's going to be a firepower upgrade. It's not. Like, it's really not over Hooksy. So that still remains a huge question. I don't know if Shuhei's going to be that much of a better fragger than Snacks, honestly, but I know he's a better caller. That's one thing that I am assured of.
And I think that's my main issue as well. There's always 2 ways of quantifying an in-game leader, and it's never nice to single out one player and be like, this is your fault, or it's only Snacks' fault today. I think there was many players who could have done more in certain instances of the game, but we got to be realistic as well. G2 is a team that, as a fan, you know, I'm not a G2 fan, I'm a Counter-Strike enjoyer. I want to see G2 be at their absolute best. I want to see Monacy being surrounded by the best possible in-game leader he can be. Same goes for Melt. So I don't think Maui hates Snacks. I don't think I hate Snacks. I don't think anyone is hating on the personality that is Snacks. A living legend of the game, but there's a time where we got to be honest to ourselves. There's a time where we got to be a bit cruel and say, when you have a capacity like Shuhei out there, you got to make the decision. You got to make the replacement.
The ending of this game, I wouldn't really pin on Snacks, honestly. I feel like Malbs was uncomfortable outside on yard, but that's something I'm going to let him grow into, because this is the first time he has played this position. So if he's a little confused about how to handle it, I'll let him adapt to it, because I know that the skill's there on all these other maps, and it makes up for the deficiency on this one map. I am also concerned as to why they picked this map still. Like, that was something coming into this. Remember, like, we thought they were going to ban out Nuke, go to Inferno, a map that is much easier to call, much simpler to work and adapt on, and and yet they decided to go with Nuke, and it blew up in their faces. And that to me is also like, okay, so there was a bad veto in some capacity. Maybe they would have lost Inferno. You don't really know.
Yeah.
But I do know that they were excellent at it in the previous season. So that's where I'm kind of also scratching my head too.
Yeah, unfortunately, no recovery for G2 versus Eternal Fire in the semi-finals of Blast Bounty. So let's get some closing thoughts, courtesy of Taz and Banks.
G2's run will end here for the Blast Bounty, but you put up one hell of a fight. I think the team can be proud of what they were able to push in that sense. I want to just come on what we saw as a pattern across most maps. You guys came in so fired up. You owned at the beginning of the first halves all the time, but then it started to slow down. Do you have an idea of why things started to get out of control like that?
I think it's the same answer like before. Like, they are a very good team, so they'll try to find answers. Sometimes they'll find answers, and I think that 6 rounds on T side is very good. I think we had some openings for more, definitely. And obviously, Ilya also clutched the crazy round, so maybe for less. But I think that I'm very happy with how we played. Overall, like, I'm obviously not happy that we lost, but that's right, what people say, that with Nico, we lost a huge voice on CT. And now we, I think, are closer than I expected with coming with our idea how to play. And on CT, I feel like we could do better. Definitely, there's stuff that we can get better. But I'm happy how Jano called. I'm happy how the guys handled the pressure. So there is no hard feelings. Just, yeah.
What have you learned from this when you're talking about the voice that Nico had and just what vocal side you want the players to be and stuff? What do you see as like, okay, this was good, this was maybe not so good, what's missing right now?
I think that the only thing, maybe there are more than only thing. I think that when you compare, for example, Eternal Fire to us, they had their leader, main voice in the game, and they had to really fight for it, right? And for us, we lost this persona in a way, and we made it very, very competitive. I would say that both maps we lost could go our way.
Definitely, yeah.
And so for us, it's just come back, keep on practicing, keep getting better, keep getting the voice that we want to lead, like getting the higher and higher. And yeah, I think that we can only get better from that.
For getting better, obviously Katowice is just around the corner, but are you guys going to go straight more boot camp? Are you going to take a bit of chill? How's the G2 way?
I think definitely we are going back home. We will review this tournament, how we played, what we can get better at, and just practice maybe 1-2 days. Everyone wants to practice, everyone is hungry, everyone is motivated. So I love this about this team, and now they are sad, but overall, they are very joyful to be around, and I'm just happy with the atmosphere in the team.
You obviously got to keep the atmosphere high moving on to the rest of the 2025 season. Any takeaways from your side from that exit interview, Maui?
I feel like Taz, that is, has a great mentality about moving forward. I feel like I'm not even going to say I feel like. I've seen Taz improve significantly as a coach from when he was shadowing Swanee at the 2023 Blast World Finals up until now. The first season for Taz, the first 6 months, I had a lot of criticisms for him. The following 6 months, I saw tremendous improvement. Timeouts, the strategies that he fixes. Today even, when he called timeouts, there were significant changes, adaptations, but that's why I actually now no longer really have any ill will towards Taz or his spot on this roster. I think he's a totally solid coach. He even seems like he's a good mediator between these guys in terms of mentality, morale. I think he's great at that kind of stuff. But that's why we still want to see more from G2. And yes, you can give them time with Snacks at the helm, but that's why we just know this 1-for-1 swap, it's on the table. Take it, G2.
And I just want to reiterate it for people at home who may not know how it all works, of the inner workings of the circuit, etc. Snacks is going to be playing IM Katowice with G2. The roster locks has already been happening, so it's not like we are speculating whether or not Snacks is going to be part of the roster for the next tournament that we're going to see in a week's time in Katowice. But it could be the case that would be the last one as well. So that, again, the requirements to Taz as a coach, keeping the guys together, keeping them focused, keeping sure that Snacks feels as comfortable as possible, regardless of what's going to happen happen with him within G2. That's a massive task on a coach's head, and I feel for Taz in that position. It's not easy.
Yeah, well, G2 eliminated, unfortunately, here in Copenhagen, which means Eternal Fire through to the Grand Finals. But it's also time for us to find them an opposition, and two familiar foes lay in wait. Eternal Fire making it to 2 Tier 1 Grand Finals last year. Both of these squads were the teams that they took on. It's Spirit versus Na'Vi going down after this.
For some players? Oh no, that's a tough one. For some ticks? Yeah, I will ask.
Exile, let me think a bit.
Enter. Come on, Alex. It's an interesting question. Hello, this is Apex and you're watching Question Chain. For some players? Oh no, that's a tough one. What do you feel about the op in CS2? I feel the op is just a bit different from CSGO, but not nowadays. I think I already adapted to the op. I think it's just different. The way you approach the game and the way you play the op is a bit different, but I think it's fine. I think it's really playable, and I think it's a really good role. How many pillows do you use behind your back to play? I don't use any pillows because I feel pretty comfortable, but a lot of players using them, but I'm not sure why, to be honest. So yeah, 0 pillows. Have you been sure in the end you will reach the level or maybe get the players you want to become the best IGL or the best team and win the major and a lot of other Tier-S championships? It's an interesting question. I do think that, if I'm completely honest, I always kept it as a dream to win a major, but it was necessarily not like a thing that I will eventually win it 100%. For me, it was always having the faith of lifting a trophy again, like a Tier 1 trophy, you know? And obviously, after so many years, the trophy I lifted was the major trophy. So that was obviously a dream come true at the same time. I always had the faith to get myself back to the level where I can lift a trophy on the Tier 1 scene. So my question for Wikidia is, who was a Turkish player you looked up to and why?
I think it's Zantares. He actually promoted me to FPLC as well. All of you know he's the legend of Turkish CS, so it's Zantares, I think. I'm asking Exile how rifling in CS2.
He's better now than in CSGO because more opportunities and advantages. Yeah. For riflers, I think it's a good time to shine. How you take control of your team, I can say.
Just depends. We try to have a lot of freedom in general, but if I see things don't go well, I think I try to play a bit more structure to be sure to have refrags and try to get a bomb plant and maybe have a good play at that point. So I think I'm just trying to play a bit more as a team.
Enter.
How does it feel to not play with his cousin anymore?
Playing without Nico right now, at the beginning when I arrived to bootcamp, it felt very awkward, I would say, not seeing him after 4 years being together and going through tough and good times. But yeah, after some days you just get used to it, you need to accept the situation, and that's pretty much it. It's not easy, it wasn't easy at the beginning. I knew and he knew that it will happen one day, so it's not easy, but we need to get used to it, and yeah, that's it.
The major champions are officially entering the building. Spirit ending 2024 on a high, home to the best player in the world and looking to continue their reign of terror into 2025. But guess who's looking to spoil the party? Oh, that is Na'Vi, also hosting a major trophy of their own back in Copenhagen at the beginning of last year and crowned the best team in the world at the HLTV Awards. There's also another commonality between these two teams. They faced each other a hell of a lot last year, but it was a little lopsided, wasn't it, Jacob?
It was, you know, for the vast majority of the times, Spirit ended up as the winning team in that one. I believe Na'Vi had one victory at EPL, and not to take anything away in that regard, perhaps not the biggest of the biggest tournaments. So it's something Na'Vi is aware of, something Bit have made a comment on as well, and also why I am very, very excited for this matchup. As you said, Freya, the best team in the world as of right now, the major winners against the best team at the entirety of 2024. I think both of them have come into the season looking somewhat decent, and now they go toe-to-toe in a semi-final where there's a lot of money at stake.
Just gonna say, this quote right here, Bit facing Spirit, that it's not the year of the dragon anymore. I hate to be that guy, but actually, The Lunar New Year is around February 1st.
Always
It's actually
around
still
to
the year of
educate us.
it's still the year of the dragon.
And then it turns into the
Yeah.
year of the snake.
Year of the snake.
It's going to be your year, Maui.
Exactly. It's my
2025
time.
is your
It's my
time to shine. That's why you're
G2,
back on
I'm
the
right
deck.
here. I'm right here, G2. No, I'm just
Sign
kidding.
him
I'm
up,
just
baby.
kidding.
Yeah, obviously, all jokes aside, there's been a hell of a lot of duels going down between Na'Vi and Spirit, right? And they were always really exciting prospects to have, always on really high playing fields as well, right?
Yeah, consistently in playoffs, blast type events. I think that the spring finals, they got the better of them. Just multiple times where, that's why we throw out the caveat about EPL, the one victory, whereas Spirit's taking you down on stages and everything. So in terms of magnitude and how the wins and losses shape the narrative of the year, in some ways you might even want to give Spirit Team of the Year last year because of that head-to-head in important tournaments. However, it's just that Navi's consistency in the previous year was something that nobody could hold a candle to. The 6 grand finals in a row, the amount of trophies they lifted, that's why we had them in such high regard.
Allow me to go off piste for a second, because obviously HLTV Awards were split up into a couple of different categories. You guys got to vote on a couple of them. I don't believe Team of the Year wasn't in that, right?
No, we
or
didn't
am I
vote
wrong?
for that.
Okay, so if you did, who would you have put as Team of the Year 2024?
I think there's a case to be made for both. You know, as you said, you know, Spirit winning the major really opened up that conversation again. Navi having a dip in form to end the year in 2024 again reopened that conversation. I will say though that 6 grand finals in a row in what has been, to my understanding, one of the most competitive years of Counter-Strike ever in history is something that I can't let slide by. So personally, I would have voted for Navi as well by a small margin.
I feel like the stats-based answer, the nerdy answer, is that Navi was the Team of the Year because of all of those. But history will look more favorably on Spirit for 2024 in my eyes. So winning Katowice and winning a major, that's 2 of the just giga elite tournaments of the year. On top of that, winning a Blast Spring final on top of that too. So it's like some of the Navi trophies in my eyes were a little bit less prestigious. Like
the Copenhagen major.
No. That one obviously is the big one, but like EWC and like IM Rio in a library, like I'm not really as sold on those being as an EPL, for example. Like these are studio events.
No, it's a different caliber of trophy, definitely. Allow me to get kind of romantic for a second, just reflecting upon the year for both of these 2 squads, right? Obviously, for Na'Vi, I think it was probably one of the most unexpected major champions we had. You know, you were even talking about it, saying you didn't feel like they could keep up that form going into the rest of the year. For Spirit, we had such high expectations for Donk, right? Coming into this roster and to bookend your year with Kato at the start, a major at the end. That's insane, right? These are 2 of the best stories we've had out of the past year.
It is insane for 2 different reasons, because I think Navi, and we spoke about that throughout the entirety of last year, as you said, it was a massive surprise that they were able to win in Copenhagen. And I think the story surrounding Navi is that they were not half as good when they won the Copenhagen major as they transpired to be for the rest of the season. Even JL said it a couple of times, LXB have said it, Blade have said it. How they won the Copenhagen major was obviously fantastic, but they won the major by losing more rounds than they won throughout the entire tournament, which is a crazy stat. However, the one they got into 6 grand finals in a row, that was by being the best team in the world. So there was a difference. They became better even after winning the biggest tournaments, whereas people sometimes forget, I feel, yes, Spirit won Katowice, and yes, they won the last major of the year, but there was a big period in between that where we're talking roster changes. We saw a team that was deflated. We saw them at Blast in this very studio where they couldn't pick up a win, where it felt like, what is going on with the Spirit camp? So it was a little bit more inconsistent and some growing pains within the Spirit camp.
Tell me a little bit about Bit. What's the story with this guy?
Well, Bit, I mean, he's been on this roster for 4 years now. So before Rookie of the Year, headshot machine, super reliable, in some ways a space taker. He's actually remodeled his gameplay completely. Blade has actually given him a new script to follow. Now he's switching over to the anchor positions, lurker positions, and he's doing a fantastic job. Like, he might even be the best player on Na'Vi right now, but we never really can say with certainty because everybody's chiming in all the time. But I think one thing that we've loved about Bit's development is that he's gaining a voice.
You noticed that with Ime yesterday, but we were also hearing from production that Bit was also chiming in an equal amount.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the perception for the community is that Bit is one of those guys that doesn't talk too much within the team. That's why he was put into the anchor roles. That's why we didn't understand why Emma were in all these, you know, vital positions, because Emma is a great communicator. But the more you watch Bit, the more you watch him play, the more you listen into it, the more info we get from the production from time to time as well, is that he's big part of the reason and big part of the workflow together with Emma at crafting out both the T side and the CT side. Obviously, they always look towards Alexi B for approval. They look towards Blade for approval. He is the final voice within that team. Alexi, that is. But it's Emma and a Bit, apparently, who are the two bigger voices. And according to many, you'd think that would be Jail. You'd think that would be someone else within the team. But that's not the case as of right now, especially not at this tournament.
It's important to note that well, we didn't hear the comms necessarily, like, specifically, but this was relayed to us by just people in production, just how much Bit is talking. But also on top of that, because Bit has played in the Na'Vi system for 4 years now, I don't trust anybody more than him to understand what Blade's message is and translate it into a live environment on the fly at this point. I know it still sometimes feels to some people that he's a youngster or he doesn't even know English that well, but it's like he's been on an English-speaking roster for 1.5 years now, okay?
Yes.
Like, he gets it. So he not only understands the system, he can relay that information.
You were noticing it with Ime yesterday, right? It was at the end of map 3 that when we were going into overtime, he was making a couple of really instrumental calls.
Yeah, and especially in the overtime, he took over, and I think Emma are playing a lot of the positions within Na'Vi together with XB, where he has to be a voice of the team, especially on the CT side. He's playing a lot of rotation roles as well, and in that overtime on specifically Mirage, he was rotating around, he was stacking towards the B bomb side a couple of rounds where he read the scenario well, and you can't forget that Emma has always been this kind of player. Even in Gamer Legion, people said that he was a big voice, he did whatever he wanted to, and let's be honest, it took Emma some time. When they won the major in Copenhagen, there was still someone out there, don't want to mention any names, that still thought that Simple should replace Emma and that would make them a better team, and to be completely honest, I could understand where they thought it come from, you know, crazy take. You gotta be a lunatic to say something like that, but
gotta be a lunatic to say it was a fluke.
True. But he's always been a big voice, you know, and I think that's what Blade appreciated so much. Even when Emma is having a game where his rating is 0.9 or just 1, he always have a big voice, and he's the one setting up the rest of the team together with Alexi B. Every great caller needs a right-hand man, and he got that in Emma.
Let's talk about the AWPer that's actually inside the server for Na'Vi. Obviously, Wonderful, he's come into 2025 with fresh new trim. He's been chopping some heads in the server as well.
He got a perm, and for most players, that seems like it's a downgrade in terms of skill, but actually Wonderful looks great. Yesterday, or last time that Na'Vi played, honestly, he blew us away in terms of his output, especially on maps like Dust 2, where AWP is clearly instrumental. On top of that, I feel like one thing that was slept on a little bit last year was how good his rifle was. Like, in terms of space taking with the team, he does such a great job in a pack mentality. And so, Wonderful, there is a lot on his shoulders right now, because I still think the community sentiment is that probably should have been lower in the HLTV rankings. You know, Launders, for example, didn't even have him on his list. So we'll see if in the cast that biases any of his calls, but I'm just kidding. Nah, I think that there's a case for that, because it did feel like Wonderful was in the backpack of the rifle core that was Na'Vi. Like, all of these guys are doing all of this work, and in multiple grand finals, Wonderful just dropped the ball consecutively. Even in the Copenhagen Grand Final Major itself, like, it was mostly Bit, it was mostly JL. Those were the two to lift them up. But yeah, Wonderful had a really hard time with pressure for quite some time last year.
I think that's what's kind of so quirky about when you look at Na'Vi. Like, you can't pinpoint a clear star. I know it's been a narrative that we've been beating to death, but that's when you compare on the other side of the server. There is a clear star. There's the best player in the world. It's Donk, young Donk. Happy birthday, Donk. He's turned 18 years old today. And I think he's looking to probably deliver some danger in the server, as he has throughout this whole tournament long.
We're just getting a taste of it, right? He's just getting a taste of it as well. Well done to Donk. Looks like a nice cake, and as you said, 18 years of age. Whenever you say that out loud, it's crazy. Look at the way he's conducting himself on the server. It's crazy. And I love what we heard from Donk at this tournament as well. He even stood up in an interview with James Banks saying that no one within the team is tilting. I'm tilting. I gotta work on that. It's not an issue on Shiro's behalf. It's not a Shiro or a Sontic's issue. It's me tilting sometimes. I gotta learn that. So I feel like I sense a bit of Simple humbleness in that regard. We know Simple in the early stages as well. He was not the nicest teammate to be around. I think the same could have been said for Donk, but at some point they realized, and that's the crazy part about it, I don't think we've seen the final form, the final version of Donk, and he's already the best in the world.
There does seem to be some just wisdom beyond his years in terms of how Donk carries himself. I feel like it's caused some controversy in the scene regarding, like, is he being serious? Is he being real when he says all of these incredibly humble statements about he doesn't care about MVPs. He doesn't care if he's the #1 player in the world. He doesn't care if he would be the 100th best player in the world as long as they win the same trophies that they're already winning. And that sort of principle and guiding principle at that is somehow carrying Donk to be this player. Like, there was real possibility that the major would have led to some kind of hangover. He would have partied too hard, would have just like stopped caring as much. Doesn't look like that is the case whatsoever. Still blowing people out of the water in the server. I feel like he's still going to be bringing that sort of energy today. And it's like in this last year, we saw him go from like trash talking at the Katowice in the beginning of the year, to then in the middle of the year kind of raging a lot when things were going badly, and then we had the same stoicism, we had this newfound stoicism that was at the end of the year. Like, I saw this guy age 20 years in the span of 12 months.
Well, let's check in with the birthday boy himself. It's Donk with James Banks.
Donk, you're going up against Na'Vi again. Obviously, they've got Blade with them. You don't have your coach here. Do you think that can impact the game at all?
Maybe yes, if something will go wrong, the wrong way, and we're gonna play not good, I would say, and we'll need some pauses and timeouts to maybe step up, but we don't have it now, but we can take timeouts if we feel it, so we'll try our best. And yeah, we don't have Hali here, but he's still getting on our game plan, everything about it, and he's with us, but not in the game, so we are fine.
He's spiritually, but not physically. Hali obviously not able to attend the Blast Bounty, which does beg a very good question that Banks is bringing up. Blade here, we know he's so instrumental for Na'Vi. Hali's not here.
Just making it clear, all this wording sounds like he passed away. No, he's here. He's just texting them. You know, he's giving them messages. He's giving them game plans. They're coming out with these ideas for vetoes and everything like that. Like, Holly is probably guiding just kind of from the sideline. It's just that unfortunately he's sick. You know, so yeah, I just know that word was never said last minute.
Let's just clarify
so I'm just
that.
clarifying.
He's fine. He's totally fine. He just can't be here in Copenhagen. Which does beg the question: how is Spirit going to fare with those, emotions that we've seen already? Donk has been very candid and very honest that he has been experiencing them, and they did buy them in 2020.
I mean, that's where it gets interesting, because in reality, if Spirit is just going to run all over Na'Vi, it doesn't matter at all. If the game plan that he's setting up from the get-go is working out, if Donk is having one of his days, and if Na'Vi is not, I guess, elevating them a little bit from what we've seen so far in the tournament, it could be a one-sided affair for Spirit, and at that point, it doesn't matter. But when you're in an 8-8 scenario, when you're in a 10-10 scenario, and you have Blade calling a timeout, that's a massive advantage within the Na'Vi camp. They're used to him. He's the leader of that team together with LXB, whereas, for Shiro and for Chopper, for that matter as well, you're needing your right-hand man to make those adjustments in the middle of the game. It's also one of those where we always have a hard time quantifying how important is a coach and what does he actually do in the middle of the game. I think this could be a great reference game if we get a close matchup to see, can Blade have an effect when it's 10-10, when it's 9-9, and adjustments have to be made. And anything, can Chopper do it by himself? We don't know, but I think it's a great thing to look out for.
That's exactly what I was going to get onto. The fact that if they do win with timeouts, Spirit, then I have no choice but to probably praise Chopper, because I thought that Spirit last season was the Holly show in terms of the system. You watch the vlogs for Spirit, everything is Holly creates the game plan. Holly even tells Chopper what to do, what to call in certain situations. And so that's why Holly got one of my top coach of the year votes. And honestly, Chopper, I just kind of thought that he was more like a mouthpiece for Holly in the server. And so if Chopper is able to make the live adjustments on the fly, then well, he's starting this year on the right foot, and he's going to actually add a lot to his case to be one of the best IGLs of the year.
Well, gentlemen, I think it is time we get into the map picks and bans. Any surprises expected here?
Bans should go pretty straightforward. Inferno, Train taken out by Na'Vi. They haven't been playing that. Now, Spirit, they've been liking the nuke pick, but I really want to see, without Holly behind them, do they still go with a more tactical map, or are they going to go simplify things with something like D2 perhaps? And they do, okay? Yeah. When their backs are against the wall, they don't go for the most tactical map possible.
I also think it's a question of, do you want to play nuke versus Na'Vi? Do you want to be that your strongest map coming into a series like this? Dust 2 is a map that they like to play. Na'Vi obviously played it to a high level as well, but they've shown a couple of weaknesses into that. Ancient, a map we haven't seen a lot in the playoffs so far, a map we haven't seen a lot at this tournament. Interesting pick coming in for Na'Vi. Again, a map we know they love to play, a map where I feel Wonderful is activated more often than not as well, which is going to be a good thing. Emma, a big voice in terms of the mid duels, so that makes an awful lot of sense. Yeah. No nuke being played right here. A little bit surprising they're banning it.
I mean, they were going for it as a first pick, and I feel like Na'Vi, if I know them, they want Mirage. Yes. They've been liking Mirage for the last year and a half.
So does Spirit.
That's true, and so I'm a little bit curious, but I feel like it should still go to Mirage. And yeah, the Anubis ban comes out, and Yeah, I mean, the only real surprise about this one is that in some ways, Spirit throughout this tournament were puffing their chest saying, we're first picking Nuke against all these different teams. Now, when really push comes to shove, you're against a world-class team, you stray away from it completely.
You think that's a safe assessment for Spirit in this current situation?
I think it's part of the calculation, yeah, for sure. I also think it's you know, adjusting to who you're playing against. Na'Vi is a formidable force on a map like Nuke, and you get to start on that T side, first map going into a series like this without your coach behind you.
Yeah,
I think it's way riskier to play Nuke than it would be to Dust 2.
We've got a very delicious semi-final awaiting us. Spirit taking on Na'Vi to see who will join Eternal Fire in the Blast Bounty Season 1 Grand Final. It's going down after this. Almost time to get our second semi-final underway, and this one is a very tasty treat indeed. Spirits taking on Na'Vi. We're going to be starting off on Spirit's choice of Dust 2. We just kind of prefaced exactly why we think they're going for this choice, considering Hallie isn't behind them. Now we know that Na'Vi are going to be starting on that CT side. What are your expectations then, Maui?
Well, I feel like for Dust 2, you can use a little bit more of a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to your T side, and that's probably why they went with this over, say, a more tactical map like Nuke, where you're tailoring things for your opponents. And so I think the typical starters are just going to be taking cat control for Spirit. Oftentimes, they're just going to either do mid to Bs, cat splits. They don't actually go for as many long timings as I would expect for, like a entry fragging team or anything like that. But other than that, I think that just means the pressure is on people like Wonderful. He's going to have to obviously deliver when they go for those cat swings. We've seen him mess those up in the past, but at this tournament, I've been liking it, what I'm seeing.
You say Wonderful, I'll race you with an Emma, because most people probably did watch the game yesterday versus Pain, and Navi on that CT side, Emma and Wonderful was off to one hell of a start. I know that it fuzzled out a little bit, Pain came back into it, but I believe Emma was at 14 kills, 5 or 6 rounds into the game. A lot of those on Catwalk. He was willing to fight for Catwalk. He was willing to re-aggress in towards Catwalk, stand on the bomb side and take the fight before they got into it. So I'm very curious to see if Emma's approach will change. Knowing you're going up against Pain Gaming, where you may be feeling you're a better aimer, you're a better player, that's one thing. Taking those duels against Dunk when you know he's the one space taking coming up Catwalk, that's a different game. So I hope Emma's playing with the same confidence, but I fear he'll perhaps be a little bit more defensive.
I think that would make sense considering the opposition he's facing. Give me a little bit of a compare and contrast, because obviously we touched upon Wonderful and how we've seen him AWPing and both rifling. How does he compare stylistically to somebody like Shiro, who's waiting on the other side of things?
They're both actually pretty defensive.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that one's too much flashier than the other. Honestly, I think that Shiro's kind of just an upgraded version of Wonderful in some ways. He will take his fights a little bit more often and kind of like in the mid-round when he needs to get something back for the team. But I think that Shiro is also just more reliable. When he's not flashed off of an angle, he just hits that shot, I would say 20% more often than Wonderful. And those kinds of margins in a super tight game like this are going to make a huge difference. It's going to be pretty scary if you are Wonderful, because if you miss Donk one time, he's going to kill 3 of your teammates. Like, I'm sorry.
It's all about being reliable in that sense. I think Shiro sometimes is, you know, he's not underrated, he's not overrated. I think he's rated fairly by the community, by most people, but he's not the most flashy AWP out there. Very defensive, very methodical, as you said, very reliable. And I think nowadays, I personally, if I were Chopper, if I were Halley, if I were Spirit, knowing you have Donk to do all the fun stuff, knowing you have Donk to change the tide of the game, change the dynamic of the game, you just want someone you can count on every single game. And for me, that's Shiro. Sure, he has bad games once in a while, but it's not often.
Well, gentlemen, it's almost time to kick off the semi-final. Spirit versus Na'Vi. We've got to find Eternal Fire, a grand final opponent.
We're ready for all of them. We don't care, to be honest.
I don't think we have any pressure.
I mean, that's the Donk effect.
You can't underestimate your opponent.
We're ready for every team.
Heroic now armed and dangerous. Youngster retrieves one of those guns. Shiro full blind. But you wouldn't know.
We are on the big dog side, having the bounty on our back.
No, there is no change in attitude.
And they're gonna flush out the offer. Wonderful drops the Chilean, and NQZ found out in smoke. Na'Vi deny the upset.
Two major championship teams now go head-to-head for a spot in the grand final for the opening event of 2025. Both of them with big bounties on their heads and some money to play with. And I hope this time we're going to get a challenge. So, Alexi, you got some bank to spend. You want to spend some here? You want to fight back against this? Put your money where your mouth is.
I'm happy to announce that the Na'Vi camp has decided to save their pennies.
Why? You don't feel confident?
I went all in yesterday and it was a struggle, so it is what it is.
Donk, you were going to go all in. You told me you were always going to go all in, right?
Yes.
Are you disappointed?
Yes.
Yeah?
It was obvious.
It was obvious. You think they're scared?
Yes.
Are you scared, Alexi?
I mean, fair enough for him, but let's see.
Let's see how it goes down in the server. Shake hands, get yourself ready. It's Na'Vi taking on Spirit.
Man, oh man, this kid keeps it cool. Donk, it's obvious.
You should have gone to Donk first, right? You knew he was going to put the money down, all in. And then,
true.
Such a shame, such a shame.
Set up the acceptance speech first.
No matter what happens, you get a story out of it. You know, that Na'Vi don't want to bet in a game that they could win. They have won series recently, at least, even though they usually lose to Spirit.
Yep.
But what would be more a surprise is Spirit not willing to put the money down. Na'Vi, oftentimes, this hasn't even been really a rivalry. It's just been Spirit destroying them. More important games, more often. And now we're in the new year. This time, we don't have Halley live behind them. That can definitely make the difference in a game that'll maybe be close or can be close. But as mentioned, Hallie helped with all the prep. Hallie did probably lots of calls with them. I'm sure the game plan's there. Just some of the live moments where the tac pauses come in, if there's a little confusion, Hallie can't have that little edge where Blade can. So it's hard to say if that if this series went back and forth more often, then maybe that makes more of a difference. But I think Maui brought up this is a great chance for Chopper to show what he can do as the IGL without the dedicated coach behind him.
And I'm excited for that specifically because now whatever we end up seeing from Spirit, right, is going to be Chopper's brainchild. So we're going to get one of these like rare instances where it's just all him. And so we can praise or criticize him accordingly. This is Chopper leading the pack without Hallie. And we know, you know, on a personal level, Hallie versus Blade, they kind of got that little rivalry going as both teams vie to be 2024's #1
these
team.
Are the two best teams of last year. And lots of people disagree about who was first.
Two major champion teams from 2024.
Right.
And we get a best of 3 head-to-head in the second week of the year, Mohan. What a treat it will be to bring you guys this game tonight. Obviously, our squad's going over the fine-tuning before First Pistol goes live.
And obviously also with the format, you get conversations about, honest conversations about form. You know, Lexi doesn't put the money down, then he goes, yeah, we put the money down last time, but we look a little shaky. It was a really difficult game. So that does speak to the self-belief, confidence going into the matchup, and acceptance that this is not a free win and that they cannot just simply roll over their opponents. So we'll see how that affects them mentally.
Want to reiterate as well, with these teams specifically, we kind of put them on a pedestal where, you know, we know they're at the higher end of salaries in the Na'Vi camp, and it's a big organization, if not the biggest organization. And yet, still, $20,000 is what they could have gambled, and they don't want to give up a penny, right? Sometimes I think we have these conversations where it's like, what's the prize money for a team like Na'Vi, yada, yada. As the tournaments go on throughout the year, well, it boils down that 20 grand is still 20 grand to Na'Vi. Divided 5 ways, it's 4K a pop. You know, it's just a nice reminder that they all still love racking it up.
Yeah, it is a good reminder that that's still like a lot of money. But it definitely is a blur in CS sometimes with the massive prize pools all over the year. But
you know, it's the thing with Bounty is we said kind of coming with the idea behind Bounty is how infrequently we discuss prize pool at Counter-Strike tournaments, despite how much prize money there is accumulatively throughout the year. So it's just nice to know again that we put it in the spotlight. It's a conversation piece and it clearly still matters. But obviously, money aside, fandom aside, superstar status aside, it's all about the Counter-Strike, folks. Let's get into it. Map 1 between Na'Vi and Team Spirit at the Blast Bounty. What some would have hoped to be the best of 5 grand finals, set up in a head-to-head by Eternal Fire, who claimed the win over G2 and sit in tomorrow's matchup, waiting to find out who they play.
Just like Major said, they took down Muhammad Ali and Jake Paul in 2 games straight.
As easy as possible. Well, that's not true. It came down absolutely to the wire, but
yeah, easy game, easy win. A comfortable map for both teams. Dust 2 is where we begin.
Flash for the EMA peak. Ooh, nice. Killing Zontix in the background as that front runner, and Donk had to turn away. Perfect establishing shot here, 5 versus 4. We get 2 players walking out long at the moment. Magix sees nothing, but they are met by a smoke. So 3rd player moved over. We've got Na'Vi with enough pieces to hold this back.
They have lost Cat and Long. They are floating right now, and there's enough time on the clock. Spirit can actually wait this out if they want to. Oh, perfect here from Imma.
They just come barreling through that smoke grenade with a tidbit of disrespect. It's going to fall on Shiro and Magix, and they do a good job of pulling bodies off the site, but Ima's looking immovable. And Imma, yesterday, Launders, on Dust 2, has to be stated, absolutely tore him up.
He's one of 2 players that was reliable for Na'Vi yesterday. That's part of the reason that Alexi doesn't want to put the money down. They were struggling. Alexi himself had a real tough series. Here in this position, Chopper and Donk are trying to find the perfect timing since their teammates are scaling long at the same time. They just want Imma to be focused on long for the second they come through the smoke, but Imma smartly waits. Now, if you look at this from the perspective of the smoke on Cat, it made sense more for Spirit to wait that out because Na'Vi are not going to get Cat back, they're not going to get long back. So they don't really have to rush the situation. There was like 45 seconds still to go. But because they do, and because Imma is super careful. Wait, he aced? Oh my god, he got all 5 kills.
In what world?
Oh my god. Wow. Wow, from that position too. He didn't even have Brick's control. He was standing behind the smoke that was going to fade.
Right back to where we started yesterday. Emet on Dust 2. JL clears Chopper off the tunnel walk up. Desert Eagle in hand of Donk, down. So there goes the risk. And all is good. 7-0 for the Emet start, 2 rounds into the game. An ace and a double in his back pocket. Not a bad day in the office already.
Yeah. Speaking about how reliable he was yesterday again. I mean, they could have had a better result yesterday, had more confidence coming in today if there was just more people to assist his performance. But the last thing you'd want to see is him drop off for a game like this. So he'll be a huge win condition for Na'Vi.
We saw them play versus Pain. One of the things was the off dominance out of Wonderful over NQZ. Let's see if Shiro can turn that back against them today. As you mentioned, the second successful piece of the Dust 2 play from Na'Vi was the off player. And it goes man advantage Na'Vi out of the gate. Shiro just going to be passive as he needs to be, holding on to the long doors. No movement there despite Alexi and Wonderful being on the other end. A bit of posturing between 2 Counter-Strike titans as the pace slows early in this Dust 2 opening map. No reason for Na'Vi to make a move. Just allow for Wonderful to pop with the scout.
Maybe. Imma would be playing more towards game helper, I think, if he was sure that it was going to be this full-on cat take. So it's possible if a deep CT smoke comes out, he won't be valuable in this fight.
There goes the cat wall.
Now it's a 4v2. Imma hoping that it's still mid-B for the seconds.
Remember, this is just a scout for Wonderful as well, so full-blown buy out of Spirit. Op remains over towards middle as the 3 AKs try to extend into the site, and they're going to find that footwork pretty easy. Ema not jumping up in the commitment yet, and as he does, obviously going to get watched. Now, losing Shiro's going to get problematic in a moment. Dog's trying to keep it covered to at the very least put bomb down. He will find JL, but there comes Bit, well timing on the mid flank, and
shot.
Wonderful Scout will connect to the face of Zontix. Chopper goes to the top of the sight box. This is a nice angle to catch a player off, but as time ticks, that smoke fades, and Wonderful is going to find him within it. So Na'Vi, no sweat in that moment. Yep. Obviously, Bit killing Shiro towards mid really unravels the post plan.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like, you know, this is a position where Spirit have Na'Vi thinking like they're going to try to throw some kind of Fagin early. They should be worried about mid for a long time. Imma does bite on it, but you can see that he can re-enter the fray by pushing through the smoke as long as they don't drop. The problem is that when he goes to jump up late, that's when the play becomes a little bit easier for Spirit to deal with, because they've already crossed elbow, they're working on the plant, and they're working on just now watching all of their gaps. And Spirit will jump right into attack pods.
And again, just to note one last time, without Hallie, you see Blade ripping it out right away. Getting talkative as Chopper calls this on his own. Obviously within rounds, I think one of the prime examples at the start of this year, when we come down to the second voices in teams, is G2 without Nico, and how rough that looked in the first week of play.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Hallie very much is the second voice. The overseer, more so than being inside of the server, but we know that the game plan's very much constructed between him and Chopper, so. Spirit down a headlight as they face this dark road of a 3-0 start from Na'Vi's defense. Tech9's at a single AK on Donk. We've seen it win rounds, folks. And they're going to keep this one simple. Now, JL was one of the awkward pieces as we talked about the success of Wonderful and Emet on Dust 2 versus Pain. JL just was not in the game. Very uncharacteristic decisions. And right now, again, nothing, man. Smoke in front of him, just drops the ball. Won't be able to stop them. Only Bit finds some sort of success for Na'Vi out of the gate.
This is very dangerous if they're going to invest into the retake. There's 3 players. They all have great guns. The teams have a huge advantage here, and they can go and pick these guns up. I don't know how much they want to commit. Surely they got to run from this now.
Yeah, let the M4s go up, grabbed instead, and they're out.
You know, yeah, that's definitely been a huge focal point at Dust 2. Oh, another kill, and it's just Bit. He goes down, all 5. With the round win on the half buy.
Yeah.
It's the B site, right? I mean, JL took a long time to warm up yesterday, got it together in the last map, and that helped Na'Vi pull out the win. It was great to see, but the timing on the tunnels is everything. Like, we used Snow as the example of how to play B site Dust 2 yesterday, and if your flashes aren't preemptive, if your smoke isn't ahead of time, and you don't have your gun out when they start swinging out of the choke point, it's pretty much a done deal for you. So, for whatever reason, off the tac pause as well, Spirit with the right play.
This op's on the prowl, but Shiro's been pretty patient at the start of these rounds, either watching long doors or, again, like this time, eyes on mid. Obviously, economic limitations here for Na'Vi. 3 MP9s. The grenades aren't great either, so using them at a minute 15 on middle, trying to open up a smoke for Wonderful to pluck a player off round 5, but no contact, no success, no openings offered to Na'Vi.
It's very standard spots right now, but I think the one thing that helps is the fact that Wonderful still got his op. And if they, 2-1-2, they still have a couple of outs in this round, but they don't have retake utility. All Spirit need to do is get a plant down to getting too many players opt. Let's see if Wonderful can throw him through a loop.
So I'm tested when he had that scout, wasn't able to do anything until he fell back and had to forego sight control. Ooh, again looking away just as they extend into elbow. He'll wait on the box, but every time they're about to come through with a peek, that's when he goes for a reposition. 8 seconds. And Chopper's going to find that bomb plant unless jumping SMGs deny. Sontic serves up the distraction instead. It costs him, but it sets up Donk wonderfully for 2. JL still getting the better of the trade frag. He is on his own, and he's slammed against the wall by the Shiro Tech 9. That is Spirit just creepy crawling their way into a post plant.
Yeah, they took their time, but there was no map pressure from Na'Vi, so they were fine. They had cat control. There were no nades coming in. I think they knew Na'Vi were at wit's end when it came to their economy. So, yeah, they run it down to the wire, but there's really no pressure back. No way to stop the plant as well. So perfectly fine, and that's around where they invest behind the op. They don't have the best guns in the world. The money gets destroyed.
A little nervous about what could get thrown at him. Shiro going for the safe boost, and now confirmed. We got USPs out here on the field. And Na'Vi gonna try to play with a bit more of a tempo as they go on a bit of an adventure in terms of the mid-peak. Finding Donk is one thing. Ooh, Shiro gonna blow him away. Chopper from up above, and the 5 USPs do more than you'd expect, Wanderers. A single kill on Donk.
Yeah. It's a good guy to get down. I wonder how long the breathe strips last in this arc for Chopper. It's...
Oh, the op was on the bottom. Oops.
Upward drop.
Like, wait, how does this work again?
He didn't stand up.
How long do nose strips work? That's your question?
No, like how long is this arc going to be for Chopper where he's got the breathe rights on?
Well, maybe as long as they keep winning.
Yeah. And he had a big map with that thing on, so...
I mean, scientifically, opens up the passageways. You get a little more oxygen into the brain. Brain starts moving faster. Something like that, you know?
You sound like a scientist right now.
Thank you.
He's really projecting.
There you go. More words per minute. More instruction in Howley's absence. He's really got to get it out there.
I'm thinking about investing.
Honestly, Mo, maybe you should wear them. Sometimes your nose whistles.
I do at night. I wear them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. You think you know a guy. All right, Navi's starting to take, I think, a bit more of opening gambits like this, and it works. You know, if Ima's going to be the one piece that tries to keep it going for Navi, then so be it. 5v4, cross smoke down. A lot of bodies on this side as Chopper goes back towards middle. Leaves the remnants of his team over on long. Door smoke coming up causes concern for him because now suddenly it could be tunnels, doors, cat.
You know what, though? It depends how Chopper plays this, but they might not be ready for another player. Oh, nice. Perfect push here off on cat.
Yeah, 2 players joining up for that, and then they're just easily able to disengage, knowing that there was nobody else other than Chopper. And so it looks like Navi take 2 moments of aggression,
smoke.
Calculated aggression, and they both pan out in opening frags.
Yeah, the smoke is a real problem because no one can go to the site, which means Wonderful doesn't have to be worried about someone crawling up. And Donk is, you know, going to swing to his death if he wants to, but I think he's, well, pretty clear that that's a gap.
You sure he dies here? Yeah, okay, good. Wonderful makes sure that Donk can't go wild. Bit spotting another player out middle. That 3rd layer of mid walk up from Magix, now in a 2v5 where a single point of damage has been done across the board. It's a nice stabilizing round from Navi, and I think it's good in my mind that they're rewarded for getting a little active. We had very slow tempo in the start of this game, and starting to prod Spirit in the middle of the map nets them a nice, clean round 7 win.
Yeah, they use all their utility, but they waste no players.
Perfect.
2 guns are going to be carried forward, and you can see that Spirit have done an amazing job with their economy, winning on the half buy. The buys that have come down, they'll have no problem buying this next round. I think it's very fortunate for Navi they win with all 5.
Mohan, side bet. We are at the bounty. We encourage a little gambling here.
I'm down. I love it.
Okay. Now, this is unrelated. I'm not trying to talk smack. Will Alexi have a better or worse series than the one yesterday? Because right now, he's 0-4.
Better.
Better? Yeah?
You want to take that bet?
I would agree with you. I think he'll do better. I was hoping you'd say worse.
Connor just talks a big game when it comes to betting, man, but
hey,
he does not like it.
I got 100 euros on this week. What about you? Where's your pimp bet? The funny thing is we've bet versus fantasy teams, and he's in dead last. I'm in second to last.
You're an astronaut.
It's the blind challenging the blind, or something like that. JL, back B bomb site. Come on, buddy. He's got no nades, though. He's got no nades. He's got no teammates. And in an instant...
Man, but no nades B?
It's the full commitment,
nades B,
dude.
no help.
He's got 2 players sprinting over to try to help him. He could just gun them down, but Donk's got the fast response. Bit slides out through the door, and that's a second headshot coming out from Donk.
Connor, you brought it up right away. No nades in B. No one giving him grenades in B, and no one playing B with him with grenades. That's definitely not how you hold B.
Nope. And that is why he lost it.
Yeah. So you can't even, you know, just fault him for that situation. That's something where you would expect support. And oh, Donk's got this call. 1 green box. Somehow manages that spray. It's like every other bullet missed except the headshot. That's such a Donk moment.
Yeah, he's getting off to the races now. There's a chance he even clears Wonderful, if not turning, and a well-timed peek.
Oh, they know where he is.
Yeah, they're going to come for this with Magix on long. This op is not a guarantee, so pretty critical save, perhaps. Money's low. He's fighting for it. Oh, come on, Wonderful. Hang on. Oh, into the box cover.
Oh,
and
he's good.
Gonna get to keep that thing. Look at him. Sigh of relief, man. Jesus.
Getting hunted.
They wanted that op.
It's a big save. I mean, we had the last round 5 alive. And fair play. JL getting at least 1 kill in this spot, but, you know, odds are stacked against him.
Yeah. You see the flash come over from the 2 rotators. Again, Bit and Emek came sprinting out of CT to try to help. But by the time that flash pops above window, Donk is just able to avoid it on the plat box.
Right, okay. Okay, well, there was support utility then at least.
It's just the mistiming of it. And right now, we get an opening gambit from Emek.
Oh, what? Something's got both. He got both.
How? That looked like 2 bullets back-to-back, 2 headshots.
Man, that sounded like a glitch. That's amazing.
I'm gonna need that one on the replay, please.
It's crazy. See Donk just like, all right, you keep shooting. I'm running at them full force.
Stat.
Now he's got Cat.
You got to hit shots like that before Donk steals all your kills. That's kind of the tempo that's being set here by 2024's #1 player.
Gratata.
Me, oh my. No chance at the retake. JL's gonna have to walk away with it. And honestly, just like Wonderful's off last round, no save guaranteed. He will fight tooth and nail. But Donk's got his number.
JL was like, I was all over him.
Let's see this Zontix 2K, man. That had to be 2 bullets back to back by the looks of it.
Yeah, I want to know if it was a spray or just literally,
just 2 taps, eh? Bop, bop.
Ooh. They were just in the perfect alignment. Mercury was in retrograde for that 2K. I was thinking, man, Donkin, Zontix, and lower, those are not the guys you want to fight on a headshot angle like that exact situation. Like,
Yeah, that's one where you just get right back into bed and call it a day. Chopper's gonna try to cross the blue box. We got Berettas flying off into the distance. We've got a second pair into the pit. Donk, it's a triple.
Okay.
These pistols not long for this world. As Donk emerges now 14-7, tearing Na'Vi apart. And he should be. You know, a couple Deagles still floating out there on the map, but this is Spirit regaining control of the game after the 3-0 Na'Vi start, giving them false hope with that, you know, that perfect flawless round Na'Vi won, 5 players alive. You thought to yourself, oh, nice. If they go for early fights, then Na'Vi are going to keep this competitive. And it hasn't worked since.
Yeah. Who's the most stacked lineup individually in the world right now?
Most stacked lineup individually in the world right now? A part of me actually wants to say, you ready for this?
I'm ready for this.
G2. Heavy God, Malbs, Monacy. It's a strong core.
It's a strong core.
It's a strong core. I'm huffing what Maui is offering when it comes to the Heavy God
You're
hype.
huffing what he's farting right now?
Yeah, that's, well, it is always bullshit with him.
Heavy God already elite, huh?
On the road.
On the road.
He's on the road.
What about Vitality?
Oh yeah, I forgot about them because they got eliminated.
Oh man, really soon.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's funny because you forgot about, you remember G2 even though.
Well, they played today.
Yeah.
I'm a day-by-day kind of guy.
Okay. I'm going with Spirit. Stonk doesn't need any help.
Yeah, that's fair.
What is that necklace he's got on? You see that?
No.
Chopper? Huh.
Listen, dude, don't criticize a man's bling.
My fault.
127 ADR, 14-7, and no sign of that Na'Vi.
Dude, you should have taken that Alexi bet.
Thought about it, but
oh man, it's Emma running. Wait, okay, that was with no support, right? They had no mid flash.
No, I didn't see anything come out. And I mean, that's been the most consistent thing. If Na'Vi are doing anything at the start of rounds, it's been Ema taking some kind of a catwalk attack.
Yeah, but it's also been Spirit really fast down Cat.
Time and time again. So Bit gets dropped by half health too. Not gonna make his job any the easier. Wonderful walking that op in.
You can see the prep, they already know.
Nice. Wonderful's able to get the better of Donk, so tip of the spear dead, but this cat's still got claws. Chopper from long, jumping over. Bomb is gonna be a little bit late. And like you said, that smoke isn't gonna give them the most confidence. The nade nearly finishing off Bit as he'll try to reposition. Ooh. Frag after frag here being chucked out by the T side. Chopper's gonna put the plant down. And Magix can just hang on to his position at car. Shiro actually doubles back all the way through double doors to clear top middle, and now he's going to come in before this smoke fades to really try and help his two teammates ensure it. Great game sense coming out of Magix, anticipates Wonderful's position, and sends JL running for the hilltops.
A lot of this comes down to Imma dying right away. It's the game plan Spirit, I mean, Na'Vi should have expected. Spirit employed it perfectly. Na'Vi in a lot of the recent Dust 2 games have been using this tactic, but surprised to not see it really like more well supported. I think Imma was just hoping to see nothing maybe, and then turn his attention to lower for a second, try to take that duel, but none of those plays have worked out too well. And JL,
Nice.
both frags.
He'll hang on.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Who said that?
I don't know.
I need to know who said that.
I kind of hope it was Bit. No money.
Get to the chopper. I'll be back with weapons.
And they do buy, so, I mean...
Yeah, but no money.
Yeah.
No.
Final round of the half. Could have been worse. Double ops as the money was really flowing for Team Spirit.
You have to say money from now on.
Money. Monacy.
Bilal.
Dog's got this, doesn't he? Little ramp peek.
How's he still chasing this?
No.
How does he win these duels?
Because he's the best player in the world.
I can't say you're supposed to chase that down.
He's
After
the
you get
best.
He's number one.
He's the goddamn best. And he's 18 today.
Man, you said this the other day. What if he gets better?
What if, right? Again, like, and I caught some flack like that online that night. They're like, man, the glaze is real. But it's like, no, that's just not a part of the conversation. We thought all the records have been broken. They can be broken again. What is real? You know what I mean? What is the limit, Launders? What is the limit? Reality is there is none. And right now, there is none. No money, no CT side to speak of. Spirit making quick work of Na'Vi on Dust 2. Well, a pistol win and full conversion maybe led you to believe that Na'Vi were going to put up a fight when it came to Spirit's map pick. But here we are, end of the first half, 8-4 the lead. Even that fourth round, Mohan, so convincing. But from that point forward, Donk just has an absolute field day. We saw some beautiful taps out of Zontix despite the quantity of kills not being there. And look at Spirit go, dude. Second pistol, straight to the top of mid. I mean, they are overflowing with confidence.
They haven't got swung. Oh my gosh.
And Na'Vi, in the meantime, I think are kind of shelling up a little. The fact that they are still passive about dealing with Magic's top mid.
They would not put their money, their money where their mouth was in the pre-game. So we know for a fact they aren't feeling confident.
Yeah, good point. But they'll find Magic's at least. Here comes a triple from the cat fight. Donk picks up.
He is a samurai.
Everything that steps in
that's
front.
not even
A headshot for the quad.
He was just running away. You can't tell Donk you don't think you can win. You can't tell him that before the game starts.
God.
Then it's gonna be full throttle. I can't believe he hit the wonderful shot at the end. This is actually quite.
Oh my!
Look at this one. He's like, what? That's unreal.
You can't. It's just too easy.
I mean, we need a timer on that. 21-8 this game, man.
It's just too easy. He's playing a different game.
Yeah. That's why we always play the best player in the world. They're the only ones to show us the ceiling of the entire game itself. Something that the pundits can't do, the devs can't do, other pros can't do. There is, as Olaf said, elite players, and then in CSGO, they're simple. You know, and right now, in CS2, it's Donk. I think the problem is, you know, it's not like Flush out shooting people in the side of the head and behind them, flanking them and stuff. Donk is taking raw duels constantly. You could play exactly like him, movement for movement, and go 0-24.
Yep.
You could,
and it's really refreshing just to see him kind of thrive via that strength because, you know, with ZywOo, we always praised his decision-making, his almost like robotic ability to calculate mid-round situations and find the right decision. And when he was at the very top, then that's where we banked on. But this is just an ass whooping.
Oh, wait a second.
It's okay, Donk's still alive.
Wait, Chopper, he doesn't have another gun.
Launders?
He's gonna have to stop this with a USP, Chopper, let's go.
Why? Why doesn't he have a gun here?
They're coming for him.
Zontix, the Chopper gets one still. Donk's in the party now. He's gonna go ahead with Zontix to clean it all up. No sweat, no stress, no nothing.
No problem, no problem.
Launders, he's getting cooler in front of our very eyes.
He's already so cool, man.
Absolutely cleaned house at the HLTV Awards.
He also, the haircut, at first when I heard he cut his hair, I was like, oh nah, like he had the sick flow going on, but he looked like Johan Lieberg, man. He looked even cooler somehow.
When he stepped onto the stage when he wins Opener of the Year and just goes,
guys, it's my third time here.
No, not even.
And surely not my last.
Guys, I'll save my speech for later.
Yeah.
What can I say? Heroic made mistakes.
Thank you for dropping me the AK Magics.
There's just a certain sort of swagger that I think comes with the play style, actually. You know, you said, I actually think there's value in what you mentioned where you can't tell Donk you're not confident 2 minutes before the pistol goes live.
Yeah. He's a shark, and he smells the blood in the water.
The mighty Megalodon. The mighty Megalodonk. SMG swing supported by Donk, who hits the ground. JL's got a double kill, something to get the game going, perhaps.
I think this is a moment where Zontix has the incentive to clear. He walks by the tunnels, and now they just assume it's going to be A. This flash timing looks like it could be good. Ooh, anti-flash from Alexi, but too sharp from Magic's.
Yeah, this is an Alexi B who is still looking for his first kill of the map.
Should have taken that bet, Connor.
I should have, Mo, but I'm not a gambling man.
Really talk like one, though.
Yep.
Plus, I have lots of photos of you.
And we only went to Vegas once. Magic slides into the site. We get that flash out from Zontix. Tees don't do anything to reveal themselves as that flash comes out, but blocking off the cat angle now, we're gonna see this attention turned over towards where all of Na'Vi are inbound from. 15 on the clock, it's gonna get a little, weird, but Magix, he thrives in the weird. With 2 kills to his name, 8 to the clock, he keeps his head down, but not long enough. Wonderful's gonna come out with the clutch. Na'Vi get at the very least one more.
Yeah, they exhausted his whole magazine. He had to switch to the other gun, and Wonderful had more bullets in the AK. It's a nice clutch for him. It's these first 2 kills from JL that make a huge difference. You know, taking out Donk first of all. In any of these rounds, he's already tilting. It's going to be a key to victory, 100%. And a clutch to keep the game alive. Donk will have the only rifle now for Spirit.
Yep, still enough tools for the job, though, in round 16 for Spirit. Wonderful post on long.
If they go for this tunnels push, they're thinking about it. They definitely want to free up the map. Actually, are they thinking about it? Spiro's getting real comfortable in the site, but just to allow Donk to leave, it looks like.
I mean, there hasn't been as much as a murmur elsewhere on the map from Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi actually don't do just the full-on long hits that often. So I think there's a part of Spirit that don't believe it. As of recently, they have in some games, but that's a really oppressive smoke here from Spirit just to scare Na'Vi. But again, no rotations, so Spirit are still hoping they go B.
35 and Magix about to get a fight versus Alexi and JL. Peels away as another smoke comes down for the cross. Still those B players haven't scrambled over. Now Donk starts to sprint. Ema will be sitting on that doorway to try to cut off the rotate of the M4, and it works effectively. That A-bomb site, theirs for the taking. Na'Vi are gonna find it free. So if Chopper can scoop up the M4, then it's not all too much lost, seeing as he's starting this one with just the USP again.
Yeah, the armor sets here, I mean, it's going to be hard to breach B if you're Na'Vi and you've got your own economy to think about while you make this comeback. So they might let them have their half armor sets. We'll see. They're crawling up. Yeah, looks like they will. It's another fine moment here from Na'Vi. I mean, Spirit decided to gamble on a round like this. Makes perfect sense. They really haven't been the B plays. They thought it was coming. But I think they were also comfortable keeping their gun, keeping their half armor sets, giving away 1 round. They have a 4-round lead. I feel like the tilt that he's experiencing right now is like, I could set a record tonight. Like, my form is so sharp.
Right, yeah,
I'm destroying Na'Vi on our biggest competitions. Like, I feel like that's where his headspace is at the moment.
I mean, a lot of competition between these 2 rosters, but at the end of the day, like you mentioned in the pre-match, dude, it's always coming up Spirit. Well, not always, but more often than not, for sure.
Yeah, almost always.
Barring ESL Pro League Season 20. I'm sure even if you ask Na'Vi, that 1 win definitely doesn't tilt the scales back in, you know, feeling as though they've gotten justice. Here we go, flashbang primed, I believe. No, it's a frag grenade, but there's nobody up in the corner, so.
Yeah, the frag does 2 things, because like if you get hit by it, you get slowed down in the corner too. And then the nade smoke also makes it hard to see the swing. So it can work even better than a flash. Also, it's like, the smoke is undeniable, right? A flash can be turned from. So, a lot of utility there.
Spotting the player in the back first. Chopper in the middle.
Wonderful missed.
And as he goes for the AK, though, that's going to keep his hands busy. Alexi pinned in against the wall. We've got the 1 tunnel player push. JL can't hit shit. And Bit on his own out mid is late to this party that Na'Vi get rejected at. standing in the doorstep, denied.
Wonderful was there with the op and missed the shot. Chopper just ran through. I mean,
oof. That
19.
is Chopper, baby. Double 5'7", 180, whippersnapper.
I was going to say, like, the one guy on this team that struggles more relative to Na'Vi than their other opponents is Chopper. But sometimes that's because there's not enough kills to go around. Like, Spirit just do so well versus them. But Chopper's form with the nose strips has been top quality play. We've seen a couple of big maps. So maybe here's where that changes, and Na'Vi don't even get into double digits anymore.
I was taking you seriously.
I wear them too, man.
Yeah, okay. Oh, snapped on, dude. And there's a moment there
it's
as
a
well.
frantic shot for Wonderful. Like, he has to be like, oh no.
Yeah, it's
so fair enough.
Exactly. But it's when the player in the B site with the USP gets spotted by the T walkout.
Yeah.
You know, it really felt like, oh no, the positioning has let this unravel, and then Chopper just comes from the depths of hell out of CT spawn. What a bloodhound. Sniffs out that perfect timing.
Almost Igor. Nia, you don't have spawn to run, right? Listen, we can start passive default here, okay?
And the bottom line is, man, you can just see how good the aim is. There's no recovery shots because it's just so quick to death. As soon as Donk gets in the fray with his kill, Magic's with a long-range MP9 kill, like just no one misses when they have an opportunity.
Nade destined for Pit. Here, Alexi calling for just a more passive opening this round. You still got the op in the hands of Igor. Shiro reveals his position as we get this three-player walk down mid from Na'Vi.
4 on A as Shiro actually goes to the right. I mean, he started on the right.
You think they'll come at this cat fight? No, they're gonna just bolster long instead, put the op on the doors, freeze up Magix to just go shoulder to shoulder with Donk.
Man, there's a lot of support here on A.
We know this duo can synergize well enough to win majors. Wonderful.
Oh, right when he was called on to throw a smoke. God damn. Oh, that's so unlucky. I do feel bad for him there. He was exposed for that moment, but it's a matter of timing. Not what you need to see right now. Na'Vi need to make an emergency adjustment, it looks like.
I'm glad we saw that whole sequence from Wonderful's POV, just so that we know how
If you don't feel bad for him in that spot, you have no heart.
Yeah.
Zontix, though, has no support. He is here. Chopper's pushed in tunnels.
He's got Bit up close, so Opper gets bested. The catwalk fall down to CT spawn. Trying to do something to keep these players committed into A.
The T's are not committing to B, even though there's just Chopper push tunnels. They're running into everybody.
Shiro just got that kill in lower too, so now suddenly you are sat out here in the open, and Spirit can do no wrong.
I mean, they're just too good, man. They're too good. The shots are too sharp.
Na'Vi trying to squirm in any of a direction to find openings here.
Oh, he barely saw a thing.
Man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
And like none of your teammates understand just how rough that death is.
Yeah.
They will when they watch it back, but in this moment, it just feels like Wonderful has hit the ground. You're down 4v5, you're unsure as to where Spirit are exactly, and you still head the wrong direction.
And for context, that's the other player that was really reliable yesterday. You know, it was Imma, it was Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
And then JL on nap 3.
And while we saw glimpses of their ability again tonight, it is not nearly as impressive as it was versus Pain, and that is why they are down 6 rounds at the hands of Spirit. A Team Spirit that bank on Donk time and time again, and other pieces when needed. Shout out Chopper for that 5-7-2K, because that really put us on the highway to an early close within Spirit's map pick. Na'Vi taking the series to Ancient. That much is a guarantee. Majority pistols here in round 19. As Shiro will simply await his first victim. Smoke comes down for him. He drops the incendiary, can't track the opening sprint in from Alexi. We've got pressure on Donk, but it's Donk And at the moment, his teammates
he's all alone,
hanging on to CT spawn. His fight is coming to him soon enough. That smoke fades, and he goes down with nothing. We've got a player in Wonderful pressed up against the spawn with the bomb plant coming through. They're not going to chance this. And it looks like Na'Vi are going to take one step closer. And again, 5 alive. It's one of these convincing moments, just by way of getting out middle and besting Donk.
It's obviously a total force down here, and they were dead broke. So they, they lose without this round straight up, and comes down to the Shiro miss that just opens up the mid-B split. And it's a 3-1-1 setup here, knowing that it's a force down too, but the right call for Na'Vi. Because even if Shiro hits a shot and he gets smoked out mid-B, he can't commit because he has the op. And then it is still Donk solo. We have no other players lost here. So that would have been a difficult situation for Spirit to bring back off their setup alone. It's a great shot too.
Yep. Can't waste time when you fire versus Donk. So good dig from Emet to really make sure it goes down smooth.
Rounds, 7 to 10 here for Na'Vi are going to be about regaining confidence for map 2. After that, then they're thinking about the comeback. But for now, it still seems super unlikely based on Spirit's form so far.
Games like these, Shiro doesn't even really have to get into the action all too much. Always good with dancing with death. Making sure he's in those late round moments. Reposition for him too long. And Bit's not going to shy away from his presence in the doorways. This will surely keep Shiro locked in on him. And this duo of Donk and Zontix just kind of kernels up within the B bomb site instead. So we've had this consistency from Na'Vi out middle. They're going to apply a bit of pressure towards Catwalk too, so 45 seconds.
I like how Spirit lean on A. Like, they have Shiro watching the door, just rotating back and forth. Instead of playing in pit dedicated, just makes him more free to come and peek A, and then they have 2 rifles on site.
40 damage for Ime on the entry. Not ideal. Flash will blind Magix. He keeps that head down. Chopper's priming the tree flash. Oh, Magix got tagged through the box, but still he gets the headshot. Shiro's gonna miss his, so start dropping all that util to try and help out.
They want this.
Shiro on the fallback, and you've already got Chopper down. So JL, well-timed, out mid to catch Zontix, turn the wrong direction. Na'Vi squeeze through elbow with so much vision on them.
Do they know about, JL's watching this? There's obviously, he's talking about it. I mean, if he lets Donk get this kill, then they can definitely try the retake, even though if it would be unlikely.
Looks like he'll just stay alive. So with a bit of margin of error to play around with, JL does a great job of attacking the black backline. And we ultimately see Chopper die with nothing. Shiro disengaged as it was Chopper and Magix to go down with the 1 kill between them. And like you said, until they have 10, it is just about growing some confidence.
Yeah, and that's definitely working. Good rifle rounds back to back. Or, force up into a rifle round win. It's a solid tag from Wonderful through the default box and then the HE. Otherwise, the HP going down matters, but at the same time, he's playing a headshot angle.
We don't have spawns for behind.
It could have been worse. If not for that key piece of utility.
Oh my God, he hit that! Are you kidding?
He actually hit that. For people who don't know, if it's far, it's not a wall bang. If it's far enough away, it doesn't do 100 damage. Long, like I didn't realize that was 95 from pit to the A site. It's a similar amount of damage, but you know what? Some shots are just to send a message.
That full belt of utility and the op on Wonderful sitting on 5 HP. 2 sets of Kevlar for Team Spirit in Zontix and Shiro, and that op is still out there. The op they were able to save, and Donk comes over here too. They can't afford to lose another round on a buy like this.
Oh, they lost sight of him.
Mm-hmm. He's able to reposition into the cross.
This is actually a moment for Shiro because they have Chopper flanking around. He knows they're going to be pressured into pushing. If he sticks around for one shot, the flash is bad, but
nice.
hey, Alexi still hits a shot.
Not a bad time for Alexi B to come alive. Double kill so far in round 21. Zontic's fired his feet, forces him outwards. 5-7 could have done a little more. Big sigh of relief there for Navi.
Yeah, man. It's Alexi having a game like he did yesterday. That was his 5th kill. And if it wasn't a 1-bullet headshot, the flash was bad. They trusted it too. So Navi get a 9th.
This Deeg.
I can't. What? Dude, what?
Wow.
What?
All right.
It's unreal, man.
Another test survived.
Unreal shots that Donk's hitting.
27 and 13.
Yes, let's go.
Couple broken buys for Spirit have not been able to succeed, so we can count their lucky stars that those ones get added to the tally as easily as they do, and I say as easily. There's still these nasty deagle shots out there, a warning of what is or what could still come from Donk, who refuses to slow down. One more round win, we can talk about overtime. Had to wait for the full guns, but here comes Spirit.
At least dignity has been restored for Navi. They're going to look to re-aggress long, it looks like. Yeah, well, slightly. And now it's very dangerous. They try to get away, but at the same time, Navi have heard the op. And because they were, oh man, they're actually pushing Cat and upper tunnels as well. Imma is holding way back. But this is a spot, if you hold from, that they can walk into lower. They can leave someone on the right side. Oh, Imma, very smart, looking for some kind of timing, but he's holding more for the lower push. Oh,
caught off.
A timing swing off that pillar. Careful in every single moment. Donk on 28 kills.
So many of these little moments that cost Navi. At some point, it's going to start to feel unfair, but Spirit have manifested them more often. I'm thinking back to Chopper versus Wonderful through mid. And speaking of Navi's offer, posted inside of the pit as Alexi tries to push that bomb to the cross. Chopper spots body top middle. Shiro's going to come help him, and even Donk starts to peel away. Chopper just setting himself up to get traded.
Wow.
It's a real nice commitment there from Chopper to cut off one half of this attack. No longer a pinch, but a push instead. Up long, desperation from Wonderful as he will get gunned down from the top of ramp. It was 10 for respect before the comeback could happen, and Spirit wait for a full gun round to truly shut Navi out.
Yeah, the comeback attempt from Navi, ultimately just cosmetic. Spirit will seal up their own map pick of thus to 13-9 with a Donk 2 kills shy of a 30 bomb. He was on fire today.
Yeah, that's crazy. We gotta give him credit once more. It's almost impossible to keep reinventing the way we describe Donk, but another game where he's showing that he is the best player in the world as of right now. I don't think there's any debate. He's going up against Navi. He is, I wouldn't say single-handedly winning the game for Spirit, but he's single-handedly making sure that the game at no point, felt like it had a nerve. It felt like Spirit were ahead of it, you know. Sure, Navi got off to a decent start, but apart from that, as soon as the Donk show began, it was game over.
I feel like when I'm watching Donk, it kind of reminds me of when I'm on the analyst desk and talking about Vertigo, where every single game, I just feel like I'm telling the same story every single time. The only difference is that I actually enjoy watching Donk.
Sure.
have to kill Vertigo even when she's already dead. Well done, Harry. Let's go back to the beginning of this map. Ime off to a good start, obviously, despite Na'Vi ultimately losing. He was off to a flyer.
Yeah, we saw it against Pain Gaming as well. We highlighted it coming into this game. He was firing on all cylinders against Pain in the beginning as well. And so he did against Spirit. A nice ace to begin the pistol round with. And again, an Imma that at least came into the game showing a lot of, tenacity, showing a lot of willingness to fight, showing that he was ready for the task. We see him here again pushing up catwalk, being very aggressive. This relentless aggression we saw against Pain Gaming as well. We were wondering, maybe Imma is going to tone it down a little bit. Maybe he's not going to be as aggressive. He did in the beginning. Unfortunately, as we said, as soon as Dunk shot him down, it was only like 2 or 3 rounds he was impactful, then game over.
Unfortunately, just couldn't keep it up. That's the difference between Imma having a little bit of a flash in the pan in the beginning of that game and Donk just the whole way through. Just so complete as a player.
In our first game of the day between G2 and Eternal Fire, we were fixating a lot on the B side of things for good reason, just looking at who's kind of anchoring that position. Tell me about how Spirit approached tackling the B side in round number 8.
I mean, it was actually rather simplistic and kind of in the theory crafting for the veto and where they're going to go. When you don't have Holly behind you, what better way to take advantage of your firepower than send Zontix in first, send Donk in right behind him, and just let them trade frag. I don't think there was really anything too special about it. They did have some slower rounds in the mix as well, but that's kind of what we expected. It's why first pick Nuke throughout the entire of the event so far felt like not probably the case for Na'Vi because you could just do that.
It's the DNA of Dust 2. You can simplify it, and I think that's one of the reasons why they also opted for the map pick of Dust 2 instead of Nuke, which could have been a little bit of a difficult scenario, especially if we got into the overtime scenarios. I think most teams who play at this level, they can simplify Dust 2 to a point that if you do this simple stuff, but you do it with quality, then it can be incredibly tough to stop. And I think that was the game plan for Spirit coming into it, and it worked out wonderfully well.
As we alluded to before the game, Donk obviously celebrating his 18th birthday with us today, and he was having some fun, both in the fragging department and having some enjoying time with banks, and he was also drawing on the map as well. How are you? What's going on there?
Yeah, no, this is great. I mean, we're gonna get a highlight package here of Donk and just how crazy his kills are. Again, like if you really want to know how ridiculous this is, look at it from the opponent's POV. But what's funny is that Donk, even after a round where he dies, and yeah, he frequently does die, he keeps himself active, he keeps it up. It feels like at times he's like a child at heart, and I think he's gonna demonstrate that here, where it's like, no, he really still is quite young. Like, you'll see in just a moment here. Yep, just drawing little fireworks for himself. I don't know if this is like good practice for aim or what, Pimp. Like, it's like Osu training, like aim trainer, just drawing little stars on your screen.
Maybe zoning out a little bit, thinking about how he died and thinking about how he's going to take his revenge the next round, and maybe that gets him into
Is that like X marks the spot for where he's going to get the next kill?
Yeah, he's like, we'll die there. Yeah, that's a no-fly zone for him.
So savage. I love the pistol run we got to see in the second half coming out of Donk as well. It was just, again, I feel like we're laboring the same point every time we talk about Donk, but just so talented from him.
I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, the 4 kills he gets in such quick succession. The guy standing behind Donk, by the way, if people aren't aware, is just the manager of Spirit, and yeah, he's not providing too much for tactics, but he's his hype man too. So yeah, just really feast your eyes on this. Just what do you do? Like honestly, like this is not even a bad pinch from Na'Vi. Like honestly, and he's just headshotting absolutely everybody.
Well, if you're wondering how Na'Vi reacted to this moment, wonder no more, because we've got a mic'd up moment with the Na'Vi squad to see exactly how they reacted.
Flash. Kill him. Have a set. Suicide one. In suicide. Pocket. Suicide. Pocket. I have a shot. There's suicide. Pocket one. Two short. 3 short. 1 dinked. Why we don't flash? Wow. Guys, you need to flash for yourself or for us or whatever. This guy was pushing suicide and picking.
You agreeing with Ime's assessment there? Should have flashed?
Not gonna lie, that wouldn't have changed anything. Sure, you could have flashed and then you would have, survived 2 seconds more, but Donk was on a tear right there. He had a mission and he was not about to go down because of a flash.
Yeah. I think the flash was also supposed to be the suicide guy top mid, and the guy was pushing top mid, and that's... You can't throw a nade out while the guy's charging it.
Yeah.
He just wasn't quite aware of what was going on up there too. Like, yeah, the Bid's getting shot at. Like, he can't throw anything.
It's also a sign of no respect, and I love that. If you're Spirit, you're up 8-4 in a game against Na'Vi, first map into the series, and you decide to rush up middle, and show no respect whatsoever from the pistol round. I like that playstyle. It reminds me of the old FaZe back in the days when they were dominating the world, when they were the best team in the world. Instead of just winning against your opponents, you may as well make them suffer. You may as well suffocate them. You may as well just do it in style and and make them feel like we have no business being in this game whatsoever. And let's be honest, you said it yourself coming into the segment, where it was a cosmetic comeback from Na'Vi. Yeah, 13-9, you could argue that a couple of rounds going this way, or clutch going that way, maybe would have had a game, but it was never close whatsoever. I didn't feel any nerve in that game watching it, apart from watching Dong and being admireful of what he was doing.
Yeah, Spirit, obviously, they win the second pistol. They subsequently convert. Na'Vi get a couple of rounds back, but then what's the tail of the tape on round 17?
Well, I mean, this round is just kind of a full disaster. Actually, in the green room, you know, we were kind of thinking like, oh man, like, I mean, mid to B, you have an op on Wonderful. It's kind of hard to play that situation. And unfortunately, Chopper just swings out at the perfect timing. Wonderful hits the shot that he absolutely needed to hit. Sure, Alexi B gets his first 2 kills of the game in this one, but doing a mid to B on a round like that and having the op right there in the action, like, you need some really good battle opping from Wonderful, and it's such a high pressure situation, and it kind of got to the Na'Vi guys.
Yeah, because it's a small detail. I agree with you. That's where it goes wrong. Had that been an AK, had Wonderful been in B tunnels where he could just hold a line while a guy was pushing in, had it been an AK, Chopper would have had 1 kill, Na'Vi would have kept control of the round. So it's a small minor detail, but that's some of the stuff that Blade most definitely will have noted down that needs to be sorted.
Certainly. Maui, can you give me a vibe check on how the Na'Vi camp were just doing in terms of their emotions?
Unfortunately, it just doesn't feel like Na'Vi has the same, I guess, gusto that they did before, where it feels like, I think there was a point for Na'Vi where they just always held the belief, and right now that kind of energy is just not carrying through. That feels so kind of nebulous, like talking about energy or emotions and anything like that. But you remember watching Na'Vi through some of those incredibly tight tournaments where they had that streak of runs, and there was a sense of belief in these players, but now the amount of hands and faces that are colliding right now, and just the amount of face palming, it's just, it doesn't feel like the same kind of team right now. They're getting kind of deep here at the bounty. You know, they're in the top 4 right now. Still a chance in this series, but
100%.
I really wish their sports psychologist could just like give them a little, like, some kind of pep talk. They need it.
She is here, though. She is here.
She is.
Yeah. Any thoughts on the elephant in the room, which was, as you kind of alluded to, Maui, round 17 was when Alexi B got his first 2 kills. Wasn't a great start from him, was it?
No, and I'll be honest, you know, we've been after Snacks throughout the entire tournament as well, saying that from an individual output, he hasn't been doing his job. So could be said for Alexi B. I think yesterday versus Pain Gaming, he had an atrocious series overall. He was saved by some of his teammates, Iman Wonderful, in particular, and Dust too. Again, today, Alexi B is off to a horrible start from a fracking department. Again, you can isolate that and be like, that's not good enough. That's unacceptable. And Alexi B would be the first to raise his hand and say, yes, I know that's not good enough.
Yes.
In terms of the raw calling as well, I don't think Alexi B had a per se bad game. I think Na'Vi were outplayed in many different facets of the game, and it's something to look out for, you know. Alexi B has had a rough start to 2025, and sure, he has a bit of a goodwill being the greatest caller of 2024, having had so much success, but obviously if this continues to be a trend, then that's something we got to look out for. Now, the difference between him and Snack, for people wondering and crying at home, is that Snack has been doing it for 6 months. Alexi B has had 2 bad games, so let's calm our horses a little.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it just goes to show that in modern Counter-Strike, you don't need a fragging IGL necessarily, but having a guy who can hold his own, at least in these kinds of situations, does do a lot of heavy lifting. Like, Apex won 1 trophy last year, and it was one of his best individual tournaments too, at Cologne. So sometimes that kind of performance, it goes hand in hand with having good tactics, but being this low on the scoreboard, like, you unfortunately just can't win a tournament if you have a guy that's got a 0.5 rating.
Yeah,
like, that
rough
doesn't
start
happen.
for Alexi B and the entirety of the Na'Vi squad, but a chance for them to be flipping the script. Their map pick of Ancient awaits on the other side of this break.
Spirit managed to close it out on Dust2 and looking very good while doing it. Magix, at the beginning, it seemed almost like Na'Vi were able to challenge you. Then things switched a bit. Donk was doing what he does. But did it feel like quite a comfortable game?
It was like, I mean, there was a lot of scenarios which were close for us, and maybe Donk made the difference today on Dust2.
Donk does make the difference for you guys many times. You're Ancient, they've picked into it, but I know in the past, at the Major, you were playing it pretty well. You obviously had the game against FaZe that didn't go in your favor, but have you been working on it coming into this season?
Now we are going to get fucked.
Well, that is a prediction and a half from Magix. I guess we're seeing a third. Should we just skip Ancient, according to Magix?
Now I would like to see Ancient. I would like to see Donk keep it up, and I would like to see how Na'Vi is going to try to foster a comeback against this. I think one of the most interesting things that I learned on Dust2 was the body language of Na'Vi. You know, so far this tournament, I fully agree with your assessment, Maui. It does feel like the oomph within Na'Vi has gone a little bit down. I don't know if they're tired after a boot camp leading into this tournament. I don't know what's going on within the camp, but I'm seeing significantly more frustrated players and way less energy that I'm used to when it comes to Na'Vi. JL used to be a guy that you could always count on, you know, bring in some energy and hype up the teammates. He's been probably the guy who's been outreacting the most on the camps as well. So I'm not necessarily too interested in first and foremost how the game tactically is going to play out on Ancient, because I only think the only way that gets interesting is by Na'Vi showing up in a better mood and actually with a belief that they can win the game. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this game is going to be over pretty goddamn quick.
Na'Vi were in such an interesting state last year because they won the Major out of nowhere, and then they rode that confidence throughout the second season up until the waning months of the year. And it feels like that energy, that kind of twinkle that they had, that spark, it just feels like it's mostly gone. And that's because they tasted so much success out of nowhere, and they were able to just kind of carry that. But like, now they're just thinking back, and they're just thinking back about that time that they had where they were the best team in the world, where they were playing fantastic CS, just blowing so many teams out of the water with great team play, tactics, some of the individuals overperforming, and now they just have to dig deep. They have to realize, like, this is the part of the team, the relationship, where they're in it for the long haul. You need to find a way to find sustainable success, even when things don't have that bright new sheen on it.
Yeah, you can't just be reflecting upon those moments and, you know, fixating on them, daydreaming too much about them, because we've started the 2025 season and they've got to deliver once again.
Yeah, and they're one map away right now from being eliminated. Now, if I will allow myself to just, let's assume that they're coming in a better mood. Let's assume they spoke with the sports psychologist. Let's assume that we have a game on our hand as well. One thing I'm very curious to see on the specific map on Ancient is how Alexi is going to carry himself in that cave position on the CT side, which has been his bread and butter for a long, long time. I think something for the viewers to look out for, and maybe even the casters as well. I don't think Alexi is going to take too many duels in cave, but you can really stay away from all the fights by using your utility in the correct way. Again, there's a lot of game mechanics going into how you use your smoke, how you use your Molotov, how you use your nade, and at what point does he fall back. Alexi B with confidence, he takes the fight in cave. Alexi B with no confidence, probably more opting to fall back.
Yeah, and I'm also curious about their T-side game plan here, because Megalodonk, as Scrawny called it, is just patrolling the waters in middle. And if I'm just going to try to find some weak spot on the map, I would probably target B. Chopper, Magix, combining forces together. If I'm finding any weak spot in this Spirit defense, it would be with consecutive B hits. I'm really curious to see if that's their game plan moving into the map.
Yeah, Na'Vi going to be starting on that aforementioned T side. Time to see if they can flip the script and push us to a third.
Thank you to the three of you. I hear you, Jacob. I think that Alexi B in Cave is going to be something to keep our eyes on, because this was a rough first map. He started to collect kills towards the end. Obviously didn't lead to the full-blown comeback, but also after yesterday's performance, it's got to be said, you know, he is struggling here on LAN at Bounty.
It's a really good thing to bring up, because Alexi does give himself some positions where they're high traffic locations. Star players can be in those spots. No, Cave isn't always that kind of spot, but it is one where Spirit are going to be passing by very often. So let's do that. Let's pay attention to the confidence of Chopper and Alexi. Maybe going head-to-head on B, but for now, it's Spirit starting CT.
Quadruple B site bomb stack at a Spirit with a solo Zontix up in Donut. Look at one another and he falls all the way back.
They don't want to believe the A hit is coming in, but it is.
Yeah, not going to be able to stop it really. Trying to take a player down before they're able to get the bomb in. Not the case. A lot of chip damage across the board. See if that comes back to catch Na'Vi. Of course, Kit on Chopper with Frag Grenade and Flash on Magix. It's enough to get the retake going. And the raid boss is obviously Shiro with those armored dual Berettas.
Oh, no smoke for this? No smoke for Donut?
No, sir. 5v5, heads up into the retake. They'll go Chopper leading the charge. We'll keep an eye on the Kid if it gets a little wild. Right now, CT's coming out, emerging with the headshots. Just 3 instant headshots. You've dealt with everybody barring the Donut player. There is just a pile of flesh in front of Chopper. And so 2 kills versus Shiro, and Donk will do nothing to stop Spirit from winning round 1.
Yeah, man, that's wild. They had no smoke for Donut. They knew it was going to end Donut probably, and they aren't even retaking from Donut, but they just believe that they're going to get the kill so fast that they're going to overwhelm, and then they're just right about it. Today, they earned a round like this. I mean, they earned the ability to know they'll win in a situation like this. They're just so on the same page. They're so much sharper than Na'Vi overall. It's just, it just looks so difficult to play against. I can't lie. I don't know how else to describe it here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I don't envy them. Ema gonna not waste a moment in taking a kind of mid-fight. Galil in hand, losing teammates. Chopper finding JL, but Emez double in middle is big. That's Donk and Zontix down and a completely vacant A site.
Yeah, not bad. Okay, so bomb gets spotted, but it's just Magix on a MP9 and a perfect molly to dissuade him from pushing through. The rotations will come over, and the guns are good enough that they can, maybe test this, but with the remaining utility, there's going to be a lot of waiting involved here for Spirit. Readying that donut smoke for a second, but now just thinking about canceling and pulling back, and that'll be Na'Vi winning off the back of Ima's 2K, and he was such a stud at the beginning of Dust 2 as well with his kills. Kicked off this series with an ace, and again, the most consistently reliable player, I think, so far for Na'Vi at this event.
Magix had some choice words in terms of confidence on Ancient. Making it clear that he believed they were going to a third map, or just being Magix. Very hard to get a read on him when it's, where is reality and where is...
I feel like your Ancient can't really fall off.
Right?
Yeah. Most played map in Tier 1 last year. It's something you're just going to run into a lot.
Hard to get a
nice
read
quote,
on that
though.
guy.
Very funny. We wouldn't swear on broadcast.
Never. Not on purpose.
No fucking way.
Ema burning to a crisp bottom mid. And Donk's gonna go looking for the double down. JL's fighting tooth and nail to get both of those duels picked up. Separates them by about a second. Wonderful locking horns versus the MP9 with JL, and now these two combine nicely.
Wow.
3 kills to JL's name as Spirit will get run through on this B site.
That's what I'm talking about. They could not find this energy on Dust 2, but they really have now. It's a magic moment here for JL. Down to 5 HP. Zontix also gets taken down. Full HP player a bit, but it's the entries from JL that matter the most. And yes, we can see the bars, HP bars are low, but it's always going to be like that when Spirit are playing this well. So Na'Vi earning some confidence back.
Run boost over the fire. Doc finds his first target fully blind. Look at the snap from JL to trade into cave. Chopper can't disengage fast enough.
Nice!
And that is Na'Vi making the most of the round 2 force buy into the conversion. Rewarded versus Pistols here in round number 4.
Now we're talking, man. Now we're talking.
We've been talking the whole time, actually.
We as in Na'Vi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm on the team.
In fact, it makes people uncomfortable when we stop talking for too long. Oh.
Guys, we didn't leave. Relax.
Yeah, okay, chill. Starting to walk front cave. Molotov behind the front runner. The deagle in play.
It's not over, is it?
He's gonna lose a teammate on the site. There is another still. Low HP for Zontix, but the fire burns out. Dog pushes in, and it's okay.
Look at the smoke, man. Hey, that's an opportunity for Shiro, and Shiro in the clutch. It's one of those players where his IQ just shoots right up. He knows how to squeeze water from zone in situations like this.
Nice peek from Bit to make sure it's all sealed up. That's 2 surviving from Na'Vi as the Deagles almost cause a ruckus.
Yes, close call. And again, we get nice shots out of Dong. No round win here as they can't stop this attack. Na'Vi just looked more ferocious. Their aim's looking better. I think that break did them wonders in between maps. Because I think, you know, quoting myself in the first, the first game back from Na'Vi wasn't great. But I said yesterday, structurally, they look like they're there. Form-wise, they're not quite to their level right now. But that's still a good thing. Now we're getting the form up there too here for Na'Vi.
Good. JL 6-1, Bit 4-1. And Spirit back in with buys, but very little util as they emphasize A1Ss. Magix goes just swinging down the ramp. Gets a good amount of damage out of the SMG, but also the first casualty of Spirit in round 5. Now, Wonderful's doubling back through spawn. Zontix has gone for the A main push. He's going to be preoccupied with middle. But yeah, you think he would have heard that step. Wonderful gets beyond that, and Alexi still. Good for Alexi considering the struggles of the last 4 maps.
Yes.
For him to stay that sharp, get the second frag of Na'Vi, and now Donk into A main will find his at no cost. Stays on the full bar and looks to disengage.
They're going back to B, but the B players have not moved. They're still doubled up in cave with 2 really good guns. And with Donk's push on A main, he actually knows now that they don't have time to attack this safely. Spirit, again, not doubting themselves. They're thinking about B 2 different directions, but
easy pickup for Shiro. Alexi doesn't go for the instant trade. He wants ramp to maybe make contact.
That bomb gets dropped now. It has to commit. They have to go back and get this somehow.
Although Emet goes deep, and if he can get deep enough into Chopper.
They're watching him.
Oh, timing. He's able to slip past 15 to the clock. Donk against the wall of CT spawn. Will cut off this side of it, and Bit's got nothing left to offer up. It's a double kill from Shiro in the cave.
I'm shocked that they didn't move that entire time. But obviously, because Donk pushes main past a minute, that's how they have really good, reliable information that it can't be that split. It could have still been Donut towards the A site, but Donk's information, Donk's kills.
3v5.
Yeah, that makes the difference. And it was a double-layered push, so I think Donk felt confident after Zontix died. They didn't see anyone behind him. That wouldn't have taken place.
No immediate trade attempt on this kill versus Shiro.
Yeah.
And then he tries to come at a different angle, and Shiro just bests both in head-to-head duels.
It might have been a way to win the round if Alexi reroutes the bomb, but it still would have been ugly. I mean, I think in his mind, getting that trade would just be the easiest route.
Yeah. Cave control valuable, but here we go. Another fight out of Emet.
Okay.
And that's Donk dead. Cave taken quickly here by JL, leading the charge up with the MAC-10.
No one has an answer for that play. Ima does that so much. Oh my goodness. Magix is so lucky to have lived.
Huge impact, all things considered. Frag grenades chucked forth for Magix to be finished off. He'll stand for now. We get this challenge from Zontix behind, and Alexi deal with it swiftly. Chopper gets a kill, but it's such low health, and they deal with the climb up. So nice rapid response here out of Na'Vi. It's that all in out of Emet. And if JL's going to be succeeding in cave and up this B ramp, then really Emet thriving out mid. And a tough task because it's him versus Donk every time.
He does this play versus everybody, and that standing, another find for Wonderful. He gets right in between the smoke, the molly, and underneath the flash, and stands in elbow, and he always just comes out and goes fishing. Basically looks for his frag. Whoa, imagine there was time. Wait.
Yeah, no, they chase him.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he got him panicking. You saw them keep an eye on smoke once they pushed to spawn, and he wasn't home. Bomb will do the deed. Another great opening from Emet.
When you come short, don't make it.
The setup on this play just always works out so well for him, and you can see from his perspective, he has very few seconds to make this happen, to get his kill and get out.
And additionally, it's made possible by, I don't know if you caught that, the failed run boost as well from Spirit, right? They fumble on each other's heads. That's why Donk's trying to jump into the corner.
I think if he does the run boost, they die even worse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they're hoping no one can get out of that elbow smoke, and he's not gonna run and fight elbow. He's gonna run and fight the bottom of B. So
yeah, that there. Oops.
Donk right now, I think the online portion of this event had like a 1.88 rating over the 4 maps they played. And right now has like a 1.60. Just like these numbers don't even really make sense. They're just like...
They're just numbers, man.
Above average for Donk, I guess. But they're so far beyond everybody else that we just have to get used to seeing that.
Eagle in the mix here. Zontix with the P250. And that's all they're going to find. Great chance for Emet to collect some stats. Numbers, man.
No money.
No money. Quote of the day.
They need to put his nose strip on the mini-map.
Careful, they will.
Yeah.
They will.
And they need to put Donk's birthday hat on the mini-map, too.
Yes, indeed. I want to double check, so I saw it was Madger's birthday as well.
Yeah, it was like yesterday, maybe?
July... No, it's both today.
Both today?
Let me double check Donk's, but obviously we gave him a cake, so it better be his birthday. Yeah, both born January 25th.
Hey. Sharing a birthday with Donk, I'd feel blessed.
2007?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2007 Donk was born.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And 1991 for Madger. That sounds, you know, I can relate to that one.
That's a whole Donk apart.
Yep. A Donk apart. Was it a new unit of measurement, dude?
A donk a donk.
A donk apart. Guns back out for Spirit. Let's see if the clash in mid works. Ooh, multiple missed run boosts. Zontic's a little too slick for Donk to stick to the attempts. Shiro, perfect timing to deal with that missed Molotov in the back of the site. Good trade frag from Shiro. JL continues to
repeat.
Pretty consistently at least take one, but now 3v4 for Na'Vi.
Well handled and patiently done. And with Chopper in this spot with the smoke still up, it's kind of interesting. I wonder if they should call over Zontix to help out, because Na'Vi could have their back turn on one play. Oh,
nice.
Just beautiful. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Beautiful.
Just beautiful.
It's a bomb for Chopper. Perfectly timed peek. Smashing.
Oh. Yeah. Got that info.
The moment he shoots, they all start firing. Clean up from Chopper. Clean little triple in the cave.
So there's 2 important parts of the map right now for Na'Vi. That's elbow and that's banana. Maybe they are run boosting somewhere else.
Well, they've done it twice. They've tried for the ledge. In the round that it didn't work previously, they tried for the ledge, but they've also been run boosting Donk over the Molotov.
Just to get way far ahead? Okay.
To get way far ahead and to not take damage when he gets the fight into...
Yeah, I mean, the other antidote is the HEs, but a bit harder to guarantee the kills. Well, I'd like to see that work.
Yeah. It will.
Imagine like Imma's blind for a second, he comes to, and Donk's going over top of his screen.
Yeah.
That would be
Donk to the moon.
A sight, yeah.
I mean, the one time they succeeded with the run boost, Ime was still blind by the time Donk got the kill. So Ime didn't even see it coming.
Right.
Just full white. Pinned against the wall. But Ime's been problematic for Spirit throughout middle. Can't take that away from him. It's been a solid side from Na'Vi thus far. Ain't no shame in a 5-3, as these CT round wins are non-consecutive. See how this one goes.
They're doing it again, and it's perfect.
Yeah, but there's also no challenge behind it. Magic's, it's a clean first kill to disengage. Chopper reveals his position. Okay, that's not what we're looking for from Na'Vi. Gonna get punished for that attempt. JL not able to go too deep through smoke just yet. 2v4, 32 health for the Na'Vi players combined, but this timing could work out wonderfully. JL gets caught by the USP spam, and that second layer inside cave is good for Team Spirit.
Okay, so Spirit are aware of both their problems right now. I guess the third thing that we've seen in this very varied half out of Na'Vi is the A attacks after just some light pressure on mid, and they have really been rewarded for that too. So there's a few different ways that this could go. I think the fun part is Na'Vi, all of their plays are really fast.
Nice.
Yeah. Good energy behind him on Spirit. All right. You're going to send it again? No, not this time.
Great chance to finish the half strong here. Money wobbly for Na'Vi.
All right, let's see if Imma can get another kill. He's been a magician at this.
Oh, not this time. No. And Magic's the simultaneous kill from B-site. Wonderful. Where are you going? Obviously didn't know Chopper had extended. Magic's getting the kill from sight. He looks a little foolish running in to try to grab whatever he could. Alexi just tucked in with the bomb.
I feel like they know he's here because someone just tried to run up B. So obviously he has to wait, so it seems like he's left. But we're talking about a Tech 9 and a Glock.
And he knows they know, I know. Nothing he can do about it but wait. It's a long walk for Bit through the swamp to come and join him.
Vizcaya.
A walk through the swamp with a Glock, in fact.
Immaculate maturity.
Alexi B still just locked in.
Oh, don't throw another smoke. What is this, CSGO?
What you gonna do? It ain't gonna work, Chief. Easy close here for Spirit, about exactly what you'd expect from a desperate Alexi B.
Yeah. So what are you calling right now if you're Na'Vi? We've seen basically all the plays they know they can make work.
A-Rush.
It's becoming 50-50 now in the mid plays. A-Rush is definitely a thing. Yeah, one of the more prime options.
Emphasis, you know?
But did they start Shiro on A this round? We'll start no one on A this round. Shiro's out mid. Objective number one, get them back. And, well, they win elbow, so now Dawn can push.
Alexi's on. Nice reaction from Alexi. Zontic's going to get challenged. And because of the smoke, they can't do jack about getting him out from here. Smoke towards top ramp denies JL for now. Shiro picks up the kill with the AWP as the elbow smoke fades. And so this is really just Spirit again, kind of running rampant all around middle as they please.
This is fighting fire with fire. They know that Imma tried to get out mid again, but they threw the correct grenades. They didn't miss anything. They came in for the right peak and escorted Donk up. Alexi still took him out, but now they had 3 people in mid this round. This would have been a good call if it was a Connor call to go out for the A play.
Broken clock's always right twice a day. Ooh, missed that molly again.
Yeah, that's jail time.
Quick departure of Bit throughout middle. JL takes a quick look.
It's an important molly, man, because it lands on default, but it stops the cave shoulder peak. It allows JL to get scaling, and now they just have to go in the boring way.
Let's see if they can get past Magix and Chopper. Now that they're supported by Shiro, I would say the odds quite heavily against them. Deep commitment into the corner of the site is the reaction of Magix. Gives Wonderful a chance to hone in on him, but double kill from Magix. B-site closed.
Yeah, so we've seen Na'Vi, do some of the same stuff, and they're not one-dimensional. They've had a few different pocket plays that they've tried, but they've all been sort of like set tactics out of spawn. And Spirit are just finding adaptations actually quite well. I think they're the ones who are now catching Na'Vi off guard more often. That's reflected in the scoreline. Their setups look a bit stronger. They're not losing to simple B rushes anymore.
I do think Spirit are lucky Hallie's not here, because someone would be getting a lecture for all these missed run boosts.
Here's the A play.
They're going to try to rush it. This time Zontic's not starting off in middle, so well-placed Molotov kind of getting ahead of this call. It's an adaptation made before it's needed, and those are the perfect kind. Zontic's in between the pack. Great flash. Oh, triple kill as they attempt to get out into the A play, but 1 round too late, boys.
Sign of a great anchor. Got all his utility out and still was able to play close position like that, unblind the entire time.
Smoke fades and Wonderful faced with a 1v5 denied by Shiro. That is Spirit to finish this on fire. It was a great bounce back after the round 2 force buy, but Na'Vi fizzled out. towards B early, met by smoke. 23 on the entry, got a player into the corner. Yes, they've got it. Zaz footing on the site at the very least, but JL has been the bane of their existence so far, and he is going to continue to collect these kills. Bomb plant's off. They don't want to go for it just yet. Zaz, turns for the double kill, looking for an ace against Navi. Could have been in the post.
It's clean.
Instant headshot.
Hold my deep.
You have him dot.
One more. Nice! Smoking. You have smoke?
Should be clear, guys. Should be clear.
Pushing for long. I'm planting.
Get around you guys.
One.
This smoke one.
Any util?
I have a flash.
Last.
Emet into the clutch. A 2v4 recovery. And as Emet steps forth, Imperial could be on the brink of their second round.
And as they come back to it, she's now got a lot of targets to deal with. Let's see if she can handle this. This is a great call. They know that there's multiple people trying to take this.
Nice. No one headshot.
JL in with the headshot on the response, looking to hold on to the ramp control, but Anna's got her off kill, then swapping to the Tech 9. And this is where she does her best work. Multiple players of the year, and she goes, maybe? No repeat just yet. Delays!
Nice try.
No way.
But I still think Navi can pull off the upset.
To protect that $60,000 bounty. We'll see what their T-side starts. There was some nice slow calls from Tori throughout that half.
B, I'm ready to flash. They smoke long.
I'm ready to smoke myself.
Fully pillar. Flashing. Flash. Boom, guys, fight together if it's us.
Swinging, and it's good cover from the Navi players that can see.
Wait, can't push some. Pushing you cave, I'm planting, I think. Just save it, me close long. I'm with you.
And as that smoke will soon fade, we'll see whether Navi want to try to take fights off-site. Yeah, they'll try to jump through the BM.
Dark, pillar and close wall. Pillar. Neutral wall.
Short behind you and pillar.
I'm holding shot.
We've got Tori looking for one, but it gets away. Cat will recover. She's got the kit. Now she is going to get back on this. JL's looking for the swing.
Anna heavy.
Okay, but there's still two players on A, one top connector, and Bit's coming through the smoke.
Oh, he hit her. Oh God! He finds her in the smoke.
Default. 5 last. Default. Oh.
Remove his kit from the body block.
Monterrey, Mexico, baby. We're coming. Blast is inbound.
So hyped, man.
Ticket pre-sale on blast.tv. Make sure you guys go check that out. Make sure you go to shop.blast.tv as well if you'd like to buy a shirt like mine. And
we went to Monterrey once. It was for the RMRs. But to have a stadium there, that'll be that'll be great.
Oh yeah.
Oof. Exciting stuff.
Ooh yeah. But back to the match at hand. Launders? Take it away.
Okay. No money.
Oh. Not live.
Oh, not live. Okay.
Not live.
Perfect
False
time. Really
starts.
throwing me into the fire right there.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I like to test you. I think I really want what's just best for you, and I think that your growth could come from having pistol rounds, maybe. You know, let's start your play-by-play career with pistol rounds. How about that?
Sure.
You can be like Hunter. If we're G2, you're Hunter. You do the pistols.
He calls the pistol rounds. I cast them.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'll just do everything else. For the sake of staying employed.
Don't miss any aces, though.
Damn it! Oh my God, dude. Oh, that's a fresh wound. God. At least it wasn't Kerrigan.
Yeah, that was funny because I wouldn't think that the stat was he hasn't aced in years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know how everyone knew that.
You can miss an ace, but if it hasn't happened for 17 years, suddenly everybody gets all up in arms about it.
Yeah.
You know?
Wasn't even that nice. Can we be real?
God. You know?
Come on.
I really thought Brolin stopped that defuse.
Oh, man. All right, let's see if we can get a third map out of this series, because I think on the one hand, we saw some better rounds out of Na'Vi, but the comeback was equally as impressive. The adaptations were beautiful from Spirit, and I'm starting to wonder if Magix was just joking in the interview.
You know, there was also some economy problems that I think held them back a bit. Those the two first rounds they won being reset immediately after. You know, that kind of held Spirit back, and they still finished the half 7-5. What does that say? Execute from over top of the A site. Shiro hanging on to the Molotov to guarantee this. And Bit in cover for now. He will find Donk. Great first kill. Wonderful is able to offer one up, and so all of Na'Vi here thriving as they need to be. Poor Magix, the man in the back with nothing to do. Nothing to offer and no one to work with. Smoke in front of him, Mohan.
This is something you like to see, though, from Na'Vi. Like, pistol rounds so far for Spirit have just been, like, scary. Obviously, the first half of this game, not as much, but Magix, no armor, an HE grenade. This would be the 1v5 of all time.
Especially with his pre-match comments. Show us how it's done.
Play it like a major grand final, Magix.
20 seconds, bomb in front of him, 4 players. Magic's gonna throw out that frag grenade into the bomb site first. It flusters the one, and a second peek comes out. Donut being attempted. Magic's, can he really do this? No. He can't. As you'd anticipate, no 1v5s.
They had some extra time to talk, so. Small smile on Alexi's face. Now we know they still got their work cut out for them, but so far so good.
Remember Pimp's point prior to the map going live, talking about Alexi B and his responsibility of playing inside of Cave.
Yeah.
Again, this is a continuation of his struggles on LAN. 4-9, 5th poor map in a row. Not to be mean. He'll get 3 assists, though, thanks to JL's MP9. And in with a little more. So Alexi B and JL make absolute quick work of that attempt to get the plant. No pistols really behind it. It is time for Spirit to buy.
That's something that's more rare for an IGL to do, is take some, I mean, taking some space. You know, Alexi, like, even playing connector and some more. Dog top 1 and already toxic. Dog.
There can be only one him. Now that is the line.
Only major MVPs are toxic. Just a bunch of major winners in the server today.
There can only be one him. And it's Donk's birthday, so he's sure as hell him. Fight out from the cave is going to cost Alexi. Chopper got the trade frag, but their top performer in Donk, now 10 and 11 launders. He's gone negative.
Won't be for long, I promise you.
Cut him.
Or this could be his worst map so far at the Bounty.
Couple players in Donut smoked off for now. Feels like Chopper's sensing that there is an opening towards this cave. He would be very correct about this being the best possible avenue to take over a site.
I mean, they have a position where they have one smoke on Zontix. They can use this. Zontix is going back, so they won't be able to smoke short off. They could swing a chance for this Famas. We're still pre-buff here, but...
Ooh, no, Zontix does throw the short smoke, but he just does it from the base of ramp. And Magix catching Wonderful before the reinforcements are in position. JL's got an interesting spot. Pressing against this short smoke, unannounced. And they really didn't contest the nade. They would have seen that arm, and they get the kill just fast enough for Shiro to whip his attention into the cave. Ema in the 1v4 finds the first frag with ease. Do Spirit take a lead off of this post plant. He smokes himself out, and that's going to be his attempt to depart. Spirit finding the right route into that B bomb site is wonderful, peeled back. Magic's getting the kill on him, made it all the easier.
It looks like an opportunity, but in reality, when Magic's molly deep behind long and they were spotting that, they know there's a CT somewhere nearby. Lots of people dip into the smoke, and Shiro was so smart not to ever expose himself to the back of the cave. So as soon as they needed this open, they pretty much knew that this round was done.
Oh, that's a smile worth $1 million.
Yeah.
USP's out for Na'Vi. I think as well, I mean, gotta give it credit, dude. Shiro snapping onto Bit when he turns into the cave. Trying to spray through smoke to finish off JL. Gets it done just in time. Could have gotten a little weird had JL survived even an extra second.
Okay.
But alas,
hey,
Spirit.
This is 5v4 right now. 5v3. Okay.
Took them 15 rounds, but they are sitting in a lead. You would think these USPs should just be torn apart. They will be. Bit's dead.
Not bad.
It's a slaughterhouse inside A main, and Spirit extend to a 2-point advantage.
Yeah, 2 kills on a round where you've got nothing to work with. I always remember this quote from Hiko, and he said, if you don't have a plan on the eco, you might as well skip it. And that's such an important thing to point out, that if you're not constantly finding a way to chip away at the economy, and if you feel like you have 0 chance of winning the round, you're not really playing the game. You know, this is
you're not prepared.
Your next round is set up by the last, so 2 kills definitely is still. I mean, just think about the money. No, $1,000 for the armor, $1,000 for the utility, $3,000-$4,000, you know, in total with the AK or M4, whatever you got. Like 2 sets of that, and you've really done some damage. So it's not a crazy call, but it's together.
Better than dying alone.
I take 1 smoke.
Look like Chopper generously agreed with someone right there.
Hell yeah. All aboard. 9-7 lead. Donk hasn't even had to be really a kingpin on this T side as it's gotten rolling.
Yeah, they aren't fighting him so far inside of middle. Not like they were doing to Imma.
We'll see if that becomes an important duel as time moves on. Again, Alexi B inside of cave will be instrumental to holding back Spirit as they seek out double digits. That nade could have been much worse. Goes a little bit too far beyond Shiro. We do get the numbers being bolstered here by Na'Vi. Third member in Bit has arrived.
Pimp brought this up, but you know, if Lexi's not feeling super confident, he's going to peel back more out of cave. We have no spams now. And if they give it up entirely, this is exactly what Spirit want. A lot can come down to just the only opportunity here for Wonderful at the tip of banana.
Yeah, incredibly high trade potential for Spirit once this execute comes out.
This could be a boost and then a shoulder peek and then someone peeking low. Wonderful has to be ready for everything.
Oh, he's so committed out in the open. Oh, yeah. Chopper just comes in, instant headshot. It scrambles one back, the fire a little too late to the party. Alexi B on top of box, pinch from both sides, and with an empty-handed death from the first 2 players on B, Alexi has way too much to do on his own. It's no surprise that Spirit, in essentially a 5v3 on that bomb site, get themselves their 10th.
And Spirit could have done that wrong, and that's why I kind of said exactly how that could go in a bad way, where if you jiggle spot from the top of the box, then Wonderful will flick his aim up. And then you could peek low, and then he has time to adjust and think about if it's going to be high or low. But here they commit to the wide swing on the box, so he has no time to react. And yes, if they wide swing from there and he's back on long, that's why they jiggle, then you get off. So it's a perfect counter to this close ramp setup. And Wonderful doesn't have an opportunity to shoot back. So Spirit with that will hit 10. They're already up a map. T-side's looking smooth. Come back in the first half. And we have yet to see if Na'Vi are willing to fight them out of these elbow plays. Oh, and they had a long smoke, so that makes perfect sense.
And Alexi B, just that last sitting duck of the 3.
No, Valera, I'm gonna go out heaven.
Ooh. Get ready for that. Alexi with an MP9 looking for something in heaven.
Yeah, this is a moment with the guns that you see that you definitely want to put a lot of pressure over on B, but even running out mid here.
They don't regain vision fast enough. Really well done by Ema. We said, would this duel start to unfold? And the answer is absolutely.
Yeah, and Wonderful's late flash. Now the A play comes out. Wonderful.
It's Desert Eagle in hand, but we do get Bit quickly joining him from Donut. It is a 5-12 Wonderful, need I add.
They cut noise though. Bit turns back around just to check on mid. And the boost is implored. The molly will land back. Oh, molly will miss.
Comes up short. That was Chopper. Shame on you.
I think they're just going to run it back though, smartly.
Yeah. Another one goes deep. This time Wonderful is forced into the corner. Spotted on the evacuation plan. And Bit with the rifle. Nice! Beautiful!
Oh my god, what a spray!
3 ripping headshots as Alexi B gets his on the other half of the map. That is what they were waiting for.
Dude, that signpost duel, I always talk about this one timing. Bit plays that to perfection. All headshots as well. And there's also this. Again, it's Wonderful's late flash that allows them, with their run boost, to pull off the exact tactics that Spirit were struggling with to counter the mid control. That was a fine timing for an A walkout as well. They know there's no op in play.
Yes, sir.
They know it's a low buy, and they get the first kill.
You're gonna fight this again, huh, Doc? Oh, may have been blind, but Emes still connects, and Alexi will not skip a beat to come out into the Heaven duel to boot. It is an assist offered by the IGL to get this 4v2.
This is what he calmed earlier, that he was going to come out and try to assist through Heaven.
Here we go. Donk is going down empty-handed now, multiple rounds in a row when it comes to the mid-fight. And this time, again, he had the better assist from utility. One round prior, we see it from over his shoulder. He never even had any vision before dying. Round 19, he gets the duel, but Ime gets the headshot.
And I really think star of the show once again are the late flashes. Ima is also blind, so he gets his first kill without being able to see anything. Be very careful.
Magix, he comes out from cave. Ooh, and he's gonna fall back through the flames. Not fast enough to run. Alexi burns him from beyond the grave.
It's a touch scary, but what we're seeing from Na'Vi is promising. It's what you want, and it's fighting Spirit where they feel very confident, and that's a great sign. If there's somebody that you want to throw at this, one mercenary on the team, it's going to be the guy who is taking elbow control on T side himself. That's Imma and Alexi B support. As prophesized earlier, is exactly what they need. That's the T.
Nicely done for the boost, but not able to capitalize with the kill. Chopper just bested, as you'd expect from the rifle. Donk's out there Kevlar'd up with an AK. And Alexi gonna keep the pressure up before he can do anything about it. So 2 teammates dead fast. I think it's safe to say that at this point, mid has been won throughout the map, both sides now, by this duo of Bit and Ime.
Yeah, I mean, in the first half, Spirit definitely started winning more and more duels. So I think the question is, how long will they win?
Oof, nothing from Donk. Feels so surprising when he doesn't at least get one, but this has been, oh, he did get one, 2. It's been multiple rounds before this where he goes down with nothing. Na'Vi closing in.
Yeah, again, it was like Na'Vi good at first, Spirit getting better as the rounds went on, so.
Na'Vi wins second pistol.
It's like, how stubborn do they want to be about it, I think is the question.
Yeah, also fair.
Both teams were extremely stubborn about trying to win inside of middle, and it worked for both of them when they won those kills. The rounds followed. Deep B smoke is a bluff.
No mid-fight from either team this round, so
they're ready to go right after. JL's got to be really careful, man. If it's late utility.
She's got Ime sprinting in to try to help him. JL in the open, dead to Donk, and it's a double.
Oh.
2 heads ripped clean off.
And you can see they're clairvoyant. They have the deep smoke as well, ready for that push. This is a moment from JL where it's just like, we saw this on B-Dust too as well. It's just like, one step behind what could be the attack. We're seeing mirror T sides right now. Spirit trying this fast B play, worked on Na'Vi. Na'Vi tried it on Spirit. It worked for them early as well. And as we near the end of the game, that's probably why the scoreline is so close, but you can't have mistakes like that. JL, one of his best positions is playing long on Ancient on a good day. His spray from that position has netted kills like you can't even believe. The amount of people have tried to swing and trade him, and he'll stand in the same spot or jiggle on a slight off angle back there. That's when he's at his best.
Yeah, proven entity.
But like when he doesn't put himself in the spot to be waiting for the run up, when he's on Dust 2 holding a flash and then realizing it's an exact, this is when you get moments like this.
Yeah. Donk's not even going to give you an extra half second. Tap back into Ime, makes it look easy. JL frustrated with kind of leaving the door ajar. Nice to see that Spirit don't remain stubborn about smashing themselves against that mid control when Ime was thriving within it.
There was a call out. It was a deep door smoke that Spirit didn't believe was going to be complemented with a push. So they ran through it. They stood behind the molly, waited it out. So JL thought he just had a couple extra seconds, but doesn't matter how it happens at this point. Spirit have 11 rounds.
Do we go back to mid fights? Ime will.
I think it's only fitting that this game ends on one crazy mid duel.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I want to know a clear winner when the pressure is at its maximum. But for now, it's all posturing. It's all just a feint.
Numbers at the moment, though. Looks like Spirit are going to come through this
walk
first.
out.
Yeah, he will.
My goodness, what a play to make on round 22.
You know, it's not quite that big clash you were hoping for, but it is still a confident call out. And they'll burn out Cubby to ensure that nobody is hiding in these corners, denying Bit any vision to the bottom of mid, and then entirely
Okay, so what happens is,
redirecting.
if mid is smoked, Imma has this one crack spot for the cave walk or for the donut walkout. He has to respect this. If he doesn't watch this, he will get flanked. So now he can't take the signpost fight, and Bit is all the way back in spawn.
Yeah.
The timing is created, but only while this wind smoke is still up.
And it's about to soon fade, so smoke down in front of Bit's gonna deny him his angle as well. Spirit, they should be on high alert for a moment like this from Ime, and he eats that flash. Bit's push through, and Ime dies empty-handed. Bit tries to serve up just enough of timing for Ime to come back at this. Spirit repositioned Na'Vi at their will. And the bomb plant comes down indeed. JL emerging from the smoke. He turns back, can't get more than the one. Shiro gets the better of him, and now Na'Vi stuck inside of their spawn. It is 12 on the line, and Na'Vi bend at the knee. They will concede this. Perfect call from Spirit.
Yeah, man. Whatever Chopper's thinking about, man, is working beautifully. That call was excellent. We all know that it's hard to hold mid late into the rounds. There's, especially just towards elbow, if you're not going to take Evan control and you're not going to be pushed all the way down and waiting on some justified suspicion, you kind of take it, you leave it, and then you win some seconds back. But Spirit, they knew when they could dip back in a little bit later on. They smoke window out. They hold the attention of Bit. They hold the attention of Imma just long enough that he can't take that duel on the signpost. And that's how they got ruined last time. It was Bit on the signpost, 3K spray down because it's a great angle. And here they have Imma switching between his grenades. And honestly, a lot comes down in this fight. Donk hits a headshot through the top of default.
Yeah.
And if Bit gets that first kill, it can all fall apart.
Ime's then coming back out of Donut with better vision, a little less flustered and one less player to deal with, but Donk gets his. Hasn't been one of those totally lights out, dominating Donk performances, but it is still enough. And here we go back to middle again. It's gonna cost them 100 HP between the two, but they'll disrespect the space, and Donk bests Ime quick. We've got another CTs on the stairs. Nice positioning here from Bit to try and reclaim mid control, and it's enough to force them back. But in that timing, Spirit will take over this B site. It's a leg shot, not enough. And as Wonderful goes for the longer angle, ooh, they haven't crossed yet. And so he is able to hang on that line and deal death out to even numbers back to 3. bomb is delayed, and all of Na'Vi are back here.
Chopper still waiting to see if anything happens behind them.
No nades. CTs have to press in quietly, and it works. Wonderful's off is starting to thrive. We get the push up through the smoke. They're going to be fixated on the wrong side.
Oh.
And Na'Vi come through to combine and push this its limit.
Just
round 24.
A bit too much time. Some damage dealt on the last round. They're missing a smoke here that they desperately need. And giving Wonderful vision is all he needs to make sure that he can lock down this site. This is a great trade back from Bit in a very precarious spot after Imma gets one, or gets killed immediately, I should say, and then Wonderful does the rest over on B. Round 24 we go.
Hell of a moment for Wonderful to connect with the multi-frag, because God knows he was struggling throughout this second map. Critical 2K and mid control taken by this duo yet again. Chopper on the other side of smoke walks away.
There is another timing here, and that's Wonderful if he's holding on to this position. But Spirit do not want to go out A just yet. And you see late into the round now, we're in a spot where Imma doesn't have a re-smoke for this. Bit doesn't either. But holding on to it late, might be the remedy. Chopper tried to walk out last time.
Yeah, not gonna help. Donk will trade. Bit's in position to go big, but Shiro on an AK gets the critical kill right back.
Now they set it up. Wonderful, the star of last round, gets more comfortable towards A.
He slides out, cautious about middle because
7 and 14. His 2 kills last round brought them here.
Oh, let's see. He's so worried about middle, understandably. The other CT starting to take over lane, but he turns back to A main at the perfect moment, dives back into the temple, and it's a full commit from Spirit. He can just lean back. Huge amounts of damage off the nade, not bad. Magic's looking to go deep into the donut to take the fight while the plant comes out. He'll die empty-handed. Shiro into a clutch, not with the off, but a nade towards CT spawn, caught on, and they come at him. Perfectly timed. We go OT.
Okay, let's go, man. That's exactly what we want out of this game. It has been so close every single step of the way. The game plans mirroring each other on T sides, and the individual level coming up so much from Dust 2. This game deserved overtime, and we'll get it.
I love that they walk away from A main to try to come back for mid. You see what it does to Wonderful later on, but that trade train back and forth.
This is a round where Chopper thought he saw a pattern, before it started. But Na'Vi immediately adapt to what went wrong that last round, and that's keeping Imma on the perch, holding elbow control, and even though they can't re-smoke it, they actually don't even want to block. They want Spirit to think that they can walk out in a mid for free, that the CTs are going to be too scared with the rifles to hold those angles. And so it's the game plan that wins here for Na'Vi. And it's been a great game plan from both sides in different aspects. A timing, B timing, A timing, JL.
Can't afford to miss this one again, but they are already at the top of ramp. He's got support in the form of 2 other players. Alexi B goes for the spam, and it's Magic's down first. Oh, but he gets stuffed, of course, by Donk, who's then caught midair. Push out from Alexi, punish, and it's going to be the bomb down with it.
These guys just have shooters. Wonderful in 2-on-3. He runs through the molly, the nade, only to get rifled down.
Insane attempt to try to catch them off guard, to try to find better of timing. And Imma looks to concede this. Dude, Donk just hammering into JL on that corner.
I swear he moves at 260 movement speed. That AK in hand, the way that he paths is just on your screen for a frame, you're dead.
A lot of back and forth for the mid control, these meticulous little A setups that Choppers kind of call around, but some of the best success, the fastest instance of a round win is boiling down to these B hits.
We've got 2 pistols this game, right, for Na'Vi. So I think it was them with the fast start on this map, right? Or did Spirit win?
Spirit won first pistol, but then lost in the force after.
Right, okay.
And then CT side started and Na'Vi won second pistol.
Yeah. It's been a lot of rifle round wins for Spirit to get back into this game. But the last few moments for Na'Vi, it's 1 critical trade, and it's Spirit out shooting them. Raw duels that they're waiting for, that they have to just stomach and move on to the next round.
Trying to fight for it again. Magic's taken down. That's wonderful, just finding the pick on ramp.
That's interesting. That feels like he dies a little early considering the rest of the map. It's pretty vacant.
Wonder what forced that. Seeing the replay for now. Chopper gonna chuck the bomb back and see what he can find. It is lane vacant. He doesn't shy away from telling them that he's down there and that information's being gathered by Spirit towards B.
Isn't it crazy how we've had no window lurks like this entire match from both teams?
Love this.
Wow, late round regression. It is coming to middle too.
Oh, but Shiro actually disassembles the boost to try and push forward instead. A jump spot sees 3 players, and that's going to obviously put Emet on high alert. So much so that he pulls back into Donut a bit.
He saw the shadow. He knew it was Shiro there holding him for the second.
God, this is deadly.
If Imma smokes himself out, JL's playing committed inside of window, and one was spotted. This is very dangerous, but it doesn't feel like they're worried about it. JL, he finds the timing.
Perfect peek out to clear Shiro. It looked like they wanted to put Donk as the tip of the spear, supported by Shiro. It ends up getting unfolded, and now we are looking at a 3 versus 5 commitment into the B site. Cave currently smoked, not what they wanted to arrive to. Chopper actually doubles back to come join them.
Yeah, no dedicated spots in the site right now. Alexi, be careful over this smoke.
Still just enough time. Alexi to the left side. Smoke's gonna make this one weird for Wonderful. I mean, you are down to 10 seconds. That bomb gets thrown up by ramp. T's are gonna have to scramble to try to get this back, and Bullets just threw the smoke to deny all entry. No chance. Obviously not their first plan, but the reaction does not pan out. A perfectly timed top red peak from JL to equalize us in overtime.
You can see Navi are a little confused there because there was no time really to make that happen unless they all got out into the site, but they were definitely correct. There was a B play oncoming, and Wonderful hit his first shot. Oh, not an easy one. Not an easy one. So Magix was just taking a peek behind the molly. Fair enough. If that boost hadn't been disassembled, they would have got rewarded for it.
Yep.
And this was, again, the first time we've seen all game someone even try to sneak through the window, besides Imma once, I think, on Navi's T side.
Again, we go back to bottom mid. Donk is desperately trying to hang on for dear life. And half his health's out.
I swear, this is where the Navi nades have been slightly better. The flashes have lasted a little longer.
Yeah, Donk's job has been made hard by effective util usage.
They got to be careful of Chopper, man.
It's just that looming threat up here in heaven, but he gets smoked off, and it's going to afford Navi a little bit more time.
So we know the game plan. They're going to come at this late again. This time it's not Chopper outside elbow. But that's just a fact about the map and mids in general. It's very hard to hold mid on any map late into the round. Less good spots to stand in, more good default utility from the T side to flush you out of positions.
Ooh, ramp fight.
Oh my God,
Deep
that's
spot
actually
from
so
Magix.
much damage.
It's nearly dead already.
But that gives up 2 players pushing aggressively. This might speed him up through
the door.
Only
He gets
30.
opt. And now we look at Spirit, and there isn't a grenade left on this entire team, despite all 5 players standing.
And look at the value of mid in this position. Now, we saw Spirit nearly run out of time last round. So as much good work as they're doing right now, the clock is ticking.
Man, this could again come down to the wire. Bombs in mid, contact towards Cave, spots JL in the process.
But the A split is coming in.
Look at that, it causes this quick flush of Navi to go from top mid over towards B, and it's bit on an op of all things. He will still strike down Magix. Cautious now about A main, but no push needed here by Zontix. The bomb is on site. He fakes it out one time. CTs come scrambling up from this lane. It is fire at his feet, but a commitment is needed, and Donk is now flushed off. He will go for the kills instead. But with no bomb plant, it's no round win, and this one fizzles out. 2 in OT for Navi.
He had to hope that his teammates were covering him. There was no other option but decided to put the bomb down. And yes, he ran out of the site really early as the guy who came out of Donut knowing Wonderful's in Temple. But again, he just had to trust that everything was going to be covered.
I don't feel like Donk is one to plant the bomb. You know, of all the positions he's ever in.
Guys, it's my first time here. Oh, did he think he did? No. I feel like
shook it.
Want to give him the benefit of the doubt and think, because there's still 5 seconds when he gets off it, that if he even glances up the clock, he thinks to put it down again. Maybe he released it earlier than he thought.
You can give him the benefit of the doubt because he kind of was the best player of last year.
Yeah, and this year.
So far.
No, this year is over. This year, we're talking about 2026 at this point.
Okay, call it quits, folks. A little flustered. As Spirit swap back over to the CT side. It was 5 terrorist round wins per half for both teams. Na'Vi looking for 16.
Uh-oh, not the most beautiful smoke.
Again, they'll try this run boost. It works. It works. Oh, it works indeed. Wow. That is when it happens to a T.
It's still
rewarded.
Look how blind Donk is, though, right? He still could lose that duel, and he gets so much damage on Bit that this is successful.
It just feels
but
so
in terms
finicky.
Of who's been more clean?
Yeah.
It's been Na'Vi for sure.
It's like, great, okay, that looked awesome, but at the same time, we've seen you fail it multiple times, and Ime's approach just seems more reliable. Little spot here from Zontix, bullet whizzing by. They're gonna try to chase him down. Wonderful on the hot approach, and it pays off. Now, it is not a vacant A bomb site, as you've got Chopper behind site box. A main player, oh, what a headshot. And Chopper, he's gonna find Sanctuary still. Nade at his feet, he tries to go one better, not the case. Shiro has been lights out, but he'll be smoked off. And Magic's in a similar boat, back by Donut, has to try to buy time. And Wonderful's already got vision, but he had lower health, so it's a clean pickup here from Magic's. 2 Ts stuck on site, trying to fight back into Donut as Shiro reroutes over here with him.
Yes.
And Alexi B gets bested straight up.
Dude, Magic has done this by himself.
Oh,
through the box?
From the back.
Oh. No way. That's actually unbelievable out of Magic's. It was a must-win duel situation versus Wonderful inside of that.
Man. That's the Aztec death whistle of Counter-Strike.
Dale was just
yeah,
spotted. Oh. You could really hold a note.
Hear that in the middle of the night, you know you're doomed.
The Banshees are coming.
Oof, dude, damage. Ime barely alive. 15s for anyone at this point.
It's crazy.
Oh, Zontix is gonna go swinging Bit to the front of the pack. Donk not able to double down as Wonderful gets a bit of revenge.
Nice.
Not bad rifle work for an Opper.
Bit top of the board.
Chopper looking to slip forth into Donut. Oh man, and that little, I mean, it was 15 HP. Ime offers himself up maybe for information, but will it be worth it?
It didn't think 3 players would be there playing.
Test for Magic's, good headshot, and JL's not able to get the trade immediately. Chucks the nade out with Alexi right behind him. And Shiro, this is exactly who you want in the pocket, but he's gonna miss his first chance. And it's a moment where both teams can disengage.
Bomb's leaving. Bomb's thinking about other plans at the moment. Alexi walking it over, and Chopper, suspicious, paranoid, thinking about what Na'Vi are thinking about doing next. If he puts himself in a temple, holds this, a catch-all position, setting up for more of a retake. If Shiro comes over, he can get a hard line, but coming out of Donut, this is a guaranteed plant.
A little bit nervous that A main had been pushed. Alexi obviously gonna fake that once, just in case. JL holds off on Temple. Chopper's starting to slide in as the fire fades. Chopper could still catch Alexi. He's not all the way back in Donut yet. He's right there for the taking. And he will be denied. Alexi goes into the peak to try to get the better of Shiro, and that is gonna cost him his life. JL back to another clutch attempt, this time facing into Shiro, who has the kit and still ample amounts of time.
Oh my gosh.
That is a dangerous flash as he jumps back over the line. Shiro trying to elicit the peak, and JL on the right gets the headshot that he needs. It's 15 to Na'Vi.
Okay, guaranteed second overtime, 1 away from closing this map out. And it gets really scary at the end here. Alexi, I'm surprised that he took that next duel after getting the first one. You don't want to play with Shiro in that sense. And he's having a much better map here, even though they've already won the first one. It's a sick trade out of Wonderful.
Yes, yes, highlight that, man.
Because like Donk is not getting multis now. He's like at best getting one inside a middle.
And you've been banking on Ime and doing that kind of dirty work, but he obviously got tagged so early. Somebody else needed to step up. It was wonderful. Itma not able to better Donk this time again.
Man, who's going to get better faster?
It's 5v4 to the CTs. Magic's on the off angle, and it's JL down for the count. No clutch attempt this time, but Bits got the trade back. And this defense currently split 2-2.
Shiro not in a position to peek onto Cave. Chopper here to look to take the space back. B site still the plan of attack for Na'Vi. And Chopper in a very comfortable one-and-done position. That must be cleared. Bit, top performer here on Ancient. That's not going to do much. They're going to physically need to get in front of this. And Chopper instant to the dome, too, instead.
Just wide enough. Wow. It is headshots times 3. Overtime 2, folks.
You know what? It's still just a little bit too messy. We need a second overtime to decide who the better team is.
Yeah, maybe like, 6 more mid-fights?
Yeah, I think so. These are just 2 back and forth. Yeah, Donk is starting to win more often versus Imma, but for how many rounds has gone on at this point, there's no clear winner, right? Imma better at first, Donk a little bit better afterwards. The run boosts aren't as good for Spirit, but now Donk's just getting killed without the run boost.
Yes, sir. And I love that we have hit this point of the game, Mohan, where we can highlight once again, Hallie isn't here.
Yeah.
We wanted to see a nitty-gritty, back and forth, deep drag of a map between these 2 teams as Na'Vi tried to get another series win over Spirit, the all-elusive Spirit victory.
And maybe they're missing like some extra ideas, but I'm seeing the ideas be plentiful here from Chopper. And you know what? There are voices on this team. We know how much Hero talks. We know how much Donk talks as well. There are definitely people to help Chopper.
Yeah.
I think this whole squad actually
can
contribute.
In the wise words of Shiro, you heard it here first. I mean, what more needs to be said?
That's actually a frequency that Henry G can't even hear.
Wear earplugs, kids. Come on, back to the action. Let's go. 6 more rounds queued up. Na'Vi's map pick. And we want more mid-fights, but Bit will find first blood. Okay. Donk down.
Behind
and that's through the smoke top mid.
This is interesting because Shiro's taking a really big risk. They could be coming out of heaven, but they smoke him out. Nice and safe approach. JL still making some presence over on the B site, but Shiro's clued in.
It's the right timing. And he's not going to miss his first chance, but then, oh man, he just stands there a little too long.
Wow.
Very quickly pushed back by the follow-up double, and JL's going to find Chopper's head on a silver platter right alongside Magic's. It's not done until the fire spreads.
It was almost
all good.
Almost a scary moment. The Molly does the job. What a ridiculous game.
In all the right ways.
Look at this first kill.
Okay. Careful, Donk's gonna punch something. Or someone. Should have done it yesterday. We could have cleared his criminal record. Now it's too late. Keep your hands to yourself. Zontic's in A main. This is a lot of bodies. Shiro, ooh, slightly blinded. Rifle's gonna find nothing. It is an op in a tough spot, supported by Donk, who dies with nothing again. Can Shiro save this? Because all of a sudden, this T-side's running rampant. A player goes past him. No scope to the back of Emet. No follow-up on the exit, and it's gonna come down to the Magic's clutch. 1v2 from sight, cleared as Na'Vi sear them in that bomb site.
Just a small celebration as they know with Wonderful coming out of Donut, Na'Vi have no idea about this. We're watching this from Shiro's POV, and that's the only POV that has everything under control. Everybody else is falling in the background for Spirit. It's chaotic, and the A setup looks scary for a second for Na'Vi as JL goes down first, but overall, wow, jumping over the smoke.
Huge. Starting to feel like Ema's getting Donk's number, and it's not just happening in mid.
The last round was Bit to kill him in mid, actually.
All right, well, shut him down. Overtime 2 has not had Donk's name positively stamped across it. Looking for the clean sweep of OT2 T-side. Na'Vi very quickly getting footing up on heaven. Now, bomb's been left outside A, B, and Alexi B looks to swing versus Donk, who disengages with basically all his health.
1 damage, that's a start. Every little bit counts. I think Donk's having his worst map ever, 24 and 23.
Oh, despicable. Shiro trying to be that pillar Spirit can lean on the brink of 30 frags. God bless Alexi's turnaround as well, right up there with the rest of the pack. We've got all of Na'Vi online essentially, and we've got Chopper to try to hold them all back. Perfect flash. Eesh. It's okay, they'll still find their two. That's a couple corpses on the B site that Spirit can't really afford at the moment. 3 T rounds queued up with this 5v3 post plant to close it. Frag grenade's going to expose. Zontic's trying to crawl to the corner. He will still fight tooth and nail. It queues up Donk, who will go down. No kills in this first half of overtime for Donk. He has been effectively shut down. And Shiro thrust to a clutch with 2 players behind pillar. Missed shots coming out of Spirit.
Okay.
Could very well cost them this map.
Hey, now this is the cleanest half so far, and yeah, you bring it up. The fact that Donk, I don't even know how Donk has a positive score line with the way that he's died so far in the last few rounds. And they have been great kills too. It's wonderful, 2 clean instant headshots. This one's a complete turnaround. Donk has every right to swing off course to try to find this trade. But look at this. Wow, no chance to shoot back. Na'Vi looking to straight up win this game now.
Hell yeah, T-side of dreams in the last 3. What is Spirit's rebuttal? Whizzing by, Chopper gets the better of the duel. That's nearly Alexi dead. And Magix can get nasty with these wall bangs, but his spray's off the mark as well. Take note, Shiro still sat back through doors, watching ramp with this sliver. Bomb allocated to his side. And a bit of aggression coming out from Na'Vi. They do not want to sit around. They are going to take this into Zontix, and they'll best him.
Perfect.
4v5 demanded of Spirit to try and keep this game going. To try and deny Ancient from Na'Vi. JL, it's awkward, but it's a fallback nonetheless.
Oh, missed shot out of Wonderful. And
He'll
now
be
the
left
B-side.
exposed, and as he falters first, Donk gets his first 2 kills of overtime 2. And he is looking for more, looking to make up for lost time with a triple kill to his name. Chopper makes the most of it, and Spirit's T-side with more legs to stand on than their defense did.
Wow, he just got started, and of course, it's a showstopper. 3 frags on the entries. Shiro's leading the board here for Spirit, but the impact now on T-side. And I wonder if they're going to even try him in the defaults to be fighting mid, or if they're going to approach it differently. Because that's pretty much where he's died in all these unsightly ways. When it comes to his B routing, like he's almost always got that. You got the JL kill multiple times. He's turned it into 3Ks constantly. But for Spirit now, it just has to be clean back-to-back rounds. That's the big problem.
And Wonderful kind of left out there in the open. You saw JL kind of evacuating, but it leaves him lingering for the first Donk frag. And then it's just back into the headshots. It's not nice to see Na'Vi get deflated like that when these rounds go south.
Still winning. Yeah, they're still winning.
Right?
They just need one more.
You're that close, boys. Just one more. We go Mirage. Wonderful changing bomb sites this round with a deep angle into A main. Chopper's going to be his counterpart. Round 5 of OT2, and we get no CT presence whatsoever in mid. Wonderful's reposition now from Donut. We'll try to keep this line held, but it's not a deeper angle like Shiro's got. He is, oh, or is it? He steps forth, and wonderful. Big pickup, baby.
Whoa, Wonderful goes to check on Donk. Donk is actually just instantly run by.
Chopper's looking to send out some kind of a test from A main at the same time. Look at the attention it draws.
This is interesting. You almost never see Donk in a lurky position while the A site is going to be hit. The CTs are rotating around this.
It's allowed for JL to lock in.
Oh, this could be a great way to remove the problem. They have a suspicion that he ran by.
Alexi uncontested, back turned.
Wait, they don't.
Donk sees it, snaps down, second player dead. Double from Donk again.
Oh, they didn't look for him. He gets the kill, and now it's just Bit on A.
Crack of the whip through mid. Bit slips, backside unnoticed. And he's gonna hang on until Magix finds him with a single shot. That is 3 bullets essentially to connect to the heads of Na'Vi. They are down.
You're kidding. I thought for sure Wonderful's communication was Donk ran by. Someone ran by.
Oh.
They could be in the window, but to not check it at all is so surprising. There were only CTs in CT spawn. No one had re-cleared from the inside. And so that was a gap. But off of that, you look at this one op shot that Wonderful gets. Donk trades it for something. He gets compensation positionally, and that's what keeps this round alive. If he doesn't find that time, it was like the other round when he knew where the op was, he ran out on the site to plant a bomb and then canceled the plant, and they lost on time. That's another moment where Donk just stole something back. Even when something went wrong, his teammate just wasn't on the same page as him. But here it's perfect. He's alert by himself. He can do whatever he wants with the map. More than just aim.
Some would call him a nuisance. And this pickup from Wonderful. Shadow advantage, high alert, ready for the Shiro hold. But look at this gargoyle, top middle.
Oh, it's ridiculous that he killed him again like that. Oh my God.
Magix sees a sliver of Bit and snaps.
To be fair, when you're pathing that way, Bit knows he's gonna die. You know, he's gonna have 1 second maybe if he gets lucky.
Final round of OT2.
Kind of has to find a moment to swing.
Eman's gonna go deep for the elbow control. Fight queued up. Woo, that's him versus Zontix. And Zontix doesn't want to stick around. We're going to go back into the B site. Oh man, Spirit have found so much success here when they hit it suddenly on a whim. And JL Pin trying to fight back. He's got a cave player to help, but he's down empty-handed. Wonderful catching Magix. Kill feed full. And Bit waiting for some sort of a cross. He finds his timing to strike, fire at his feet, and flustered is Bit. Burned down to a crisp. Eman into now an Octo versus Shiro trying to pressure. It's denied. And Spirit go OT3.
OT3. Let's run it back.
A head-to-head that deserves it. An opportunity for Na'Vi that always seems to slip through their fingers.
You saw a Bit swing that molly, but just too many players alive. That could have been a key play in a 2v1, but also Shiro had to hit shot, and he does it. Another entry round out of Magix, and yeah, JL on this B site. This is a moment where he tries to peek after a flash, eats the flash, shows himself, then tries to peek again. And not nailing that timing is what gets him killed. It's not an easy job. It's up there with king crab fishing. It's very dangerous, okay? JL playing there, but he's just so good at it that we have high expectations for him.
Takes the nerves of an ice road trucker.
You know, Shiro just gets so excited to play games this deep.
Yeah, 100%.
He always talks more and more. Everyone else just looks like they've lived 1,000 years as an oak tree, and they're just, Shiro's just like, yeah, this is amazing. Let's play more CS.
He lives for this. And dare I say it, thrives within it. As time goes on, Shiro's still looking for more impact. Donk's gonna turn, dodged all those flashes. The numbers game denies them though. Bit doubles down on it. And it's 4 versus 3 to the favor of Na'Vi. A CT side that has failed both teams in overtime 2.
You actually can't make up how many... Wait a second. Shiro gonna do something crazy. Whoa.
Sends a Hail Mary shot through smoke twice, no connection.
It's amazing trade back from Bit.
Don't walk this, Chopper.
I mean, surely this is good for Na'Vi, actually. Bit. Oh, it's so close, but spotted as well. Chopper, Magix combined for both. Just Wonderful on B.
No, from 4.
If there is an unanswered trade back, if Wonderful gets one, a straggler, there's a chance for him to fall away with the bomb.
He's got to snap it. He'll miss. That's his position revealed. He does still stand. Shiro's timing perfect. What? And JL down, caught just walking around And as we get those flashes trickling into the site, he knows that the bomb will not come contesting. Final player up. Wonderful looking for a hell of a clutch, but it's Shiro right in on him.
No, he's a manimal right now. 34 frags for Shiro. Lots of op kills in there, as usual. Did you see Donk counting the flashes? He turned a little extra longer for those Na'Vi flashes. That is a crazy thing to try to do.
Adapting.
Yeah.
And still Bit gets better.
He times it perfectly.
But Chopper finding the heaven frag. I mean, these 2 kills. I mean, Shiro is the closer.
Lights out right now. Spirit somehow back in the lead.
Ooh, and a good path here for Donk as he jumps into mid box again.
But you know, it's not Imma winning the duels anymore. It's Bit getting trades inside of mid. Bit's the one who has 32 kills over on Na'Vi.
Zontix and Donk look to creep towards top mid.
Man, philosophically, I love this round. Based on the conditioning, Spirit have finally won inside middle. It feels more convincing.
Right.
Just the way that they've done it. And now they're just taking over window together. Something brand new. Bit's here waiting for them.
Yeah,
ready to greet them.
Not a position that they've had to have to deal with. Imez got grenades trickling down from the heavens upon him. And Donk not shying away from giving up this position as he just looks to clear everything he can. Bit not able to snap that shot over. Now they'll smoke any B players off of the play. And that would be because they take over spawn, but they pause.
I mean, this creates a great opportunity for Magix if he doesn't move. But if they go back towards the B site or something crazy like that, this could go wrong.
They could have a misread on the numbers here.
They're a little bit discombobulated for the time on the clock. And Mima...
Oh, they pass that bomb over to Shiro. Nade opens it up, but they react fast enough. An incendiary thrown out from Wonderful, nips at the heels of Shiro, but still that's 2 players to push into the spawn. A third one lingers longer. Alexi gets the best of Magix elsewhere. 20 seconds to this clock, and they will end up committing onto A.
Imma thinks it's going to be the B site. He's running back to mid.
He gives up his
the
donut.
timing.
And by giving up donut, you've given up the bomb. Zontix will go uncontested, and a man advantage here for Spirit in the post plant.
And they can play totally for CT spawn now. Shiro with the op, waiting for the rotation from Alexi B.
E-Man walks up first, gets bested, blasted by Chopper, in fact, and this string of T rounds keeps on going.
It did feel like for a second after their kill, they would have taken that to the B site, but it's a 1-1 split. They couldn't go wrong. They just had to go together and Spirit manage it. There's moments here where Na'Vi are clearly insecure about losing window control. They try to nade open their smoke. The tactics are there, but the shots are not. Wonderful misses, a rifle misses after Bit hits his shot. And he's the only one in that position to get a kill and make that look possible. He takes out Donk first.
We sing the praise of Spirit in this round because they tried out something different, but in doing something for the first time in this map, 3 overtimes deep, I feel like there was a moment there where they also looked nervous.
And look at this. Like, this is disrupted from Na'Vi, but they got a couple of shots getting missed.
Oh, great camera angle.
Wonderful has looked great with the op in a number of rounds, but obviously that's still a critical situation to hit your shot.
That fly-through just shows how timing fails Ime. A decision that could haunt him. Spirit go up 20-18. Looking for the clean sweep twice. Miss spray from Donk, not ideal.
Not a bullet hit.
Na'Vi, they'll take over mid, but usually in these kinds of positions, that's where we've seen Spirit just rock this boat into that B bomb site that's done them so much good work. Emac climbs up, hanging onto the shelf. Alexi into the fight, gets the better of Magix. It may have cost him health, but all's good.
Okay.
It was 2 dry spells of CT sides in OT2, so even sprinkling in 1 right now for Na'Vi could very well make the difference.
Absolutely.
You may have just watched them lose a round awkwardly, but this 19th to the board before they swap to a T side that didn't fail them,
I fear though that the adaptations both teams could have made so far on CT side they're going to happen at some point. Something is going to click. 2 rounds on T, still a solid position to be in if you're Spirit. They both know that they can play better this game. That's why it's so scrappy. That's why we're in OT3.
talked about it like it was over, because it should be.
Yeah.
Bomb on his back. Alexi B, very low health, also separated. If he kills Alexi, he could get Wonderful before any kind of an assist comes through, but one bullet out, you see them scramble. Gotta play for it, so he'll give it the try. And Alexi's got him caught off guard. That is indeed a singular CT round win, the first in 3 halves of overtime.
First things first, man. How's the run boost gonna go? Dog is having a terrible time in some of these. That's the worst spray of the year for Dog. Didn't hit a bullet, had lots of time, and even dodged the flashes. That's why he's so frustrated. He knew that's the kill he was waiting for. Wasn't even a flick, right? But without that coming in, odds of the round go way down. Spirit, are they going for mid? I want to assume 100% yes. And will they hit the run boost? This is the other question. They won't even try it. You know what? It's actually been the late reclears of mid that have benefited them more.
Ooh, Alexi denied, bettered by Chopper, who's got himself a second.
Oh, this is something new from Na'Vi.
Yes.
They come out, B fast towards Cave. They forget about mid. They make it feel like they're going to try the same thing, and maybe there's a chance actually Bit could get this kill.
Good wallbang damage, but it's not enough to topple Magix.
The tension drawn back in the other direction.
Donk just floating on this side of the smoke.
Playing with fire, man. It's Na'Vi who want to use ammo as a resource and just try to go for it. Okay, Imma coming back to elbow late. One great spray transfer in this round is messed up.
With the elbow push, with the flash, but Donk turns.
Wow.
And that's gonna be Emed denied. It's a good effort to try and get back mid control. You could see it starting to fluster the defense, but they were ready to tether off of each other. And it's gonna be a 2 versus 5 demanded of them.
This looks like a cozy angle from Magic.
Oh
my God,
nice snap.
what a flick.
Low HP considered, still the headshot. You got to give credit where it's due.
Yeah, that was nice. That was
nasty little reaction.
And technically the round is still live, even though it's only 35 seconds. 2-2 to sights, and Zontix is worried about mid lurk, but
Chopper's low HP back in the depths of this A site.
He's going to cross to A. It looks like he'll make it. Yeah, I think
he's going to make it. That's bomb on the site, though.
They don't have time to clear this, however. They can plant for back CT, maybe.
And goodbye, Zontix, to play over towards B. This is still peculiar. Folks, we have a peculiar moment at hand.
Yeah, we do,
Bit
actually.
has found the plant. Now, Wonderful's only working with 14 health, but to tie this game back up at 20 all, off of the back of a 2 versus 5. And we saw that flick from Wonderful, but Bit's gonna have to go massive, and he has been. He keeps his head down, and Donk's gonna clear him out. Wonderful reveals his position. That's gonna be a good amount of control of the site for the bomb defuse to come through. They'll go for their fight and clear him. It's a good effort when you consider the health that was left of Chopper and Donk, but still, it is 21 to Spirit.
Yeah, they really actually set up a chance to win that. The smoke was still fresh. Bit put himself in a spot where they didn't know where he was. He could have got his first kill, and then Wonderful could have got a lurk frag. That was actually a very real possibility. But a 3v5 setup by Chopper, shutting down a new idea from Na'Vi this time, where it has been a lot of the same for both of these teams, is refreshing to see. However, it's obviously better for Spirit. Unfortunately, some of their plays that they were copying and pasting into every round were working a lot better. Imma was getting mid, or Bit was getting the trades. That was the staging that has brought them the most success. I'm not surprised they were concerned it wasn't going to work anymore. But it is worrying to see as soon as they try something new, it gets shut down completely. And Spirit immediately deciding to play this into the late round. This is something both teams have just said, we don't want to let this happen. We would rather trade down CT sides, deny mid, and see who's got the better aim. But if it is going to play into the late round, how does Donk get involved? And will Na'Vi identify the gap?
There's no support for this 2-player A setup at the moment.
They're going to be walking window now. This will be Donk and Imma maybe going head-to-head as Donk.
Oh, with potential to cut off the bomb. Donk's not making any patient moves. He is sprinting into that fight. Magix recovers with the double kill.
Oh, and there's still Chopper out here as well.
He is floating in a desperate spot, hiding behind the pillar.
What a crazy position.
This could be the one as Bit strikes down Shiro. Chopper drops the bomb at 20 seconds. He's got JL and Bit right behind him. Spam comes through. They're out now making sound. Chopper's not able to maintain control, and so it is a clutch demanded of Zontix.
And they don't know where he is. Zontix starts walking into this position. No one in cave to take this early fight. We're talking no utility here for Zontix.
Hasn't been the most glorious game for him, but he's got the kit for the defuse, and he's got the timing that they don't know about.
Turned around. Be careful.
Head turned on short. Oh, they look towards ramp, but Bit's got it.
Damn.
The headshot machine with 3.
Yeah, 36 frags for Bit. He has been delivering like crazy. And another moment where the mid-timing has been there. It's been like 20 seconds, and Donk comes running through. They want to catch him pressing W. That's the best way to kill a player like Donk, and they do. It's the trade back after that's impressive, and the second one at that. So it ends up being a close situation at the end, but for as many kills as Donk has gotten, it could have been so many more. Na'Vi have done a very impressive job at countering him.
Good flash there, turns Ime back. No swing behind it, but a good second volley out from the Tees, man. This dance back and forth ends up shaving health off. Whoa, there goes Bit. Chopper is holding his own.
Chopper, again, compared to his teammates, compared to their other opponents, Chopper sometimes struggles versus Na'Vi, not today.
4v3 established here for Spirit, mid-control turned back, and the activity from Spirit continues. But there is a test offered up as Na'Vi emerge from the depths of that ramp. Through the smoke goes Alexi. JL's right here with him. Magix is on an angle, but they don't know that there are CTs prowling behind them. It is going to get confirmed by Wonderful. He will obviously be caught off by this deep angle from Chopper. It's a back turn. Do they leave? Alexi Boy knows the flank is compromised. JL's trying to carve a path forward.
Zontix, does he spot this?
Oh, they're not going to be able to get out. They just got to put this bomb down and hope to God that they can hang on. It is overtime 4 on the line, and Alexi's going to get flashed in. First one's his. It's low health for the 2. Man advantage Spirit still, but they're stoic. They hold. Look at Magic still back inside that cave. He wants Zontix to come and join them. Bomb is at the halfway point. There's an incendiary as Alexi's the last. They clear them, and Spirit will jump on Bomb. No 4th OT needed. Happy birthday, world #1, into the grand finals of the inaugural Blast Bounty.
An absolute marathon map of Ancient, but Spirit finished first past the post. Things got messy, things got dicey, but ultimately Spirit eliminating Na'Vi in the semifinals and securing Birthday Boy Donk a chance to take on Eternal Fire in a best-of-5 grand final tomorrow.
And there, say it, with that, the 2025 season has really begun. What a game of Counter-Strike. I know we've seen a lot of great stuff happening inside this studio. We saw the lead up in the online portion as well, but this map is everything Counter-Strike is about. It's emotions, it's frustrations, it's high-level play, it's at times low-level play. It's players giving their all, but only one team could win, and that was Spirit tonight.
That really felt like a chance for Na'Vi to recapture some of the magic that they had in the middle of last year, but unfortunately, you know, the reigning major champions get it done. That was just such incredible stuff. I gotta give a lot of props to Chopper because the evolution of the calling throughout that game to slowly take more and more of middle, like that was just great stuff. And the mid-rounding too, so cohesive between them.
Especially considering the pressure that both sides would have been feeling in that moment. It was so back and forth, and I think Connor was giving, you know, credit to Chopper where it's due as well. The fact that he was coming up with new approaches in the 3rd overtime, no less. That was incredible.
Yeah, we kind of set it up saying that, listen, Spirit, they don't have their normal coach with them. Halley nowhere to be found inside this building. Blade, on the other hand, standing behind Na'Vi. So the deeper we got into the game, the longer we got into the game, the more you start to favor Na'Vi, right? They had Blade, he could still chime in once in a while. In overtime #1, I saw him take lead and try to dictate in one of the timeouts. That wasn't really the case over on the Spirit side, so I agree with Maui, agree with you. We got to give a lot of credit to Chopper, the entirety of Spirit as well, for keeping the head in the game, because there was moments where they probably could have and should have lost this map.
Spirit securing grand finals berth, and we've got Zontix with James Banks.
That was probably the best map of the tournament for sure. Almost a quadruple overtime, but Spirit managed to take that one. And Zontix, I'm just going to start asking you on the change up here, right, with how the T-side was being played, what Chopper was calling, how deep did he have to dig, especially considering you don't have Halley behind you?
Yeah, we had to play everything we have because there is just too much runs, and you have to play like almost all your playbook.
Yeah.
It was hard. We changed a lot of rounds throughout the series, throughout this Ancient, to somehow don't let them understand what we're doing.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was hard, and we had to think a lot what we have to do, and we played a lot of different rounds. So yeah, it is just a great performance from the whole team, except me, and from Chopper, because that was great. And we had a good game plan. The rounds we had in game plan worked really good, so yeah.
Looking at this game, though, you're saying obviously what Chopper's done and praising him, but is there someone else helping him out on what you should do next, where you should go when a game gets as crazy as this, because you don't have Halley there?
Yeah, like everyone's helping. Donk is saying something, I'm saying something, and Shiro's saying something like, I can go here, I can go there. And everyone is just helping, and this is what makes a team great, because one player cannot see everything on the map, because he have his own crosshair, and he's not in spectators. So yeah, we have to help him a lot. And some things worked, some not. But in the end, we won, so I think it's okay.
More than okay, I would say. You've made it to another grand final as well for the first event of the season. Before this, in the other matches, you were not really tested. Do you feel like this was a good learning thing for you at the beginning of the season, going up against a Na'Vi that can at least test you here?
Yeah, of course. Na'Vi is a great opponent. It is always hard to play against them. One of the best players in the world. And yeah, it was a tough match for us. Obviously, they could win easily. Yeah. And who knows what could happen on third map. But yeah, it was a tough match, but we won, and this was first tough match for us this year, and this was first really good opponent for us.
Now tomorrow you've got another opponent though for the grand final. It's going to be a best of 5 against Eternal Fire. How do you feel about that one?
We have a good statistic against Eternal Fire, but I think they're really good, and they're with every championship they're getting better all the time. So it's going to be interesting, and I think they're a really good team. And yeah, I'm just glad that Turkish scene have a team like that, and they're playing really good.
They certainly are. Well, I look forward to seeing you guys in the grand final tomorrow, as Spirit have done it once again.
They have indeed. Zontig's giving credit where credit is due. Don't love the fact that he's downplaying his own input on the server, because this truly was a true team performance coming out, right? He touched upon the fact that Chopper doesn't have Halley behind him at this very tournament to be relying on, to be helping him kind of craft the theory, and yet still he managed to pull it off 2-0.
Yes, they did, and I think it's also a current evolution of what we know Spirit to be. I just want to reiterate myself, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, before the major happened, we were discussing Spirit, and we were discussing a team that seemed a little bit out of it. Some of the mood within the team seemed out of it. From a, I guess, vibe perspective, a vibe check that you like to do as well, we were kind of, seriously discussing whether or not they should make a roster change. And then all of a sudden they got it fixed, they got it changed, and ever since it's been a team that's shown resilience, then shown maturity. They've shown that they're able to obviously win the major, but also win games when they're not necessarily playing at their best, which I think was the case in Ancient. So a team that is definitely moving in the right direction, even when they're struggling.
I feel like both of these teams at one point or another felt like they should be winning this one. So many match points, or map points that is, for both rosters. And even though Spirit came out on top, I'm surprised actually at some of the resilience that Na'Vi showed in that one, because it really did feel like they were so frustrated. But honestly, like Spirit themselves, the way they were able to stay composed without a coach behind them, that was kind of one of my big concerns at this event, because Holly seems to be so instrumental in guiding them on the right path. And so without that, that win comes from within. That's a lot of props to Chopper, a lot of props to people like Zontix too.
100%. We'll dive into the emotions in just a moment, but I want to fixate on what was just such incredible multiple overtimes going down, because the first OT, Donk was pretty quiet. It took until the second for him to truly come alive and start making that impact that really pulled Spirit through that one.
Yeah, 1 time and a half as well. Na'Vi had 3 set points, so to speak, map points they could have won. Second overtime, he came alive. You know, the scoreline is 18-15. Na'Vi just needs one round, and then Donk is coming in like a menace. You know, the triple entry coming into the bomb side right here as well. He just kept on honing down on Na'Vi every single round. And as you said, Freya, it was after he was quiet for quite some time. Again, here in alert position. Launder said it during the cast. It's not normal Donk find himself in alert position. Normally he's the spearhead. Normally he's involved a little bit before. So we got to see different shades of Donk, and the impact to, I guess, almost guarantee your team another chance in a third overtime single-handedly at that point, being down 18-15. That's awe, Mauer.
That is Pimp. Well done. Well put. I feel like that moment also is just, it highlights the excellence of CS2, because you have that smoke landing in front of you at Cave, and CSGO, the game's over. We all know what's going to happen there. If they try running through that, Jail's going to spray all of them down. So quick on the fly nade break, and then to pop on through it with so much ferocity, to completely trust it and not back down in that moment. I mean, that's just great on the fly thinking, and it shows the composure that Spirit had, that even though this is like tactically we're defeated, they got that one extra trick up their sleeve.
Shout out to Shiro as well. I think Connor kind of summed it up perfectly. It feels like Shiro lives for these moments. Like, everybody might be feeling a little bit deflated, a little bit tired, the fatigue kicking in. I feel like this is where Shiro wakes up the most, and he's able to live a lot of pain.
Shiro, in all respects, I mean, because we know of what happened between some of the maps at the major, it's easy to pin him down as someone that's going to be shook in these moments. But in reality, the pressure hardens Shiro. He gets stronger in so many of these. The clutch is where he operates the best. The late round is where he shows the absolute maximum of his potential. And in a high pressure game like this, I'm just going to say, you know, we put the magnifying glass on Wonderful at the beginning of the series, at the beginning of the year, because he doesn't really stand up. And well, I think the answer is still the same as it was last year. Shiro was the better opper in this game, and that's not, it's just that Shiro is just, like, he's so battle tested at this point. Like, he's been through an absolute, just like, crazy roller coaster of a career, and so to see him in all types of pressure still thrive, it's exceptional stuff.
Now, we talked a lot about the emotions that we were being able to witness here in the studio, what was going down on the server from both sides of the equation. And a lot of these frustrated moments are from when teams are winning rounds, right? We've got a combined package of both Spirit and Na'Vi. There was some tilt going on in this room today.
No, but the pressure of the game, the tension. I spent 2 of the overtime standing behind Na'Vi, and there was one point where I had to listen into the cast and I had to remind myself, oh, you won the round, didn't you? There was 3 players tilting. There were 3 players, you know, in the middle of a round going off, you know, a desk slam, almost a monitor slam, and then you had a player saying some bad words I'm not going to say here, and all of a sudden you win the round. It was such a weird environment in here, and I hope the people at home were able to feel that tension. I know the production did everything they could in order to show you the player emotions, but being inside it, you know, from standing behind the teams, it was just changing from round to round, from kill to kill. All of a sudden, Bit is the happiest man on earth. He gets a nice double entry. The next one, he feels like he's out of it, and it just kept on going like that from overtime to overtime. The players were under so much pressure.
There was a moment where I had to come over to you because you were standing behind the Na'Vi camp. I presumed it was somebody from Spirit slamming their hand on the desk. It was wonderful, and yet they win a round out of that. Like, it's pretty wild.
It was wonderful, I believe, in a 4v1 scenario. There's only one Spirit player left. Wonderful dies then, and the round is never at risk of being lost, but Wonderful is just tired of dying and slams the desk.
I feel like a lot of Twitch chat Andys are going to see these moments and they're going to be like, why are they so mad?
Passion.
It's exactly. It's why we get up in the morning. You know, like, Pimp, you were a fierce competitor. And honestly, like, if people don't know what it's like to dedicate 15,000 plus hours of your life to dedicating it to this craft, and then one little thing goes wrong, and sometimes it's your fault, sometimes it's your teammate's fault, you're gonna just erupt. Like, it's just like those kinds of moments just send you out of this stratosphere, like, in terms of your emotions. So however they cool themselves down, like, by the way, everybody playing is a major winner here. Like, they know what it's like to be at the tip top. So if one thing is just even at 90% when it should be at 100%, they're gonna let off a little bit of steam here and there.
Yeah, emotions running high for both sides of the camp. But unfortunately for Na'Vi, that does mean the end of the line here in Copenhagen. So let's go on in and check in with Blade.
Na'Vi tried to fight with everything they had when it came to Ancient, but it wasn't enough to take them to a third map, and they will fall here at the Blast Bounty. I'm just going to take you back to the Dust 2 to start off with. Obviously, it looks pretty good, a 3-0 start, and it seems like you guys have the confidence to challenge them. They start to fight back in their own way. I looked at sometimes and thought maybe you guys were playing scared at times, or kind of not going into the fights as much once it started to go more in the favor of Spirit. Was it something you noticed?
We overall played really bad on Dust 2. This is a map we want to improve. Working on it lately.
Okay.
And like, yeah, I think the problem was sometimes we're too nervous. Sometimes we like have mixed ideas, not to have like very sharp, clear, good timing or good vision what we want to do. And like because of these messed up ideas, we're kind of like losing important situations, like moments, losing control of opponent. Like we're not in control there yet, I think.
They're not ancient, obviously. You lose the pistol, but then you bounce back and it looks, I think you're up 5-2, right, to start off. Again, you could say it's a good start for you guys. It gets 12-10 in their favor. You fight back, take it to overtime. Sometimes in some rounds, it seemed like maybe it was a miscommunication or players are not on the same page. Is this something you're noticing as well?
No. I think on Ancient it was much better. We know much better like what we can do, what we should do in some situations. Yeah, a little bit just unlucky, I think, on Ancient. We could close them after 3-0 decided. We just like being too aggressive, I think, at some point. Like we could like, I think there are teams that like can waste too much time to think what they want to do, and we just need to give them this time.
There was also some moments where the guys were kind of rushing out to take the fights as well. Is this something that you were not happy with when you're looking at that, or is it what you wanted them to play into?
What rush?
When you guys were it was getting to overtime, right? You were getting the first kills, then taking some time and looking to fight, and kind of playing into Spirit's hands, like running straight into them. Some might call like, oh, they were trying to take some map control back, but obviously you had the numbers advantage in some of these rounds. Do you remember them?
Yes, that's what I said like previously. Last answer, I mean. That's what I meant.
Yeah, okay. Now I understand you. And overall, looking at just what you said to me yesterday, you said you wanted to get some more experience from this event, right, and see what you could figure things out on. How do you rate the opening event of the season for Na'Vi?
Good, very good. We played like versus major champion, let's say, and a #1 seed on HLTV. Pretty decent, like on our map pick, we could win. Like pretty sloppy on Dust 2, and it's a good experience for us. So like we know what to work on. Very good.
And will you be playing online before Katowice as a team and practicing? Will you go back to boot camp? What's Na'Vi doing?
We're going Katowice before, like with all teams, and we will boot camp there, kind of kind of we're starting like in practice rooms with other teams, but waiting for our stage.
I feel like there's one thing that's always certain in life. It's Blade, being so eloquent and so insightful after a loss. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, that does mean the end of the road here in the semi-finals. As we saw from the cams, a lot of frustrations, understandably so, because when you are that close to pushing us to a third map, to almost getting into the grand final, I can understand that.
Yeah, me too. And I will say, I was also trying to observe Na'Vi a little bit straight after the loss. And as much as we saw the tension, the emotions, the maybe uncontrolled emotions at points as well, the way they took their loss was still the players greeting each other, still the players keeping their composure somewhat. And I think it's just that, I guess, releasement. Okay, we're done playing now. I'm done being tense. I'm done being stressed. Now I got to deal with the fact that I think this sucks. And then you move on. And I think Na'Vi have been here before. Na'Vi has been in these situations many, many times before. Normally they are the ones winning over time, but this time around, it wasn't, And I think as much as we want to hone in on all the emotions and everything, they kept their composure even when losing.
They've been notoriously good at getting blown out on one map, and in the series, next map, they just reset and honestly dominate the other team.
CLXB, like XLE was nowhere to be found on the first map. He had a strong showing on Ancient for the vast majority of time.
Do you want to talk about the money that's on the line tomorrow? Because with that win for Spirit, they have just shy of $122,000 on their heads tomorrow. They've already banked just over 60K as well. So they've got a hell of a lot of money to be playing with. And I imagine Donk is probably going to want to go for the wager. I don't imagine Match is going to accept this one. It's not been a trend he's been leaning into.
Unfortunately not. I feel like the only people that were going to bet any money at any point against each other would probably have been Na'Vi and Spirit, and for whatever reason today, Na'Vi just weren't feeling it. We gotta get like just a little bit, guys. Like, come on, throw something on the table,
Yo, okay, they've got a hell of a lot of money. Like, imagine if it's just 5K tomorrow. At least that'd be something.
Also, like, something about putting money on the line, you play a little harder,
Right.
okay? So like, maybe if Navi put a little bit down there, you know, the sports psychology side of this, you might try a little harder. I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
Maybe for us. I don't think EF needs extra motivation for tomorrow. I think, you know, considering the bounty on the heads of Spirit, you know, if EF could pull off one more upset, if they could somehow, some way find a way to beat Spirit in a best of 5 final, imagine the amount of money, imagine the amount of points they're getting to the Valve ranking, imagine the entrance they make into being one of the teams we have to take seriously when we name the top 5 teams in the world.
They have been there before. Last year it was a best of 5 grand final versus Spirit. The only time they faced them, Spirit cleanly swept them 3-0, not even double digits. So I'm hoping that we'll get a more competitive series
EF is
tomorrow.
better today. Yeah?
They definitely are. Let's check in with our predictions though to see. Oh, maybe I'm a winner actually.
Yeah.
Maybe I should be the expert.
Ooh, wow. Okay, who's on top completely? Okay, Harry, Scrawny, doubling up on good predictions.
Wow.
Good for them. And
that's when you know it's random, isn't it?
Wow, look at who's in last, though.
That's me.
Oh, yikes.
Any
I went for
last.
Listen, I get critiqued for never going for the underdogs, so today I went for the 2 underdogs. You know, I went for Navi and G2, and everyone hates me
Jacob,
anyways.
can I give you a punishment for definitely losing?
Yeah.
Do you want to close the show for us tonight?
Nope. I've been a host. I could do it.
I got one line. I got one
That's your
line.
punishment.
Maybe not the close, but
Go on.
This is a win for Ancient Bros, by the way. Another one that just delivers. Come on, this is the best map in the pool. I just gotta say, I gotta get that one in before we
Go on, Jacob.
sign
It's
off.
your forfeit. You've got to do it.
No doubt about it. It's been an absolutely fantastic day filled with great, tenseful Counter-Strike fare. It's been a pleasure to share the desk with you. It's been a pleasure to share the desk with Maui Snake as well. We're going to rest up. We're going to go get some sleep, and we're going to be back tomorrow with a best of 5 grand final between Spirit and Eternal Fire.
Oh, you're going to steal my job.